Hello, I'm Emma. You play games, I make games. Although this time around, we're not making games or much of anything really. We are reading. Specifically, this is part 2 of The Hound of Baskervilles by Sir Conan Doyle, my bad. And last time we have gotten up to chapter 4. In this one, we will hopefully be reading until the very end of it. I'm not sure why I said hopefully, we will for sure be reading until the very end of it. As usual, the deal is I read, you do whatever it is you do. Hopefully, enjoy the reading. Learn a little bit about the book, and as we go through, will also help some commentary as I'm discovering things or going through them. At any point, feel free to comment either in chat or if you're reading this later or watching this later, uh, below the video about anything you think, and I will also reply to that. I love reading classics, hence why we're currently reading this, although detective's not quite my thing. This one is quite fun now. I really like the personality of Sherlock Holmes. He's such a funny guy, I think. He's always shown as such a serious character, but he's got humor in it, which I think is great. The entire book is written in first person from the perspective of his sidekick, also known as Dr. Watson. And in the last episode, we have discovered that someone of the Baskerville family has died tragically from what looks to be a stroke, but we're suspecting a mystical demon hound. Give or take, someone's suspecting the demon hound. Sherlock himself does not, but nonetheless, last episode, we personally, you and me and dear reader, we're suspecting the maid, although I have talked to my grandmother has read this book quite a few times, uh, because she really likes detectives and really likes this book. And she's given me the personal spoilers. Apparently, it's not the maid, but we can all take that with a grain of salt and see how it actually turns out. There's also, in the last part, we have found out that there's a man impersonating Sherlock Holmes in order to outwit his at his own game, as he's either threatening or most likely threatening the remaining Baskerville, who has currently turned up to town and is likely to take up residence in Baskerville Hall. This is Chapter 4, Sir Henry Baskerville. Our breakfast table was cleared early, and Holmes waited in his dressing gown for the promised interview. Our clients were punctual to their appointment, for the clock had just struck 10 when Dr. Mortimer was shown up, followed by the young baronet. The latter was a small, alert, dark-eyed man, about 30 years of age, very sturdily built, with thick black eyebrows and a strong, pugnacious face. I must apologize, dear reader. I believe we may have gone to the next chapter, if I'm correct, for which I will currently check. There is a very handy tool in this free PDF where you can quickly go to different chapters. Yes. This is chapter 4, Baskerville Hall. I have accidentally putting you up to chapter 3, dear viewer. Well, alas, here we are. Sir Henry Baskerville and Dr. Mortimer were ready upon the appointed date, and we started as arranged for Devonshire. Mr. Sherlock Holmes drove with me to the station and gave me his last parting injunctions and advice. "I will not bias your mind by suggesting theories or suspicions, Watson," said he. "I wish you simply to report facts in the fullest possible manner to me, and you can leave me to do the theorizing." "What sort of facts?" I asked. "Anything which may seem to have a bearing, however indirect, upon the case, and especially the relations between young Baskerville and his neighbours, or any fresh particulars concerning the death of Sir Charles. I have made some inquiries myself in the last few days, but the results have, I fear, been negative. One thing only appears to be certain, and that is that Mr. James Desmond, who is the next heir, is an elderly gentleman of a very amiable disposition, so that this persecution does not arise from him. I really think that we may eliminate him entirely from our calculations. There remain the people who will actually surround Sir Henry Baskerville upon the moor. Would it not be well, in the first place, to get rid of the Barrymore couple? By no means. You could not make a greater mistake. If they're innocent, it would be cruel injustice, and if they're guilty, we should be giving up all chances of bringing it home to them. No, no. We will persevere upon our list of suspects. Then there is the groom at the hole. If I remember right, then there is a groom at the hole, if I remember right, which refers to the groomsmen of horses that we have seen in approximately chapter 1, that has been called to call the doctor when the late Baskerville has perished. There are two moorland farmers. There is our friend Dr. Mortimer, whom I believe to be entirely honest, and there is his wife, of whom we know nothing. There is this naturalist, Stapleton, and there is his sister, who is said to be a young lady of attractions. There is Mr. Frankland of Layfer Hall, who is also unknown factor. And there are one or two other neighbors. There are the folk who must be your very special study, please. And the family they have mentioned upon the first names, I suppose, was the family of the butler and the maid that work upon the estate. I will do my best. You have arms, I suppose? Yes, I thought it was as well to take them. Oh, certainly. Keep your revolver near you night and day, and never relax your precautions. Our friends had already secured a first-class carriage and were waiting for us upon the platform. Oh, I do not recall what Dr. Mortimer's voice was. I do remember his character. I believe maybe I have said something to the higher pitch. No, we have no news of any kind, sir, said Dr. Mortimer in answer to my friend's question. I can swear to one thing, and that is that we have not been shadowed during the last 2 days. We have never gone out without keeping a sharp watch, and no one could have escaped our notice. You have always kept together, I presume? Except yesterday afternoon. I usually gave up one day to peruse, to pure amusement when I come to town, so I spent it at the museum of the College of Surgeons. And I went to look at the folk in the park, said Baskerville, but we had no trouble of any kind. It was imprudent, all the same, said Holmes, shaking his head and looking very grave. I beg, Sir Henry, that you will not go about alone. Some great misfortune will befall you if you do. Did you get your other boot? No, sir. It is gone forever. Indeed. That is very interesting. Well, goodbye, he added as the train began to glide down the platform. Bear in mind, Sir Henry, one of the phrases in that queer old legend of the Dr. Mortimer has read to us, which Dr. Mortimer has read to us, and avoid the moor in those hours of darkness when the powers of evil are exalted. I looked back at the platform when we had left it far behind and saw the tall, austere figure of Holmes standing motionless and gazing after us. The journey was a swift and pleasant one, and I spent it in making the more intimate acquaintance of my two companions and in playing with Dr. Mortimer's spaniel. In a very few hours the brown earth had become ruddy and the brick had changed to granite. It is here I will like to point out that the spaniel is Dr. Mortimer's tiny little dog. It's very cute. And red cows grazed in well-hedged fields, where the lush grasses and more luxuriant vegetation spoke of a richer, if a damper climate. Young Baskerville stared eagerly out of the window and cried aloud with delight as he recognized familiar features of the Devon scenery. I've been here a good part of been over a good part of the world since I left it, Dr. Watson, said he, but I have never seen a place to compare with it. I never saw a Devonshire man who did not swear by his country, I remarked. It depends upon the breed of men quite as much as on the country. County. Huh. County. Sometimes the pronunciation of county can be country if it is in a bit more of a western accent, which he does have, but I will try to be more precise. Country is, well, a country and county is just a part of a country usually. It's not a word commonly used in every place where you speak English, but it's still used in some places. And that is quite neat, said Dr. Mortimer. Huh. It depends upon the breed of men quite as much as on the county, said Dr. Mortimer. A glance at our friend here reveals the rounded head of the Celt, which carries inside it the Celtic enthusiasm and power of attachment. For Sir Charles's head was of a very rare type, half Gaelic, half Ivernian in its characteristic. But you were very young when you last saw Baskerville Hall, were you not? It's these times that you remember why you're not quite supposed to like this guy. I was a boy in my teens at the time of my father's death, and had never seen the Hall, for he lived in a little cottage on the south coast. Since, I went straight to a friend in America. Oh, I've never heard the word since, or I haven't in quite a while. That's quite lovely, especially with the way it's spelled. I can't pronounce the TH personally myself because it does not exist in either of the two languages I had first learned upon this earth, and therefore tend to pronounce it either as S or as Z. But there is a TH at the start of since. I believe it is a, well, amalgamation word of both hence and then or therefore. Hence, together, they make up sense, which I think is quite a lovely word, even if I can't pronounce it quite nearly as fluently. Who was it speaking? I tell you, it is all as new to me as it is to Dr. Watson, and I am as keen as possible to see the moor. Are you? Then your wish is easily granted, for there is your first sight of the moor, said Dr. Mortimer, pointing out of the carriage window. Over the green squares of the fields and the low curve of wood, there rose in the distance a grey, melancholy hill, with a strange, jagged summit, dim and vague in the distance, like some fantastic landscape in a dream. Baskerville sat for a long time, his eyes fixed upon it, and I read upon his eager face how much it meant to him. This first sight of that strange spot where the men of his blood had held sway so long and left their mark so deep. There he sat with his tweed suit and his American accent in the corner of a prosaic railway carriage, and yet, as I looked at his dark and expressive face, I felt more than ever how true a descendant he was of that long line of high-blooded, fiery, and masterful men. There were pride, valor, and strength in his thick brows, his sensitive nostrils, and his large hazel eyes. If on the forbidding moor a difficult and dangerous quest should lie before us, this was, at least, a comrade for whom one might venture to take a risk with the certainty that he would bravely share it. The train pulled up at a small wayside station, and we all descended. Outside, beyond the low, white fence, a wagonette with a pair of cops was waiting. I would like to. So, trains in different countries can be quite different, right? And descended is generally a word that is used for when, well, you stop one thing to accomplish and start doing another. Well, at least in the older way of doing so. But you might also know descended by the meaning of going down from something. And a lot of the old trains, though they're still common in some of the places I stay, are quite a ways up from the platform. So you have to step up onto metal stairs or, well, depending on really how good the train is, I suppose. Maybe hop a little bit on it. Otherwise, you're going up, so in order to get down from onto the platform, you will have to descend. But I thought that was quite neat because a lot of the more modern trains nowadays don't have a height difference between the platform. And so that would be interesting to point out for those of you who have not experienced it, or perhaps have only ever experienced speed trains. Hmm. Now, where were we? Our coming was evidently a great event, for station master and porters clustered around us to carry our luggage. It was a sweet, simple country spot, but I was surprised to observe that by the gate there stood two soldierly men in dark uniforms, who leaned upon their short rifles and glanced keenly at us as we passed. The coachman, a hard-faced, gnarled little fellow, saluted Sir Henry Baskerville, and in a few minutes we were flying swiftly down the broad white road, rolling pasture lands curved upward on either side of us, and old gabled houses peeled out from amidst the thick green foliage. But behind the peaceful sunlit countryside there rose, ever dark against the evening sky, the long, gloomy curve of the moor, broken by the jagged and sinister hills. Such a beautiful image to paint. The wagonette swung around into a side road, and we curved upwards through the deep lanes worn by centuries of wheels, high banks on either side, heavy with dripping moss and fleshy hart's-tongue ferns. Hart's-tongue ferns. This is a name of a fern, but I think it also paints itself quite well. Bronzing bracken and mottled bramble gleamed in the light of the sinking sun. Still steadily rising, we passed over a narrow granite bridge, and skirted a noisy stream which gushed swiftly down, foaming and roaring amid the grey boulders. Both road and stream wound up through a valley dense with scrub oak and fir. This is fir as in F-I-R, uh, not F-U-R. So, not animal fur, as we all know, but just to clarify. At every turn, Baskerville gave an exclamation of delight, looking eagerly about him and asking countless questions. To his eyes all seemed beautiful, but to me a tinge of melancholy lay upon the countryside, which bore so clearly the mark of the waning year. Yellow leaves carpeted the lanes and fluttered down upon us as we passed. The rattle of our wheels died away as we drove through drifts of rotting vegetation, sad gifts, as it seemed to me, for nature to throw before the carriage for the returning heir of the Baskervilles. "Halloa!" cried Dr. Mortimer. "What is this?" A steep curve of heath-clad land, an outlining spur of the moor, lay in front of us. On the summit, hard and clear like an equestrian statue upon its pedestal, was a mounted soldier, dark and stern, his rifle poised ready over his forearm. He was watching the road along which we traveled. "What is this, Perkins?" asked Dr. Mortimer. Our driver half turned in his seat. "There's a convict that escaped from Benson Town, sir. He's been out 3 days now, and the wardens watch every road and every station, but they've had no sight of him yet. The farmers about don't like it, sir, and that's a fact." "Well, I understand they get £5 if they can give information." "Yes, sir, but the chance of £5 is about a poor thing compared to the chance of having your throat cut. You see, it isn't like any ordinary convict. This is a man that would stick at nothing." "Who is he, then?" "It is Selden, the Notting Hill murder." I remembered the case well, for it was one which Holmes had taken an interest on account of the peculiar ferocity of the crime and the wanton brutality which had marked all the actions of the assassin. The communication of his death sentence had been due to some doubts. Commutation. Oh, I've never heard that before. The commutation of his death sentence had been due to some doubts as to his complete sanity, so atrocious was his conduct. Our wagonette had topped the rise, and in front of us rose the huge expanse of the moor, mottled with gnarled and craggy cairns and tors. A cold wind swept down from it and set us shivering. Somewhere there, on that desolate plain, was lurking this fiendish man, hiding in a burrow like a wild beast, his heart full of malignancy against the whole race which had cast him out. It needed but this to complete the grim suggestiveness of the barren waste, the chilling wind, and the darkening sky. Even Baskerville fell silent and pulled his overcoat more closely around him. We had left the fertile country behind and beneath us. We looked back on it now, the slanting rays of a low sun turning the streams into threads of gold and glowing on the red earth now turned by the plough and the broad tangle of the woodlands. The road in front of us grew bleaker and wilder over the huge russet and olive slopes, sprinkled with giant boulders. Now and then we passed a moorland cottage, walled and roofed with stone, with no creeper to break its harsh outline. Suddenly we looked down into a cup-like depression, watched with patched with stunted oaks and firs, which had been twisted and bent by the fury of years of storm. Two high, narrow towers rose over the trees. The driver pointed with his whip. "Baskerville Hall," said he. When it says not broken apart by creepers, what it means is that there's no creeping vine, I believe, on the buildings, so they look very harsh against the, overgrown and muddy landscape of the moors. Its master had risen and was staring with flushed cheeks and shining eyes. A few minutes later, he had reached the lodge gates, a maze of fantastic tracery in wrought iron, with weather-bitten pillars on either side, blotched with how do you say that in a plural? I've never seen that word in a plural. I wonder if it used to be, have a plural form, but then it stopped having a plural form over time. The word itself is, lichen, but here it is lichens, I believe. Lichen is kind of like a type of moss in a way. It's quite common. But yeah, I've never heard it in plural form, because usually you can't really have a single lichen anyway, I suppose. Back in the day. And surmounted by the boar's head lives the Baskervilles. Oh, that's kind of cool. I can imagine the gates, beautiful and ornate and made with black iron, and then on either side the columns that have been kind of overgrown in some places, with the heads of boars at the top, symbolizing the house, I suppose. The lodge was a ruin of black granite and bared ribs of rafters, but facing it was a new building, half constructed and first fruit of Sir Charles' South African gold. Sir Charles's South African gold, as we have established in the last chapter. Well, not quite chapter. Sir Charles was someone that was in South Africa for a bit, and then took the gold from there and brought it to Britain. The more we know. But yeah, so he's there. Through the gateway, we passed into an avenue where the wheels were again hushed amid the leaves, and the old trees shot their branches in a somber tunnel over our heads. Baskerville shuddered as he looked up the long, dark drive to where the house glimmered like a ghost at the farther end. "Was it here?" he asked in a low voice. No, the yew alley is on the other side." The young heir glanced around with a gloomy face. "It's no wonder my uncle felt as if trouble were coming on him in such a place as this," said he. "It's enough to scare any man. I'll have a row of electric lamps up here inside of 6 months, and you won't know it again. With 1,000 candle power Swan and Edison right here in front of the whole door. The avenue opened into a broad expanse of turf, and the house lay before us. In the fading light, I could see the center of the heavy block of building from which a porch projected. The whole front was draped in ivy, with a patch clipped bare here and there, where a window or a coat of arms broke. So the dark veil through the dark. I will reread that sentence. It was quite an embarrassment to believe. The whole front was draped in ivy, with a patch clipped bare here and there, where a window or a coat of arms broke through the dark veil. From this central block rose the twin towers, ancient, crenellated, and pierced with many loopholes. To right and left of the turrets were more modern wings of black granite. A dull light shone through heavy mullioned windows, and from the high chimneys, which rose from the steep, high-angled roof there sprang a single black column of smoke. I still find it quite entertaining the way that they used to form sentences. And this is not even a book that's that old comparatively. Genuinely. I believe this was written maybe in 1912. Somewhere around that time. Definitely not much. I think a bit earlier perhaps, but not by too much. And yet still we perceive the changes in language, which is quite fun. To me personally anyway. I hope it is to you too, dearie. Welcome, Sir Henry. Welcome to Baskerville Hall. A tall man stepped from the shadows of the porch to open the door of the wagonette. The figure of a woman silhouetted against the yellow light of the hall. She came out and helped the man to hand down our bags. You don't mind my driving straight home, Sir Henry? Said Dr. Mortimer. My wife is expecting me. Surely you will stay and have some dinner. No, I must go. I shall probably find some work awaiting me. I would stay to show you over the house, but Barrymore will be a better guide than I. Goodbye, and never hesitate night or day to send for me if I can be of service. The wheels died away and down the drive. The wheels died away down the drive while Sir Henry and I turned into the hall, and the door clanged heavily behind us. It was a fine apartment in which we found ourselves, large, lofty, and heavily raftered with huge bulks of aged blackened oak. In the great old-fashioned fireplace behind the high iron dogs, a long fire crackled and snapped. Sir Henry and I held out our hands to it, for we were numb from our long drive. Then we gazed around at the high, thin window of old stained glass. The oak paneling, the stags' heads, the coats of arms upon the walls, all dim and somber in the subdued light of the central lamp. Dear reader and viewer, I hope you are picturing something more akin to a mansion, for that is what this is. Simply put, the old terms for things were quite different from our current perceptions of things. For example, the idea of apartment is very different now than what it was 100, 200 years earlier. So, thus. It's just as I mentioned it, said Sir Henry. Is it not the very picture of an old family home? To think that this should be the same hall in which for 500 years my people have lived, it strikes me solemn to think of it. I saw his dark face lit up with a boyish enthusiasm as he gazed about him. The light beat upon him where he stood, but long shadows trailed down the walls and hung like black canopy above him. Barrymore had returned from talking from taking our luggage to our rooms. He stood in front of us now with the subdued manner of a well-trained servant. As I recall, Barrymore is the butler. He was a remarkable-looking man, tall, handsome, with a square black beard and pale, distinguished features. Would you wish dinner Would you wish dinner to be served at once, sir? Is it ready? In a very few minutes, sir. You will find hot water in your rooms. My wife and I will be happy, Sir Henry, to stay with you until you have made your fresh arrangements. But you will understand that under the new conditions, this house will require a considerable staff. What new conditions? I only meant, sir, that Sir Charles led a very retired life, and we were able to look after his wants. You would, naturally, wish to have more company, and so you will need changes in your household. Do you mean that your wife and you wish to leave? Only when it is quite convenient to you, sir. But your family have been with us for several generations, have they not? I should be sorry to begin my life here by breaking an old family connection. I seemed to discern some signs of emotion upon the butler's white face. I feel that also, sir, and so does my wife. But to tell the truth, sir, we were both very much attached to Sir Charles, and his death gave us a shock and made the surroundings very painful to us. I fear that we shall never again be easy in our minds at Baskerville Hall. But what do you intend to do? I have no doubt, sir, that we shall succeed in establishing ourselves in some business. Sir Charles's generosity has given us the means to do so. And now, sir, perhaps I had best show you to your rooms. A square, bull-starred gallery ran around the top. I wonder what I never heard that one before. Of the old hall, approached by double stair. From this central point, two long corridors extended the whole length of the building, from which all the bedrooms opened. My own was in the same wing as Baskerville's, and almost next door to it. These rooms appeared to be much more modern than the central part of the house, and the bright paper and numerous candles did something to remove the sombre impression which our arrival had left upon my mind. But the dining room, which opened out of the hall, was a place of shadow and gloom. It was a long chamber with a step separating the dais where the family sat from the lower portion reserved for their dependents. At one end, a minstrel's gallery overlooked it. Black beams shot across above our heads, with a smoke-darkened ceiling beyond them, with rows of flaring torches to light it up, and the color and the rude hilarity of an old-time banquet. It might have softened, but now, when two black-clothed gentlemen sat in the little circle of light thrown by a shaded lamp, one's voice became hushed and one's spirit subdued. A dim line of ancestors in every variety of dress, from from the Elizabethan knight to the buck of the Regency, stared down upon us and daunted us by their silent company. We talked little, and I, for one, was glad when the meal was over and we were able to retire to the modern billiard room and smoke a cigarette. My word, it isn't a very cheerful place, said Sir Henry. I suppose one can tone down to it, but I feel a bit out of picture at present. I don't wonder that my uncle got a little jumpy if he lived all alone in such a house as this. However, it suits you. If it, However, if it suits you, we will retire early tonight, and perhaps things may seem more cheerful in the morning. I drew aside my curtains before I went to bed and looked out from my window. It opened upon the grassy space which lay in front of the hall door. Beyond, two copses. Beyond, two copses of trees moaned and swung in a rising wind. A half-moon broke through the rifts of racing clouds. In its cold light, I saw beyond the trees a broken fringe of rocks, and the long, low curve of the melancholy moor. I closed the curtain, feeling that my last impression was in keeping with the rest. And yet, it was not quite the last. I found myself weary and yet wakeful, tossing restlessly from side to side, seeking for the sleep which would not come. Far away, a chiming clock struck out the quarters of the hours. But otherwise, a deathly silence lay upon the old house. And then, suddenly, in the very dead of night, there came a sound to my ears, clear, resonant, and unmistakable. It was the sob of a woman, the muffled, strangling gasp of one who is torn by an uncontrollable sorrow. I sat up in bed and listened intently. The noise could not have been far away and was certainly in the house. For half an hour I waited, with every nerve on the alert, but there came no other sound save the chiming clock and the rustle of the ivy on the wall. Chapter 5, 6, 7. Chapter 7. The Stapletons of Merripit House. The fresh beauty of the following morning did something to efface from our minds the grim and grey impressions which had been left upon both of us by our first experience of Baskerville Hall. As Sir Henry and I sat at breakfast, the sunlight flooded in through the high mullioned windows, throwing watery patches of colour from the coats of arms which covered them. The dark paneling glowed like bronze in the golden rays, and it was hard to realize that this was indeed the chamber which had struck such gloom into our souls upon the evening before. "I guess it's ourselves and not the house that we have to blame," said the baronet. "We were tired with our journey and chilled by our drive, so we took a grave view of the place. Now we are fresh and well, so it is all cheerful once more." "And yet it was not entirely a question of imagination," I answered. "Did you, for example, happen to hear someone, a woman, I think, sobbing in the night?" "That is curious, for I did, when I was half asleep, fancy that I heard something of the sort. I waited quite a time, but there was no more of it, so I concluded that it was all a dream." "I heard it distinctly, and I was sure that it was really the sob of a woman." "We must ask about this right away." He rang the bell and asked Barrymore whether he could account for our experience. It seemed to me that the pallid features of the butler turned a shade paler still as he listened to his master's question. "There are only 2 women in the house, Sir Henry," he answered. "One is the scullery maid, who sleeps in the other wing. The other is my wife, and I can answer for it that the sound could not have come from her." And yet he lied as he said it, for it chanced that after breakfast I met Miss Barrymore in the long corridor with the sun full upon her face. She was large, impressive, heavy-featured, with a stern set of expressions of mouth. It did say A large. It's quite interesting. I was not expecting the sentence to go in that direction. Once again, in old sentences, it's quite a roller coaster, because when you hear she was A, and then, descriptive words, you're expecting it to finish upon a non-descriptive word, just like a singular. I don't know if it's a noun. No, noun is an action word, right? But pronoun is not it. No, it could be noun. Noun, I suppose. If it's not, well, alas, I forgot. Oh, verb is the action word. Noun is non-action. Noun's the name word. So when you hear adverbs, which are descriptive words, what is followed is usually either a verb or a noun. But in this case, it just ends in adverb, which means that a large is large, not being an adverb, but instead a title. Therefore, I suppose more close to a noun. So that's quite cool. They used to refer to people that way sometimes. I haven't quite figured out the precise roles in which it is, especially because I think it changes over time. But yeah, that is quite interesting. So She's a large, which probably means a servant in this case. She was a large, impressive, heavy-featured woman with a stern, set expression of mouth. Oh, it was, in fact, I messed up. Oh, I see. Erase what I just said earlier. Large is an adverb. But her telltale eyes were red and glanced at me from between swollen lids. It was she, then, who wept in the night, and if she did so, her husband must know it. Yet he had taken the obvious risk of discovery in declaring that it was not so. Why had he done this? And why did she weep so bitterly? Already round this pale-faced, handsome, black-bearded man, there was gathering an atmosphere of mystery and gloom. It was he who had been the first to discover the body of Sir Charles, and we had only his word for all circumstances which led up to the old man's death. Was it possible that it was Barrymore, after all, whom we had seen in the cab in Regent Street? The beard might as well have been the same. The cabman had described a somewhat shorter man, but such an impression might easily have been erroneous. Erroneous? Erroneous? I've only heard erroneous before, but I'm not convinced erroneous is actually spelled with a D. It could be just a New Zealand accent thing that's where I got most of my English knowledge from, at least verbal. So, there's that. Erroneous. All is to say the root of this word is error, so it could have been a mistake, is what they're getting at. How could I settle the point forever? Obviously, the first thing to do was to seize the Grimpen postmaster and find whether the test telegram had really been placed in Barrymore's own hands. Be the answer what it might, I should at least have something to report to Sherlock Holmes. Sir Henry had numerous papers to examine after breakfast, so that the time was propitious for my excursion. Nice. It was a pleasant walk of 4 miles along the edge of the moor, leading me, at last, to a small grey hamlet, in which 2 larger buildings, which proved to be the inn and the house of Dr. Mortimer, stood high above the rest. The postmaster, who was also the village grocer, had a clear recollection of the telegram. "Certainly, sir," said he. "I had the telegram delivered to Mr. Barrymore exactly as directed." "Who delivered it?" "My boy here, James. You delivered that telegram to Mr. Barrymore to the Hall last week, did you not?" "Yes, father, I delivered it." "Into his own hands?" "Oh, sir, into his own hands?" I asked. "Well, he was up in the loft at the time, so that I could not put it into his own hands. But I gave it to Miss Barrymore's hands, and she promised to deliver it at once." "Did you see Mr. Barrymore?" "No, sir. I tell you he was in the loft." "If you didn't see him, how do you know he was in the loft?" "Well, surely his own wife ought to know where he is," said the postmaster testily. "Oh, well, surely his own wife ought to know where he is," said the postmaster tastily. "Didn't he get the telegram? If there is any mistake, it is for Mr. Barrymore himself to complain." It seemed hopeless to pursue the inquiry any further, but it was clear that in spite of Holmes's ruse, we had no proof that Barrymore had not been in London all the time. Suppose that it were so, suppose that the same man had been the last who had seen Sir Charles alive, and the first to dog the new hair when he returned to England. What then? Was he the agent of others, or had he some sinister design of his own? What interest could he have in persecuting the Baskerville family? I thought of the strange warning clipped out of a leading article of the Times. Was that his work, or was it possibly the doing of someone who was bent upon counteracting his schemes? The only conceivable motive was that which had been suggested by Sir Henry, that if the family could be scared away. I must see where the bottom is. Right, found it. The only conceivable motive was that which had been suggested by Sir Henry, that if the family could be scared away, a comfortable and permanent home would be secured for the Barrymores. But surely such an explanation as that would be quite inadequate to account for the deep and subtle scheming which seemed to be weaving an invisible net around the young baronet. Holmes himself had said that no more complex case had come to him in all long series of his sensational investigations. I prayed, as I walked back along the grey, lonely road, that my friend might soon be freed from his preoccupations and be able to come down to take this heavy burden of responsibility from my shoulders. Suddenly, my thoughts were interrupted by the sound of running feet behind me and by a voice which called me by my name. I turned, expecting to see Dr. Mortimer, but to my surprise, it was a stranger who was pursuing me. He was a small, slim, clean-shaven, prim-faced man, flaxen-haired and lean-jawed, between 30 and 40 years of age, dressed in a grey suit and wearing a straw hat. A tin box for botanical specimens hung over his shoulder, and he carried a green butterfly net in one of his hands. "You will, I'm sure, excuse my presumption, Dr. Watson," said he as he came panting up to where I stood. "Here on the moor, we are homely folk, and do not wait for formal introductions. You may possibly have heard my name from our mutual friend Mortimer. I'm Stempleton, of Merripit House." "Your net and box would have told me as much," said I, for I knew that Mr. Stapleton was a naturalist. "But how did you know me?" "I have been calling on Mortimer, and he pointed you out to me from the window of his surgery as you passed. As our road lay the same way, I thought that I would overtake you and introduce myself. I trust that Sir Henry is none the worse for his journey?" "He is very well, thank you." "We were all rather afraid that after the sad death of Charles, the new baronet might refuse to live here. It is asking much of a wealthy man to come down and bury himself in a place of this kind. But I need not tell you that it means a very great deal to the countryside. Sir Henry has, I suppose, no superstitious fears in the matter?" Ah, there's more. "I do not think that is likely. Of course, you know the legend of the fiend dog which haunts the family?" "I have heard it." "It is extraordinary how credulous the peasants are about here. Any number of them are ready to swear that they had seen such a creature upon the moor." He spoke with a smile, but I seemed to read in his eyes that he took the matter more seriously. The story took a great hold upon the imagination of Sir Charles, and I have no doubt that it led to his tragic end." "But how?" "His nerves were so worked up that the appearance of any dog might have had a fatal effect upon his diseased heart. I fancy that he really did see something of the kind upon the last night in the yew alley. I feared that some disaster might occur, for I was very fond of the old man, and I knew that his heart was weak." "How did you know that?" "My friend Mortimer told me." "You think, then, that some dog pursued Sir Charles, and that he died of fright in consequence? Have you any better explanation?" "I have not come to any conclusion." "Has Mr. Sherlock Holmes?" The words took away my breath for an instant. Yes. But a glance at the placid face and steadfast eyes of my companion showed that no surprise was intended. "It is useless for us to pretend that we do not know you, sir. It is useless for us to pretend that we do not know you, Dr. Watson," said he. "The records of your detective have reached us here, and you could not celebrate him without being known yourself. When Mortimer told me your name, he could not deny your identity. If you're here, then it follows that Mr. Sherlock Holmes is interesting himself in the matter, and I am naturally curious to know what view he may take." "I'm afraid that I cannot answer that question." "May I ask if he is going to honor us with a visit himself?" He cannot leave town at present. He has other cases which engage his attention. What a pity! He might throw some light on that which is so dark to us. But as to your own researches, if there is any possible way in which I can be of service to you, I trust that you will command me. If I had any indication of the nature of your suspicions, or how you propose to investigate the case, I might perhaps even now give you some aid or advice. I assure you that I am simply here upon a visit to my friend Sir Henry, and that I need no help of any kind. Excellent, said Stapleton. You're perfectly right to be very indiscreet. I am just reproved for what I feel was an unjustifiable intrusion, and I promise you that I will not mention the matter again. He had come to a point we had come to a point where a narrow grassy path struck off from the road and wound away across the moor. A steep boulder-sprinkled hill lay upon the right, which had in bygone days been cut into a granite quarry. The face, which was turned towards us, formed a dark cliff, with ferns and brambles growing in its niches. From over a distant rise there floated a grey plume of smoke. "A modern walk along this moor pitch brings us to Merpet House," said he. "Perhaps you will spare an hour that I may have the pleasure of introducing you to my sister." My first thought was that I should be by Sir Henry's side, but then I remembered the pile of papers and bills with which his study table was littered. It was certain that I could not help these, and Holmes had expressly said that I should study the neighbours upon the moor. I accepted Stapleton's invitation, and we turned together down the path. "It is a wonderful place, the moor," said he, looking around over the undulating downs, long green gullies, with crests of jagged granite forming up into the fantastic surges. You never tire of the moor. You cannot think the wonderful secrets which it contains. It is so vast, and so barren, and so mysterious. You know it well, then? I have only been here 2 years. The residents would call me a newcomer. We come shortly after Sir Charles settled, but my taste led me to explore every part of the country round, and I should think that there are few men who know it better than I do. Is it hard to know? Very hard. You see, for example, this great plain to the north. Here is with the queer hills breaking out of it. Do you observe anything remarkable about that? It would be a rare place for a gallop. You would naturally think so, and the thought has cost several their lives before now. You notice these bright green spots scattered thickly over it? Yes, they seem more fertile than the rest. Stapleton laughed. "That is the great Gimpen Mire," said he. "A false step yonder means death to a man or beast. Only yesterday I saw one of the moor ponies wander into it. He never came out. I saw his head for quite a long time, craning out of the bog hole, but it sucked him down at last. Even in dry seasons it is a danger to cross it. But after those autumn rains it is an awful place. And yet I can find my way to the heart of it and return alive. By George, there is another of these miserable ponies." Something brown was rolling and tossing among the green sedges. Then a long, agonized, rising neck shot upward, and a dreadful cry echoed over the moor. It turned me cold with horror, but my companion's nerves seemed to be stronger than mine. "It's gone," said he. "The mire has 'em. 2 in 2 days. And many more, perhaps, for they get in the way of going there in the dry weather, and never know the difference until the mire has them in its clutches. It's a bad place, the great Gimpen Mire." "And you say you can penetrate it?" "Yes, there are 1 or 2 paths which a very active man can take. I have found them out." "But why should you wish to go into so horrible a place?" "Well, you see the hills beyond? They are really islands cut off on all sides by impossible mire, which has crawled around them in the course of years. That is where rare plants and the butterflies are, if you have the wit to reach them. I shall try my luck someday. He looked at me with a surprised face. For God's sake, put such an idea out of your mind, said he. Your blood would be upon my head. I assure you that there would not be the least chance of your coming back alive. It is only by remembering certain complex landmarks that I am able to do it. Holla! Hello, I cried. What is that? I have never actually heard somebody express it this way, but this is like the third characters I have heard within this novel saying hello as a surprise expression. And I'm still not quite certain how to read it. A long, low moan, indescribably sad, swept over the moor. It filled the whole air, and yet it was impossible to say whence it came. From a dull murmur, it swelled into a deep roar, and then sank back into melancholy, throbbing murmur once again. Stapleton looked at me with a curious expression in his face. Queer place, the moor, said he. But what is it? The peasants say it's the Hound of the Baskervilles calling for his prey. I've heard it once or twice before, but never quite so loud. I looked around with a chill of fear in my heart, at the huge swelling plain mottled with green patches of rushes. Nothing stirred over the vast expanse save a pair of ravens, which croaked loudly from a tor behind us. You're an educated man. You don't believe such nonsense as that, said I. What do you think is the cause of so strange a sound? Bugs make queer noises sometimes. It's the mud settling, or the water rising, or something. No, that was a living voice. Well, perhaps it was. Did you ever hear a bittern booming? Bittern booming? No, I never did. It's a very rare bird, practically extinct in England now. But all things are possible upon the moor. Yes, I shall not be surprised to learn that what we have heard is a cry of the last of the bitterns. It's the weirdest, strangest thing that ever I heard in my life. Yes, it's rather an uncanny place altogether. Look at the hillside yonder. What do you make of those? The whole steep slope was covered with grey circular rings of stone, a score of them at least. What are they? Sheep pens? No, they are the homes of our worthy ancestors. Prehistoric man lived sickly on the moor, and as no one, in particular, has lived there since, we find all his little arrangement exactly as he left them. These are his wing ones, with the roofs off. You can even see his hearth and his couch if you have the curiosity to go inside. But it is quite a town. When was this inhabited? Neolithic man, no dig. What did he do? He grazed. Sorry, what did he do? He grazed. By he, they mean the entire, I think, well, for lack of a better word, species of men that lived here. Hence why they turn to the singular he/him pronoun as opposed to a collective noun, which is there, but I just felt the need to clarify. He grazed his cattle on these slopes, and he learned to dig for tin when the bronze sword began to supersede the stone axe. Look at the great trench in the opposite hill. That is his mark. Yes, you will find some very singular points about the moor, Dr. Watson. Oh, excuse me an instant. It is surely cyclopedias. A small fly or moth had fluttered across our path. In an instant, Stapleton was rushing with extraordinary energy and speed in pursuit of it. To my dismay, the creature flew straight for the great mire, and my acquaintance never paused for an instant, bounding from tuft to tuft behind it, his green net waving in the air, his grey clothes and jerky zigzag. Irregular progress made him not unlike some huge moth himself. Where was I? I was standing watching his pursuit with a mixture of admiration for his extraordinary activity and fear lest he should lose his footing in the treacherous mire, when I heard the sound of steps, and turning around found a woman near me upon the path. She had come from the direction in which the plume of smoke indicated the position of Merripit House, but the dip of the moor had hid her until she was quite close. I could not doubt that this was Miss Stapleton, of whom I had been told, since ladies of any sort must be few upon the moor, and I remembered that I had heard some describe her as being a beauty. The woman who approached me was certainly that, and of a most uncommon type. There could not have been a greater contrast between brother and sister, for Stapleton was tinted, neutral tinted, with light hair and grey eyes, while she was darker than any brunette whom I have seen in England, slim, elegant, and tall. She had a proud, finely cut face, so regular that it might have seemed impassive were it not for the sensitive mouth and the beautiful, dark, eager eyes. With her perfect figure and elegant dress, she was indeed a strange apparition upon a lonely moorland path. Her eyes were on the brother as I turned, and then she quickened her pace towards me. I had raised my hat, and was about to make some explanatory remark, when her own words turned all my thoughts into a new channel. "Go back!" she said. "Go straight back to London instantly!" I could only stare at her in stupid surprise. Her eyes blazed at me, and she tapped the ground impatiently with her foot. "Why should I go back?" I asked. "I cannot explain." She spoke in a low, eager voice, with a curious lisp in her utterance. "But for God's sake, do what I ask you. Go back and never set foot upon the moor again." "But I have only just come." Man, she cried. "Can you not tell when a warning is for your own good? Go back to London. Start tonight. Get away from this place at all costs. Hush, my brother's coming. Not a word of what I have said. Would you mind getting that orchid for me among the Morrissey's tales yonder? We are very rich in orchids on the moor, though, of course, you're rather late to see the beauties of the place." Stapleton had abandoned the chase and came back to us, breathing hard and flushed with his exultation. "Halloa, Beryl," said he, and it seemed to me that the tone of his greeting was not altogether a cordial one. "Well, Jack, you're very hot." "Yes, I was chasing encyclopedias. He is very rare and seldom found in the late autumn. What a pity that I should have missed him." He spoke unconcernedly, but his small light eyes glanced incessantly from the girl to me. "You have introduced yourselves, I can see." "Yes, I was telling Sir Henry. Oh, yes, I was telling Sir Henry that it was rather late for him to see the true beauties of the moor." "Why, who do you think this is?" "I imagine that it must be Sir Henry Baskerville." "No, no, sir, no," said I. "Only a humble commoner, but his friend. My name is Dr. Watson." A flush of vexation passed over her expressive face. "We have been talking at cross purposes," said she. "Why, you had not very much time for talk." Sorry, "Why, you had not very much time for talk," her brother remarked, with the same questioning eyes. "I talked as if Dr. Watson were a resident instead of being merely a visitor," she said. "It cannot much matters to him whether it is early or late for orchids. But you will come on, will you not, and see Merripit House?" Hmm. A short walk brought us to it, a bleak moorland house, once the farm of some grazier in old prosperous days, but now put into repair and turned into a modern dwelling. An orchard, huh? An orchard. It is orchard. Oh, okay. And wait, hold on. You know when you like read and listen to too much English and then you forget any and old English? Like any English whatsoever. I'm experiencing that at the moment. I don't like English. Why is it an orchid if it is a flower, and it is also an orchid if it is an orchard? Shall I say orchard? Would that be more accurate? I pray that word never comes up again. I know this word, I've heard it plenty of times, that's what makes it worse, arguably. An orchard surrounded it, but the trees, as is usual upon the moor, were stunted and nipped, and the effect of the whole place was mean and melancholy. We were admitted by a strange, wizened, rusty-coated old menservant, who seemed in keeping with the house. Inside, however, there were large rooms furnished with an elegance in which I seemed to recognize the taste of the lady. As I looked from their windows at the interminable granite flecked moor rolling, unbroken to the furthest horizon, I could not but marvel at what could have brought this highly educated man and this beautiful woman to live in such a place. "Queer spot to choose, is it not?" said he, as if answer to my thoughts. "And yet we manage to make ourselves fairly happy, do we not, Beryl?" "Quite happy," said she, but there was no ring of conviction in her words. "I had a school," said Stapleton. "It was in the North Country. The work, to a man of my temperament, was mechanical and uninteresting, but the privilege of living with youth, of helping to mould those young minds, and of impressing them with one's own character and ideals, was very dear to me. However, the fates were against us. A serious epidemic broke out in the school, and 3 of the boys died. It never recovered from the blow, and much of my capital was irretrievably swallowed up. And yet, if it were not for the loss of the charming companionship of the boys, I could rejoice over my own misfortune, for with my strong tastes for botany and zoology, I find an unlimited field of work." Where was I? "I find an unlimited field of the work here, and my sister is as devoted to nature as I am. All this, Dr. Watson, has been but upon your head by your expression as you surveyed the moor out of your window." It certainly did cross my mind that it might be a little dull, less for you, perhaps, than for your sister. "No, no, I'm never dull," said she quickly. "We have books, we have our studies, and we have interesting neighbors. Dr. Mortimer is a most learned man in his own line. Poor Sir Charles was also an admirable companion. We knew him well, and miss him more than I can tell. Do you think that I should intrude if I were to call his this afternoon and make the acquaintance of Sir Henry?" "I'm sure that he would be delighted." "Then perhaps you would mention that I propose to do so. We may, in our humble way, do something to make things more easy for him until he becomes accustomed to his new surroundings. Will you come upstairs, Dr. Watson, and inspect my collection of Lepidoptera? I think it is the most complete one in the southwest of England. By the time that you have looked through them, lunch will have been almost ready." But I was eager to get back to my charge. The melancholy of the moor and the death of the unfortunate pony, the weird sound which had been associated with the grim legend of Baskervilles, all these things tinged my thoughts with sadness. Then, on the top of these more or less vague impressions, there had come the definite and distinct warning of Miss Stapleton, delivered with such intense earnestness that I would not doubt that some grave and deep reason lay behind it. I resisted all pressure to stay for lunch, and set off at once upon my return journey, taking the grass-grown path by which he had come. It seems, however, that there must have been some short cut for those who knew it, for before I had reached the road, I was astounded to see Miss Stapleton sitting upon a rock by the side of the track. Her face was beautifully flushed with her exertions, and she held her hand to her side. "I have run all the way in order to cut you off, Dr. Watson," said she. "I had not even time to put on my hat. I must not stop, or my brother may miss me. I wanted to say to you how sorry I am about the stupid mistake I made in thinking that you were Sir Henry. Please forget the words I said, which have no application whatsoever to you." "But I can't forget them, Miss Stapleton," said I. "I am Sir Henry's friend, and his welfare is a very close concern of mine. Tell me why it was that you were so eager that Sir Henry should return to London." "A woman's whim, Dr. Watson. When you know me better, you will understand that I cannot always give reasons for what I say or do." "No, no, I remember the thrill in your voice. I remember the look in your eyes. Please, please be frank with me, Miss Stapleton, for ever since I have been here, I have been conscious of shadows all around me. Life had become like the great crimson mire, with little green patches everywhere into which one may sink, with no guide to point the track. Tell me, then, what it was that you meant, and I will promise to convey your warning to Sir Henry." An expression of irresolution passed for an instant over her face, but her eyes had hardened again when she answered me. "You make too much of it, Dr. Watson," said she. "My brother and I were very much shocked by the death of Sir Charles. We knew him very intimately, for his favourite walk was over the moor to our house. He was deeply impressed with the curse which hung over the family." By impressed, it means to make an impression, doesn't necessarily mean a good one. Because Old English, have fun. "He was deeply impressed with the curse which hung over the family, and when this tragedy came, I naturally felt that there must be some grounds for fears which he had expressed. I was distressed, therefore, when another member of the family came down to live here, and I felt that he should be warned of the danger which he will run. That was all which I intended to convey." "But what is the danger?" "You know the story of the hound?" "I do not believe in such nonsense." "But I do. If you have any influence with Sir Henry, take him away from a place which has always been fatal to his family. The world is wide. Why should he wish to live at the place of danger? Why should he wish to live at the place of danger?" "Because it is the place of danger. That is Sir Henry's nature. I fear that unless you can give me some more definite information than this, it would be impossible to get him to move." "I cannot say anything definite, for I do not know anything definite." "I would ask you one more question, Miss Stapleton. If you meant no more than this when you first spoke to me, why should you not wish your brother to overhear what you said? There is nothing to which he, or anyone else, could object." "My brother is very anxious to have the hall inhabited, for he thinks it is for the good of the poor folk upon the moor. He would be very angry if he knew that I have said anything which might induce Sir Henry to go away. But I have done my duty, and I will say no more. I must get back, or he will miss me and suspect that I have seen you. Goodbye." She turned and had disappeared in a few minutes among the scattered boulders, while I, with my soul full of vague fears, pursued my way to Baskerville Hall. Chapter 8. From this point onward, I will follow the course of events by transcribing my own letters to Mr. Sherlock Holmes, which lie before me on the table. One page is missing, but otherwise they are exactly as written, and show my feelings and suspicions of the moment more accurately than my memory, clear as it is upon these tragic events, can possibly do. Baskerville Hall, October 13th. My dear Holmes, my previous letters and telegrams have kept you pretty well up to date as to all that has occurred in this most godforsaken corner of the world. The longer one stays here, the more does the spirit of the moor sink into one's soul, its vastness, and also its grim charm. When you are once out upon its bosom, you have left all traces of modern England behind you. But on the other hand, you are conscious everywhere of the homes and the work of prehistoric people. On all sides of you, as you walk, are the houses of these forgotten folk. I scrolled too far and I can't find a chapter. There we go. And their graves, and the huge monoliths which are supposed to have marked their temples. As you look at their grey stone huts again, against the scarred hillsides, you leave your own age behind you, and if you were to see a skin-clad, hairy man crawl out from the low door, fitting a flint-tipped arrow onto the string of his bow, you would feel that his presence there was more natural than your own. The strange thing is that they should have lived so sickly on what must have always been most unfruitful soil. I am no antiquarian, but I could imagine that they were some unwarlike and hurried race who were forced to accept that which none other would occupy. All this, however, is foreign to the mission on which you sent me, and will probably be very uninteresting to your severely practical mind. I can still remember your complete indifference as to whether the sun moved around the earth or the earth around the sun. Let me, therefore, return to the facts concerning Sir Henry Baskerville. If you have not yet any report within the last, if you have not yet not had, if you had not had any report within the last few days, it is because up to today there was nothing of importance to relate. Then a very surprising circumstance occurred, which I shall tell you in due course. But first of all, I must keep you in touch with some of the other factors in this situation. One of these, concerning which I have said little, is the escaped convict upon the moor. There is strong reason now to believe that he has got right away, which is a considerable relief to the lonely households of the district. A fortnight has passed since his flight, during which he had not been seen and nothing has been heard of him. It is surely inconceivable that he would have held out upon the moor during all that time. Of course, so far as his concealment goes, there is no difficulty at all. Any one of these stone huts would have given him a hiding place. But there is nothing to eat unless he were to catch us and slaughter one of the moor sheep. We think, therefore, that he has gone, and the outlying farmers sleep better in consequence. We are 4 able-bodied men in this household, so that we could take good care of ourselves, but I confess that I have had uneasy moments when I have thought of the Stapletons. They live miles from any help. There are one maid, an old manservant, the sister, and the brother, the latter not a very strong man. They would be helpless in the hands of a desperate fellow like this Notting Hill criminal. If he could once effect an entrance, both Sir Henry and I were concerned at their situation, and it was suggested that Parkins, the groom, should go over to sleep there, but Stapleton would not hear of it. The fact is that our friend, the baronet, begins to display considerable interest in our fair neighbour. It is not to be wondered at, for time hangs heavily in a lonely spot to an active man like him, and she is a very fascinating and beautiful woman. There is something tropical and exotic about her, which forms a singular contrast to her cool and unemotional brother. Yet he also gives the idea of the hidden fires. He has uncertainly a very marked influence over her, for I have seen her continually glance at him, as she talked as if seeking approbation for what she said. I trust that he is kind to her. There is a dry glitter in his eyes, and a firm set of his thin lips, which goes with a positive and possibly harsh nature. You would find him an interesting study. He came over to call upon Baskerville on that first day, and the very next morning he took us both to show the spot where the legend of the wicked Hugo was supposed to have had its origin. It was an excursion of some miles across the moor, to a place which is so dismal that it might have suggested the story. We found a short valley between rugged tors, which led to an open, grassy space fleckered over with white cotton grass. In the middle of it rose two great stones, worn and sharpened at the upper end, until they looked like huge corroding fangs of some monstrous beast. In every way, mm, In every way, it corresponded with the scene of the old tragedy. Sir Henry was much interested and asked Stapleton more than once whether he did really believe in the possibility of the interference of the supernatural in the affairs of men. He spoke lightly, but it was evident that he was very much in earnest. Stapleton was guarded in his replies, but it was easy to see that he said less than he might, and that he would not express his whole opinion out of consideration for the feelings of the baronet. He told us of similar cases where families had suffered from some evil influence, and he left us with the impression that he shared the popular view upon the matter. On our way back, we stayed for lunch at the Merripit House, and it was there that Sir Henry made the acquaintance of Miss Stapleton. From the first moment he saw her, he appeared to be strongly attracted by her, and I am much mistaken if the feeling was not mutual. I Please tell me if someone agrees, but it sounds whenever Watson speaks of like descriptions of men, I guess he sounds very luscious. Is the only way that I can probably describe it. Especially when he's speaking of um the woman, he sounds more like he's viewing an objective art piece. I like genuinely. I don't know if it's simply to point out that I don't know, the black hair is maybe less common in these parts. Probably not, but it really gives off the impression of Watson just like being gay, honestly. But it could just like maybe I'm misinterpreting this entirely because we only have one woman here, um, and she's always not his love interest. Perhaps that is the case, which I don't think Watson ever has a love interest. But nonetheless, point being, like, is it just me or is this common knowledge? You know, so that was interesting. Where were we? Mhm. From the first moment that he saw her, he appeared to be strongly attracted by her, and I am much mistaken if the feeling was not mutual. He referred to her again and again on our walk home, and since then hardly a day was passed that we have not seen something of the brother and sister. They dine here tonight, and there is some talk of our going to them next week. One would imagine that such a match would be very welcome to Stapleton, and yet I have more than once caught a look of the strongest disapprobation in his face when Sir Henry has been paying some attention to his sister. He is much attached to her, no doubt, and would lead a lonely life without her, but it would seem the height of selfishness if he were to stand in the way of her making so brilliant a marriage. Yet I am certain that he does not wish their intimacy to ripen into love, and I have several times observed that he has taken pains to prevent them from being tête-à-tête. I do not know what that. I've never heard that pronunciation, so you're just getting the role. By the way, your instructions to me never to allow Sir Henry to go out alone will become very much more onerous if love affair were to be added to our other difficulties. My popularity would soon suffer if I were to carry out your orders to the letter. The other day, Thursday to be more exact, Dr. Mortimer lunched with us. He had been excavating a burrow at Long Dawn, and has got a prehistoric skull which fills him with great joy. Never was there such a single-minded enthusiast as the Stapletons came in afterwards, and the good doctor took us all to the yew alley at Sir Henry's request, to show us exactly how everything occurred upon the fatal night. It is a long, dismal walk, Ellie, between two high walls of clipped hedge, with a narrow bond of grass upon either side. At the far end is an old, tumble-down summer-house. Halfway down is the moor gate, where the old gentleman left his cigar ash. It is a white wooden gate with a latch. Beyond it lies the wide moor. I remembered your theory of the affair and tried to picture all that had occurred. As the old man stood there, he saw something coming across the moor, something which terrified him so that he lost his wits and ran until he died of sheer horror and exhaustion. There was the long, gloomy tunnel which he fled, and from what? A sheepdog of the moor? Or a spectral hound, black, silent, and monstrous? Was there a human agency in the matter? Did the pale, watchful Barrymore know more than he cared to say? It was all dim and vague, but always there is a dark shadow of crime behind it. The other neighbor I have met since I wrote last, this is Mr. Franklin of Laughter Hall, who lives some 4 miles to the southwest. He is an elderly man, red-faced, white-haired, and choleric. His passion is for the British law, and he has spent a large fortune in litigation. He fights for the mere pleasure of fighting, and is equally ready to take up either side of a question, so that it is no wonder that he has found it a costly amusement. Sometimes he will shut up a right of way and defy the parish to make him open it. The others he will with his own hands tear down some other man's gate and declare that a pass has existed there from time immemorial, defying the owner to prosecute him for the trespass. He is learned in old manorial and communal rights, and he applies his knowledge sometimes in favor of the villagers of Ferenvorzi, and sometimes against them, so that he is periodically either carried in triumph down the village street, or else burned in effigy, according to his latest exploit. He is said to have about 7 lawsuits upon his hands at present, which will probably swallow up the remainder of his fortune, and so draw his sting and leave him harmless for the future. Apart from the law, he seems a kindly, good-natured person, and I only mention him because you were particular that I should send some description of the people who surround us. He is curiously employed at present for being an amateur astronomer. He has an excellent telescope, which he lies upon the roof of his own house, and sweeps the moor all day in the hope of catching a glimpse of the escaped convict. If he would confine his energies to this, all would be well, but there are rumors that he intends to prosecute Dr. Mortimer for opening a grave without consent of the next of kin, because he dug up a Neolithic skull in the burrow on the long dawn. He helps to keep our lives from being monotonous and gives a little comic relief where it is badly needed. And now, having brought you up to date in the escaped convict, the Stapletons, Dr. Mortimer, and Franklin of Laughter Hall, let me end on that which is most important and tell you more about the Barrymores, and especially about the surprising development of last night. First of all, about the test telegram, which she sent from London in order to make sure that Barrymore was really here. I have already explained that the testimony of the postmaster shows that the test was worthless, and that we have no proof one way or another. I told Sir Henry how the matter stood, and he at once, in his downright fashion, had Barrymore up and asked him whether he had received the telegram himself. Barrymore said that he had. "Did the boy deliver it into your own hands?" asked Sir Henry. Barrymore looked surprised and considered for a little. "No," said he. "I was in the box room at the time, and my wife brought it up to me." "Did you answer it yourself?" "No, I told my wife what to answer, and she went down to write it." In the evening he recurred to the subject of his own accord. "I could not quite understand the object of your question this morning, Sir Henry," said he. I trust that you do not mean that I have done anything to forfeit your confidence. Sir Henry had to assure him that it was not so and pacify him by giving him a considerable part of his old wardrobe, the London outfit having now all arrived. Miss Barrymore is of interest to me. She's a heavy, solid person, very limited, intensely respectable, and inclined to be puritanical. You could hardly conceive a less emotional subject. Yet, I have told you how, on the first night here, I heard her sobbing bitterly, and since then I have more than once observed traces of tears upon her face. Some deep sorrow gnaws ever at her heart. Sometimes I wonder if she has a guilty memory in which haunts her, and sometimes I suspect Barrymore of being a domestic tyrant. I have always felt that there was something singular and questionable in the man's character, but the adventure of last night brings all my suspicions to a head. And yet, it may seem a small matter in itself. You are aware that I am not a very sound sleeper, and since I have been... Oh, how... Sorry, I... Tell us, Watson, how is Sherlock Holmes aware that you're not a very sound sleeper? Sorry, Oh my god, hello! Sorry, I must see you coming in. Hello, dear viewer. I... sorry, that line was almost a surprise in a way. I love classical literature for entirely known reasons. Honestly, I like classical literature because it explains a lot of the time things that we don't usually write about in the present day, I guess, or at least the way that we're currently reading it makes it sound a bit more mysterious than it might have been, perhaps. I find it quite cool. That was such an interesting sentence. It felt a bit out of pocket. I love it. Hmm. You are aware that I am not a very sound sleeper, and since I have been on guard in this house, my slumbers have been lighter than ever. Last night, about 2 in the morning, I was aroused by a stealthy step passing my room, which means to wake up. Please know that this means to wake up. I don't usually explain every single new word I hear here, and by new I mean one that's not commonly used within its context, because I think the best way to learn words' meanings is to hear them in their context, at least most of the time. But I fear that here the double meaning would have still stood within the context and therefore had to clarify. Now, what was it? A long black shadow was trailing down the corridor. It was thrown by a man who walked softly by the passage with a candle held in his hand. He was in shirt and trousers, with no covering to his feet. I could barely see the outline, but his height told me that it was Barrymore. He walked very slowly and circumspectly, and there was something indescribably guilty and furtive in its whole appearance. I have told you that the corridor is broken by the balcony which runs around the hall, but that it is resumed upon the further side. I waited until he had passed out of sight and then followed him. When I came around the balcony, he had reached the end of the farther corridor, and I could see from the glimmer of light through an open door that he had entered one of the rooms. Now all these rooms are unfurnished and unoccupied, so that his expedition became more mysterious than ever. The light shone steadily as if he were standing motionless. I crept down the passage as noiselessly as I could and peeped around the corner of the door. Barrymore was crouching at the window, with the candle held against the glass. His profile was half turned towards me, and his face seemed to be rigid with expectation as he stared out into the blackness of the moor. For some minutes he stood watching intently. Then he gave a deep groan, and with an impatient gesture, he put out the light. Instantly I made my way back to my room, and very shortly came the stealthy steps passing once more upon their return journey. Long afterwards, when I had fallen into a light sleep, I heard a key turn somewhere in the lock, but I could not tell whence the sound came. What it all means I cannot guess, but there is some secret business going on in this house of gloom, which sooner or later we shall get to the bottom of. I do not trouble you with my theories, for you asked me to furnish you only with facts. I have had a long talk with Sir Henry this morning, and we have made a plan of campaign founded upon my observations of last night. I will not speak about it just now, but it should make my next report interesting reading. Shall make my next report interesting reading. It's funny because usually you'd say an interesting reading within modern. We are currently on chapter 9 of, how many is it? 15. As such, I take it to be prudent to take a break exactly now. As such, so you may all remember to take a drink of water, and otherwise come back in a good 15 minutes. Alright, dear viewer, I am back. It has taken less than 15 minutes, I believe, but nonetheless, it's rather eager to get back at it, to be honest. It's a very interesting, place to end the previous chapter on. In general, I quite enjoy this latter form of writing. I do hope to get a bit more fluent in it. On the account of things I have done up until this point, I have gotten myself some food has actually helped, which is quite grand. And I've also got myself a glass of kvass, which is a fermented drink bread. Well, it usually is, but in this particular case, I have one made of chicory, which is normally a drink that is something like caffeine-less coffee, but in this case, it's more like fizzy. The weather outside today is rather warm, so it's a very good drink to have. You can make it at home yourself quite easily, but do be careful, mostly to not, you know, make yourself moonshine on accident. Although, I believe I didn't tell you all those ingredients to it. You'd have to search up a recipe, and if you follow it properly, you will have yourself a nice fizzy drink. It does depend on what you're making it with, and also the flavor does depend a little bit as well. But I just find it quite interesting, and it's definitely very tasty. It's not common in many other parts of the world, but yeah, kvass is quite grand, quite a good drink. And so I have it. Now to the rest of the chapters. This is chapter 9. We have about 6 chapters left to go, and we will be finishing the book today. Alright. The Light Upon the Moor, Baskerville Hall, October 15th. My dear Holmes, if I was compelled to leave you with My dear Holmes, if I was compelled to leave you without much news during the early days of my mission, you must acknowledge that I am making up for lost time, and that events are now crowding thick and fast upon us. In my last report, I ended up upon my top note with Barrymore at the window, and now I have quite a budget already which will, unless I am much mistaken, considerably surprise you. Things have taken a turn which I could not have anticipated. In some ways, they have, within the last 48 hours, become much more clearer, and in some ways, they have become much more complicated. But I will tell you, and you shall judge for yourself. Before breakfast in the morning, following my adventure, I went down to the corridor and examined the room in which Barrymore had been on the night before. The western windows through which he had stared so intently has, I noticed, one peculiarity above all other windows in the house. It commands the nearest outlook on the moor. There is an opening between two trees, which enables one from this point of view to look right down upon it, while from other windows it is only a distant glimpse which can be obtained. It follows there that Barrymore, since only this window would serve the purpose, must have been looking out for something or somebody upon the moor. The night was very dark, so that I can hardly imagine how he could have hoped to see anyone. It had struck me that it was possible that some love intrigue was on foot. That would have been accounted for his stealthy movements, and also for the uneasiness of his wife. The man is a striking looking fellow, very well equipped to steal the heart of a country girl, so that this theory seemed to have something to support it. That opening of the door which I had heard after I had returned to my room might mean that he had gone out to keep some clandestine appointment. So I reasoned with myself in the morning, and I tell you the direction of my suspicions, however much the result may have shown that they were unfounded. But whatever the true explanation of Barrymore's movements might be, I felt that the responsibility of keeping them to myself until I could explain them was more than I could bear. I had an interview with the baronet in his study after breakfast, and I told him all that I had seen. He was less surprised than I had expected. I knew that Barrymore walked about nights, and I had a mind to speak to him about it, said he. 2 or 3 times I have heard his steps in the passage, coming and going just about the hour you name. Perhaps then he pays a visit every night to that particular window, I suggested. Perhaps he does. If so, we should be able to shadow him and see what it is that he is after. I wonder what your friend Holmes would do if he were here. I believe that he would do exactly what you now suggest, said I. He would follow Barrymore and see what he did. Then we shall do it together. But surely he would hear us. The man is rather deaf, and in any case we must take our chance of that. We'll sit up in my room tonight and wait until he passes. Sir Henry rubbed his hands with pleasure, and it was evident that he hailed the adventure as a relief to his somewhat quiet life upon the moor. The baronet had been in communication with the architect who prepared the plans for Sir Charles, and with a contractor from London, so that we may expect great change to be here soon. There have been decorations and furnishes up from Plymouth. Oh, Plymouth? Plymouth. English. I bet you it's like a third pronunciation of it entirely. I know where the place is, but I've heard it in a few accents and not that many of people who have actually been there. So, alas. From Plymouth, and it is evident that our friend has large ideas, and I mean to spare no pains or expense to restore the grand. It means to spare no pains or expense to restore the grandeur of his family. When the house is renovated and refurnished, all that he will need will be a wife to make it complete. Between ourselves, there are pretty clear signs that this will not be wanting if the lady is willing, for I have seldom seen a man more infatuated with a woman than he is with our beautiful neighbor, Miss Stapleton. And yet, the course of true love does not run quite as smoothly as one would under these circumstances. Under the circumstances expect. Today, for example, its surface was broken by a very unexpected ripple, which has caused our friend considerable perplexity and annoyance. After the conversation which I had quoted about Barrymore, Sir Henry put on his hat and prepared to go out. As a matter of course, I did the same. What, are you coming, Watson? He asked, looking at me in a curious way. That depends on whether you're going on the moor, said I. Yes, I am. Well, do you know what my instructions are? I am sorry to intrude, but you heard how earnestly Holmes insisted that I should not leave you, and especially that you should not go alone upon the moor. Sir Henry put his hand upon my shoulder with a pleasant smile. My dear fellow, said he, Holmes, with all his wisdom, did not foresee some things which have happened since I have been on the moor. You understand me. I'm sure that you're the last man in the world who would wish to be a spoil sport. I must go alone. It put me in a most awkward position. I was at a loss what to say or what to do, and before I had made up my mind, he picked up his cane and was gone. But when I came to think the matter over, my conscience reproached me bitterly for having, on any pretext, allowed him to go out of my sight. I imagine what my feelings would be if I had to return to you and to confess that some misfortune had occurred through my disregard for your instructions. I assure you my cheeks flushed at the very thought. It might not even now be too late to overtake him, so I set off at once in the direction of Merripit House. I hurried along the road at the top of my speed without seeing anything of Sir Henry until I came to the point where the moor pass branches off. There, fearing that perhaps I had come in the wrong direction after all, I mounted a hill from which I could command a view, the same hill which is cut into the dark quarry. Thence I saw him at once. He was on the moor pass about a quarter of a mile off, and the lady was by his side, who could only be Miss Stapleton. It was clear that there was already an understanding between them, and that they had met by appointment. They were walking slowly along in deep conversation, and I saw her making quick little movements of her hands, as if she were very earnest in what she was saying, while he listened intently. and once or twice shook his head in strong dissent. I stood among the rocks and watching them, very much puzzled as to what I should do next. To follow them and break into their intimate conversation seemed to be an outrage, and yet my clear duty was never far for an instant to let him out of my sight. To act as spy upon a friend was a hateful task. Still, I could see no better course than to observe him from the hill, and to clear my conscience by confessing to him afterwards what I had done. It is true that if any sudden danger had threatened him, I was too far away to be of use, and yet I'm sure that you will agree with me that the position was very difficult, and that there was nothing more which I could do. Our friend, Sir Henry, and the lady had halted on their path and were standing deeply absorbed in their conversation when I was suddenly aware that I was not the only witness of their interview. A wisp of green floating in the air caught my eye, and another glance showed me that it was carried on a stick by a man who was moving among the broken ground. It was Stapleton with his butterfly net. He was very much closer to the pair than I was, and he appeared to be moving in their direction. At this instant, Sir Henry suddenly drew Miss Stapleton to his side. His arm was around her, but it seemed to me that she was straining away from him with her face averted. He stood his head to hers, and she raised one hand as if in protest. Next moment I saw them spring apart and turn hurriedly around. Stapleton was the cause of the interruption. He was running wildly towards them, his absurd net dangling behind him. He gesticulated and almost danced with excitement in front of the lovers. What the scene meant I could not imagine. Where was I? But it seemed to me that Stapleton was abusing Sir Henry, who offered explanations, which became more angry as the other refused to accept them. The lady stood by in haughty silence. Finally, Stapleton turned upon his heel and beckoned in a peremptory way to his sister, who, after an irresolute glance at Sir Henry, walked off by the side of her brother. The naturalist's angry gesture showed that the lady was included in his displeasure. The baronet stood for a minute looking after them, and then he walked slowly back the way he had come, his head hanging the very picture of dejection. What all this meant I could not imagine, but I was deeply ashamed to have witnessed so intimate a scene without my friend's knowledge. I ran down the hill, therefore, and met the baronet at the bottom. His face was flushed with anger, and his brows were wrinkled, like one who is at his wits' end what to do. "Hullo, Watson! Where have you dropped from?" said he. "You don't mean to say that you came after me in spite of all?" I explained everything to him, how I had found it impossible to remain behind, how I had followed him, and how I had witnessed all that occurred. For an instant his eyes blazed at me, but my frankness disarmed his anger. He broke at last into a rather rueful laugh. "You would have thought in the middle of that prairie a fairly safe place for a man to be private," said he. "But by thunder, the whole countryside seems to have been out to see me do my wooing. And mightily poor wooing at that. Where had you engaged a seat?" "I was on that hill." "Quite in the back row, eh? But her brother was well up to the front. Did you see him come out on us?" "Yes, I did." "Did he ever strike you as being crazy, this brother of hers?" "I can't say that he ever did." "I dare say not. I always thought him sane enough until today. But you can take it from me that either he or I ought to be in a straitjacket. What's the matter with me, anyway? You've lived near me for some weeks, Watson. Tell me straight now, is there anything that would prevent me from making a good husband to a woman that I love?" "I should say not." "He can't object to my worldly position, so it must be myself that he has this down on. What has he against me? I've never hurt a man or woman in my life that I know of, and yet he would not so much as let me touch the tips of her fingers." "Did he say so?" "That, and a deal more, I tell you, Watson. I've only known her these few weeks, but from the first I just felt that she was made for me. And she, too. She was happy when she was with me, and that I'll swear. There's a light in this woman's eyes that speaks louder than words. But he has never let us get together, and it was only today, for the first time, that I saw a chance of having a few words with her alone. She was glad to meet me, but when she did, it was not love that she would talk about, and she wouldn't have let me talk about it either if she could have stopped it. She kept coming back to it, that it was a place of danger and that she would never be happy until I had left it. I told her that since I had seen her, I was in no hurry to leave it, and that if she had really wanted me to go, the only way to work it was for her to arrange to go with me. With that, I offered in as many words to marry her, but before she could answer down came this brother of hers, running at us with a face on him like a madman. He was just a white with rage, and those light eyes in his of his were buzzing with fury. What was I doing with the lady? How dare I offer her attention which were distasteful to her? Did I think that because I was a baronet I could do what I liked? If he had not been her brother, I should have known better how to answer him. As it was, I told him that my feelings towards his sister were such as I was not ashamed of, and that I hoped that she might honor me by becoming my wife. That seemed to make the matter no better. So then I lost my temper too, and I answered him rather more hotly than I should have, perhaps, considering that she was standing by. So it ended by his going off with hers, as you saw, and here I am, as badly puzzled a man and as any in this county. Just tell me what it all means, Watson, and I'll owe you more than I ever can hope. I, sorry, and I'll owe you more than ever I can hope to pay. I tried one or two explanations, but indeed I was completely puzzled myself. Our friend's title, fortune, his age, his character, and his appearance are all in his favor, and I know nothing against him unless it be this dark faith which runs in his family. That his advances should be rejected so brusquely, mm, without any reference to the lady's own wishes, and that the lady should accept the situation without protest is very amazing. However, our conjectures were set at rest by a visit from Stapleton himself that very afternoon. He had come to offer apologies for his rudeness of the morning, and after a long private interview with Sir Henry in his study, the upshot of their conversation was that the breach is quite healed, and that we are to dine at Merripit House the next Friday as a sign of it. I don't say now that he isn't a crazy man, said Sir Henry. I can't forget the look in his eyes when he ran at me this morning, but I must allow that no man could make a more handsome apology than has done. Did he give any explanation of his conduct? His sister is everything in his life, he says. That is natural enough, and I am glad that he should understand her value. They have always been together, and according to his account, he has been a very lonely man with only her as companion. So that the thought of losing her was really terrible to him. He had not understood, he said, that I was becoming attached to her. But when he saw with his own eyes that it was really so, and that she might be taken away from him, it gave him such a shock that for a time he was not responsible for what he said or did. He was very sorry for all that had passed, and he recognized how foolish and how selfish it was that he should imagine that he could hold a beautiful woman like his sister to himself for her whole life. If she had to leave him, he had rather it was to a neighbor like myself than to anyone else. But in any case, it was a blow to him, and it would take him some time before he could prepare himself to meet it. He would withdraw all opposition upon his part if I would promise for 3 months to let the matter rest, and to be content with cultivating a lady's friendship during that time without claiming her love. This I promised, and so the matter rests. So there is one of our small mysteries cleared up. It is something to have touched the bottom and anywhere in this bog in which we are floundering. We know now why Stapleton looked with disfavor upon his sister's suitor, even when the suitor was so eligible a one as Sir Henry. And now I pass on to another thread which I have extricated out of the tangled skein, the mystery of the sobs in the night, of the tear-stained face of Miss Barrymore, of the secret journey of the butler to the western lattice window. Congratulate me, my dear Holmes, and tell me that I have not disappointed you as an agent, that you do not regret the confidence which you showed me when you sent me down. All these things have by one night's work been thoroughly cleared. I have said by one night's work, but in truth it was by 2 nights' work. For on the first night we drew entirely blank. I sat up with Sir Henry in his rooms until nearly 3 o'clock in the morning, but no sound of any sort did we hear except the chiming clock upon the stairs. It was most melancholy vigil, and ended by each of us falling asleep in our chairs. Fortunately, we were not discouraged, and we determined to try again. The next night we lowered the lamp and sat smoking cigarettes without making the least sound. It was incredible how slowly the hours crawled by, and yet we were helped through it by the same sort of patient interest which the hunter must feel as he watches the trap into which he hopes the game may wander. One struck, and two, and we had almost for the second time given it up in despair, when in an instant we both sat bolt upright in our chairs, with all our very senses keenly on the alert once more. We had heard the creak of a step in the passage. Very stealthily we heard it pass along, until it died down in the distance. Then the baronet gently opened his door, and we set out in pursuit. Already our man had gone round the gallery, and the corridor was all in darkness. Softly we stole along until we had come into the other wing. We were just in time to catch a glimpse of the tall, black-bearded figure, his shoulders rounded as he tiptoed down the passage. Then he passed through the same door as before, and the light of the candle framed it in the darkness and shot one single yellow beam across the gloom of the corridor. We shuffled cautiously towards it, trying every plank before we dared to put our whole weight upon it. We had taken the precaution of leaving our boots behind us, but even so the old boards snapped and creaked beneath our tread. Sometimes it seemed impossible that he should fail to hear our approach. However, the man is fortunately rather deaf, and he was entirely preoccupied in that which he was doing. When at last we reached the door and peered through, we found him crouching at the window, candle in hand, his white intent face pressed against the pane, exactly as I had seen him 2 nights before. We had arranged no plan of campaign, but the baronet is a man to whom the most direct way is always the most natural. He walked into the room. As he did so, Barrymore sprang up from the window with a sharp hiss of his breath and stood livid and trembling before us. His dark eyes, glaring out of the white mask of his face, were full of horror and astonishment as he gazed from Sir Henry to me. "What are you doing here, Barrymore?" "Oh, sir." Wrong voice. "What are you doing here, Barrymore?" "Nothing, sir." His agitation was so great that he could hardly speak, and the shadows sprang up and down from the shaking of his candle. "It was the window, sir. I go round at night to see that they are fastened." "On the second floor?" "Yes, sir, all the windows." "Look here, Barrymore," said Sir Henry sternly. "We have made up our minds to have the truth out of you, so it will save you trouble to tell it sooner rather than later. Come now, no lies. What were you doing at that window?" The fellow looked at us in a helpless way, and he wrung his hands together like one who is in the last extremity of doubt and misery. "I was doing no harm, sir. I was holding a candle to the window." "And why were you holding a candle to the window?" "Don't ask me, Sir Henry, don't ask me. I gave you my word, sir, that this is not my secret, and that I cannot tell it. If it concerns no one but myself, I would not try to keep it from you." A sudden idea occurred to me, and I took the candle from the trembling hand of the butler. He must have been holding it as a signal," said I. "Let us see if there is any answer." I held it, as he had done, and stared out into the darkness of the night. Vaguely I could discern the blank bank of the trees, and a lighter expanse of the moor, for the moon was behind the clouds. And then I gave a cry of exultation, for a tiny pinpoint of yellow light had suddenly transfixed the dark veil, and glowed steadily in the center of the black square framed by the window. "There it is!" I cried. "No, no, sir, it is nothing, nothing at all," the butler broke in. "I assure you, sir." "Move your light across the window, Watson," cried the baronet. "See the other moves also. Now, you rascal, do you deny that it is a signal? Come, speak up. Who is your confidant out yonder, and what is the conspiracy that is going on?" The man's face became openly defiant. "It is my business and not yours. I will not tell." "Then you have my employment. Then you leave my employment right away." "Very good, sir. If I must, I must." "And you go in disgrace, by thunder, you may well be ashamed of yourself. Your family has lived with mine for over 100 years under this roof, and here I find you deep in some dark plot against me." "No, no, sir, no, not against you." It was a woman's voice. "Well, that's close enough." Miss Barrymore, paler and more horror-struck than her husband, was standing at the door. Her bulky figure in a shawl and skirt might have been comic were it not for the intensity of feeling upon her face. "We have to go, Eliza. This is the end of it. You can pack our things," said the butler. "Oh, John, John, have I brought you to this? It is my doing, Sir Henry, all mine. He has done nothing except for my sake, and because I asked him." "Speak out, then. What does it mean?" "My unhappy brother is starving on the moor. We cannot let him perish at our very gates. The light is a signal to him that food is ready for him, and his light out yonder is to show the spot to which to bring it." "Then your brother is—" "The escaped convict, sir. Selden, the criminal." "That's the truth, sir," said Barrymore. "I said that it was not my secret and that I could not tell it to you. But now you have heard it, and you will see that if there was a plot, it was not against you." This, then, was the explanation of the stealthy expeditions at night and the light at the window. Sir Henry and I both stared at the woman in amazement. Was it possible that this stolidly respectable person was of the same blood as one of the most notorious criminals in the country? You have big brain. Truly on that. Hmm. "Yes, sir, my name was Selden, and he is my younger brother. We humored him too much when he was a lad, and gave him his own way in everything until he came to think that the world was made for his pleasure, and that he could do what he liked in it. Then, as he grew older, he met wicked companions, and the devil entered into him, until he broke my mother's heart and dragged our name in the dirt. From crime to crime, he sank lower and lower until it is only the mercy of God which has snatched him from the scaffold. But to me, sir, he was always a little curly-headed boy that I had nursed and played with, as an older sister would. That was why he broke prison, sir. He knew that I was here, and that we could not refuse to help him. When he dragged himself here one night, weary and starving with the warden's hard at his heels, what could we do? We took him in and fed him and cared for him. Then you returned, sir, and my brother thought he would be safer on the moor than anywhere else until the hue and the cry was over. So he lay in hiding there. But every second night we made sure he was still there by putting a light in the window, and if there was an answer, my husband took out some bread and meat to him. Every day we hoped that he was gone, but as long as he was there, we could not desert him. That is the whole truth, as I am honest Christian woman, and you will see that if there is a blame in the matter, it does not lie with my husband, but with me, for whose sake he has done all that he has." The woman's words came with an intense earnestness which carried conviction with them. "Is that true, Barrymore?" "Yes, sir. Yes, Sir Henry. Every word of it." "Well, I cannot blame you for standing by your own wife. Forget what I have said. Go to your room, you two, and we shall talk further about this matter in the morning." When they were gone, we looked out of the window again. Sir Henry had flung it open, and the cold night wind beat it in upon our faces. Far away in the black distance there still glowed that one tiny point of yellow light. "I wonder he dares," said Sir Henry. "It may be so placed as to be only visible from here." "Very likely. How far do you think it is?" "Out by the cleft Tor, I think." "No more than a mile or two off?" "Hardly that." "Well, it cannot be far if Barrymore had to carry out the food to it. And he is waiting, this villain. Besides that candle. By thunder, Watson, I'm going out to take that man." The same thought had crossed my own mind. It was not as if the Barrymores had taken us into their confidence. The secret had been forced from them. The man was a danger to the community, and unmitigated scoundrel for whom there was neither pity nor excuse. We were only doing our duty in taking the chance of putting him back where he could do no harm. With his brutal and violent nature, others would have to pay the price if we held our hands. Any night, for example, our neighbors, the Stapletons, might be attacked by him, and it may have been the thought of this which had made Sir Henry so keen of an adventure. "I will come," said I. "Then get your revolver and put on your boots. The sooner we start the better, as the fellow may put out his light and be off." In 5 minutes we were outside the door, starting upon our expedition. We hurried, we hurried through the dark shrubbery, amid the dull moaning of the autumn wind and the rustle of the falling leaves. The night air was heavy with the smell of damp and decay. Now and again the moon peeped out for an instant, but clouds were driving over the face of the sky, and just as we came out on the moor, a thin rain began to fall. The light still burned steadily in front. "Are you armed?" I asked. "I have a hunting crop. We must close in on him rapidly, for he is said to be a desperate fellow. We shall take him by surprise, and have him at our mercy before he can resist." "I say, Watson," said the baronet, "what would Holmes say to this? How about that hour of darkness in which the power of evil is exalted?" Sorry. "I say, Watson," said the baronet, "what would Holmes say to this? How about that hour of darkness in which the power of evil is exalted?" As if in answer to his words, there rose suddenly out of the vast gloom of the moor the strange cry which I had already heard upon the borders of the great Grimpen mire. It came with the wind, through the silence of the night, a long, deep mutter, then a rising howl, and then the sad moan in which it died away. Again and again it sounded, the whole air throbbing with it, strident, wild, and menacing. The baronet caught my sleeve, and his face glimmered white through the darkness. "My God, what's that, Watson?" "I don't know. It's a sound they have on the moor. I have heard it once before." It died away, and an absolute silence. It died away, and an absolute silence closed in upon us. We stood straining our ears, but nothing came. "Watson," said the baronet, "it was the cry of a hound." My blood ran cold in my veins, for there was a break in his voice which told of the sudden horror which had seized him. "What do they call this sound?" "What do they call this sound?" he asked. "Who?" "The folk on the countryside." "Oh, they're ignorant people. Why should you mind what they call it?" "Tell me, Watson, what do they call it? What do they say of it?" I hesitated, but could not escape the question. "They say it is the cry of the Hound of Baskervilles." He groaned and was silent for a few moments. "A hound it was," he said at last, "but it seemed to come from miles away over yonder, I think." It was hard to say whence it came. "It rose and fell with the wind. Isn't that the direction of the great Gimpen mire?" "Yes, it is."
Well, it was up there. Come now, Watson. Didn't you think yourself that it was the cry of a hound? I'm not a child. You need not fear to speak the truth. Stapleton was with me when I heard it last. He said that it might be the calling of a strange bird. No, no, it was a hound. My God, can there be some truth in all these stories? Is it possible that I'm really in danger from so dark a cause? You don't believe it, do you, Watson? No, no. And yet, it was one thing to laugh about in London, and it is another to stand out here in the darkness, out of the moor, and to hear such a cry as that. And my uncle, there was the footprint of the hound beside him as he lay. It all fits together. I don't think that I'm a coward, Watson, but
Let me scroll up.
that sound seemed to freeze my very blood. Feel my hand. It was as cold as a block of marble. You'll be all right tomorrow. I don't think I'll get that cry out of my head. What do you advise that we do?
Shall we turn back?
No, by thunder, we have to come out to get our man, and we will do it. We, after the convict, and a hellhound, as likely as not, after us. Come on. We'll see it through if all the fiends of the pit were loose upon the moor. We stumbled slowly along in the darkness, with the black looming of the craggy hills around us, and the yellow speck of light burning steadily in front. There is nothing so deceptive as the distance of a light upon a pitch-dark night, and sometimes the glimmer seems to be far away upon the horizon, and sometimes it might have been within a few yards of us. But at last we could see whence it came, and then we knew that we were indeed very close. A guttering candle was stuck in a crevice of the rocks, which flanked it on each side, as so as to keep the wind from it, and also to prevent it from being visible, save in the direction of Baskerville Hall. A boulder of granite concealed our approach, and crouching behind it, we gazed over it at the signal light. It was strange to see this single candle burning there in the middle of the moor, with no sign of life near it. Just the one straight yellow flame and the gleam of rock on each side of it.
What shall we do now?
Whispered Sir Henry.
Wait here. He must be near his light. Let us see if we can get a glimpse of him.
The words were hardly out of my mouth when we both saw him. Over the rocks, in the crevice of which the candle burned, there was thrust out an evil yellow face, a terrible animal face, all seamed and scored with vile passions.
Which is to say, he probably had scars, I think.
Foul with mire, with a bristling beard and hung with matted hair, it might well have belonged to one of the old savages who dwelt in the burrows on the hillside. The light beneath him was reflected in his small, cunning eyes, which peered fiercely to right and left of the darkness, like a crafty and savage animal who has heard the steps of the hunters. Something had evidently aroused his suspicions. It may have been that Barrymore had some private signal which he had neglected to give, or that a fellow may have had some other reason for thinking that all was not well, but I could read his fears upon his wicked face. Any instant he might dash out the light and vanish in the darkness. I sprang forward, therefore, and Sir Henry did the same. At the same moment, the convict screamed out a curse at us and hurled a rock which splintered up against the boulder which had sheltered us. I caught one glimpse of his short, squat, strongly built figure as he sprang to his feet and turned to run. At the same moment, by a lucky chance, the moon broke through the clouds. He rushed over the brow of the hill, and there was our man running with great speed down the other side, springing over the stones in his way with the activity of a mount goat. A lucky long shot of my revolver might have crippled him, but I had bought it only to defend myself, if attacked, and not to shoot an unarmed man who was running away. We were both swift runners and in fairly good training, but we soon found that we had no chance of overtaking him. We saw him for a long time in the moonlight until he was only a small speck moving swiftly among the boulders up on the side of a distant hill. We ran and ran until we were completely blown, but the space between us grew even wider. Finally, we stopped and sat panting on two rocks while we watched him disappearing in the distance. It was at this moment that there occurred a most strange and unexpected thing. We had risen from our rocks and were turning to go home, having abandoned the hopeless chase. The moon was low upon the right, and the jagged pinnacle of a granite tor stood up against the lower curve of its silver disk. There, outlined as black as an ebony statue on the shining background, I saw the figure of a man upon the tor. Do not think that it was delusion, Holmes. I assure you that I have never in my life seen anything more clearly. As far as I could judge, the figure was that of a tall, thin man. He stood with his legs a little separated, his arms folded, his head bowed, as if he were brooding over that enormous wilderness of peat and granite which lay before him. He might have been the very spirit of the terrible place. It was not the convict. This man was far from the place where the letter had disappeared. Besides, he was a much taller man. With a cry of surprise, I pointed him out to Bernard. But in the instant during which I had turned to grasp his arm, the man was gone. There was a sharp pinnacle of granite still cutting the lower edge of the moon, but its peak bore no trace of that silent and motionless figure. I wished to go in that direction and to search the tor, but it was some distance away. The baronet's nerves were still quivering from that cry, which recalled the dark story of his family, and he was not in the mood for fresh adventures. He had not seen this lonely man upon the tor, and could not feel the thrill which his strange presence and his commanding attitude had given to me. "A warder, no doubt," said he. "The Moor has been sick with them since this fellow escaped." Well, perhaps his explanation may be the right one, but I should like to have some further proof of it. Today we mean to communicate to the Princetown people where they should look for their missing man, but it is hard lines that we have not actually had the triumph of bringing him back to our own prisoner, as our own prisoner. Such are the adventures of last night, and you must acknowledge, my dear Holmes, that I have done you very well in the matter of report. Much of what I tell you is no doubt quite irrelevant, but still I feel that it is best that I should let you have all the facts and leave you to select for yourself those which will be of most service to you in helping you to your conclusion in helping you to your conclusions. We are certainly making some progress. So far as the Barrymores go, we have found the motive of their actions, and that has cleared up the situation very much. But the Moor, with its mysteries and its strange inhabitants, remains as inscrutable as ever. Perhaps in my next I may be able to throw some light upon this also. Best of all would it be if you could come down to us. In any case, you will hear from me again in the course of the next few days.
Oh, good God, that was an exciting chapter. My lord.
Chapter 10. Huzzah. Extract from the diary of Dr. Watson. Huh. So far, I have been able to quote from the reports which I have forwarded during these early days to Sherlock Holmes. Now, however, I have arrived at a point in my narrative where I am compelled to abandon this method and to trust once more my recollections. Aided by the diary which I kept at the time, a few extracts from the letter will carry me on to those scenes which are indelibly fixed in every detail upon the memory. I proceed, then, from the morning which followed our abortive chase of the convict, and our other strange experiences upon the moor. October 16th. A dull and foggy day visitors love real. The house is banked in with rolling clouds, which rise now and then to show the dreary curves of the moor, with thin, silver veins upon the sides of the hill, and distant boulders gleaming where the light strikes upon their wet faces. It is melancholy outside and in. The baronet is in a black reaction after the excitement of the night. I am conscious myself of a weight at my heart and a feeling of impending danger. Ever present danger, which is the more terrible because I am unable to define it. And have I not cause for such a feeling? Consider the long sequence of incidents which have all pointed to some sinister influence which is at work around us. There is the death of the last occupant of the hall, fulfilling so exactly the conditions of the family legend, and there are the repeated reports from the peasants of the appearance of a strange creature upon the moor. Twice I have, with my own ears, heard the sound which resembled the distant baying of a hound. It is incredible, impossible, that it should really be outside the ordinary laws of nature. A spectral hound which leaves material footmarks and fills the air with its howling is surely not to be thought of. Stapleton, Stapleton may fall in with such a superstition, and Mortimer also, but if I have one quality upon earth, it is common sense, and nothing will persuade me to believe in such a thing. To do so would be to descend to the level of these poor peasants, who are not content with the mere fiend dog, but must needs describe him with hellfire shooting from his mouth and eyes. Holmes would not listen to such fantasies, and I am his agent. But facts are facts, and I have twice heard this crying upon the moor. Suppose that there were really some huge hound loose upon it, that would go far to explain everything. But where could such a hound lie concealed? Where did it get its food? Where did it come from? How was it the one that no one saw it today by day? It must be confessed that the natural explanation offers almost as many difficulties as others. And always, apart from the hound, there is the fact of human agency in London, the man in the cab, and the letter which warned Sir Henry against the moor. This, at least, was real, but it might have been the work of a protecting friend as easily as of an enemy. Where is that friend or enemy now? Has he remained in London, or has he followed us down here? Could he could he be the stranger whom I saw upon the tor? It is true that I have had only one glance at him, and yet there are some things which I am ready to answer. He is no one whom I have seen down here, and I have now met all the neighbors. The figure was far taller than that of Stapleton, far thinner than that of Frankland. Barrymore it might possibly have been, but we had left him behind us, and I am certain that he could not have followed us. A stranger, then, is still dogging us, just as a stranger dogged us in London. We have never shaken him off. If I could lay my hands upon that man, then at last we might find ourselves at the end of our difficulties. To this one purpose I must now devote all my energies. My first impulse was to tell Sir Henry all of my plans. My second and wisest one is to play my own game and speak as little as possible to anyone. He is silent and distant. His nerves have been strangely shaken by the sound upon the moor. I will say nothing to add to his anxieties, but I will take my own steps to attain my own end. We had a small scene this morning after breakfast. Barrymore asked leave to speak with Sir Henry, and they were closed in his study some little time. Sitting in the billiard room, I have more than once heard the sound of voices raised, and I had a pretty good idea what the point was which was under discussion. After a time, the baronet opened his door and called for me. Barrymore considers that he has a grievance, he said. He thinks that it was unfair on our part to hunt his brother-in-law down when he, of his own free will, had told us the secret. The butler was standing very pale but very collected before us. I may have spoken too warmly, sir, said he, and if I have, I'm sure that I beg your pardon. At the same time, I'm very much surprised when I heard you two gentlemen come back this morning and learned that you had been chasing Selden. The poor fellow has enough to fight against without my putting more upon his track. If you had told us of your own free will, it would have been a different thing, said the baronet. You only told us, or rather, your wife only told us, when it was forced from you and you could not help yourselves. I didn't think you would have taken advantage of it, Sir Henry. Indeed, I didn't. The man is a public danger. There are lonely houses scattered over the moor, and he is a fellow who would stick at nothing. You only want to get a glimpse of his face to see that. Look at Miss Stapleton's house, for example, with no one but himself to defend it. There's no safety for anyone until he's under lock and key. He'll break into no house, sir. I give you my solemn word upon that. But he will never trouble anyone in this country again. I assure you, Sir Henry, that in a very few days the necessary arrangements will have been made, and he will be on his way to South Africa. For God's sake, sir, I beg of you not to let the police know that he is still on the moor. They have given up on the chase there, and he can lie quiet until the ship is ready for him. You can't tell on him without getting my wife and me into trouble. I beg you, sir, to say nothing to the police. What do you say, Watson? I shrugged my shoulders. If he were safely out of the country, it would relieve the taxpayer of a burden. But how about the chance of his holding someone up before he goes? He would not do anything so mad, sir. He would not do anything so mad, sir. We have provided him with all that he can want. To commit a crime would be to show where he was hiding. That is true, said Sir Henry. Well, Barrymore, God bless you, sir, and thank you from my heart. It would have killed my poor wife had he been taken again. I guess we're aiding and abetting felony, Watson. But after what we have heard, I don't feel as if I could give the man up. So there is an end of it. All right, Barrymore, you can go. With a few broken words of gratitude, the man turned, but he hesitated and then came back. You've been so kind to us, sir, that I should like to do the best I can for you in return. I know something, Sir Henry, and perhaps I should have said it before, but it was long after the inquest that I found it out. I've never breathed a word about it yet to mortal man. It's about poor Sir Charles' death. The baronet and I were both upon our feet. Do you know how he died? No, sir, I don't know that. What then? I know why he was at the gate at the hour. It was to meet a woman. To meet a woman? He? Yes, sir. And the woman's name? I can't give you the name, sir, but I can give you the initials. Her initials were L.L. How do you know this, Barrymore? Well, Sir Henry, your uncle had a letter that morning. He had usually a great many letters, for he was a public man, and well known for his kind heart, so that everyone who was in trouble was glad to turn to him. But that morning, as it chanced, there was only this one letter, so I took the more notice of it. It was from Coombe Tracy, and it was addressed in a woman's hand. Well, well, sir, I thought no more of the matter, and never would have done, had it not been for my wife. Only a few weeks ago, she was cleaning out Sir Charles's study. It had never been touched since his death, and she found the ashes of a burned letter in the back of the grate. The greater part of it was charred to pieces, but the one little slip, the end of a page, hung together, and the writing could still be read, though it was grey on the black ground. It seemed to us to be a postscript at the end of the letter, and it said, Please, please, as you are a gentleman, burn this letter and be at the gate by 10 o'clock. Beneath it were the signed initials, LL. Have you got that slip? No, sir. It crumbled all to bits after we moved it. Had Sir Charles received any other letters in that same writing? Well, sir, I took no particular notice of his letters. I should not have noticed this one, only it happened to come alone. And you have no idea who LL is? No, sir, no more than you have. But I expect if we could lay our hands upon the lady, we should know more about Sir Charles's death. I cannot understand, Barrymore, how you come to conceal this important information. Well, sir, it was immediately after that our own trouble came to us, and then again, sir, we were both of us very fond of Sir Charles, as we well might be, considering all that he has done for us. To rake this up couldn't help our poor master, and it's well to go carefully when there's a lady in the case, even the best of us. You thought it might injure his reputation? Well, sir, I thought no good could come of it. But now you have been kind to us, and I feel as if it would be treating you unfairly not to tell you all that I know about the matter. Very good, Barrymore. You can go. When the butler had left us, Sir Henry turned to me. Well, Watson, what do you think of this new light? It seems to leave the darkness rather blacker than before. So I think. But if we can only trace LL, it should clear up the whole business. We have gained that much. We know that there is someone who has the facts if we can only find her. What do you think we should do? Let Holmes know all about it at once. It will give him the clue for which he has been seeking. I am much mistaken if it does not bring him down. I went at once to my room and drew up my report of the morning's conversation for Holmes. It was evident to me that he had been very busy of late, for the notes which I had from Baker Street were few and short, with no comments upon the information which I had supplied and hardly any reference to my mission. No doubt this blackmailing case is absorbing all his faculties. And yet, this new factor must surely arrest his attention and renew his interest. I wish that he were here. October 17th. All day today the rain poured down, rustling on the ivy and dripping from the eaves. I thought of the convict upon the bleak, cold, shelterless moor. Poor devil! Whatever his crimes, he has suffered something to atone for them. And then I thought of that other one, the face in the cab, the figure against the moon. Was he also out in that deluged, the unseen water, the man of darkness? In the evening I put on my waterproof and I walked far upon the sudden moor, full of dark images, the rain beating upon my face, and the wind whistling about my ears. God help those who wander into the great mire now, for even the firm uplands are becoming a morass. I found the black tor upon which I had seen the solitary watcher, and from its craggy summit I looked out myself across the melancholy downs. Rain squalls drifted across their rust face, and heavy, slate-colored clouds hung low over the landscape, trailing in grey wreaths down the sides of the fantastic hills. In a distant hollow on the left, half hidden by the mist, the two thin towers of Baskerville Hall rose above the trees. They were the only signs of human life which I could see, save only those prehistoric huts which lay thickly upon the slopes of the hills. Nowhere was there any trace of that lonely man whom I had seen on the same spot 2 nights before. As I walked back, I was overtaken by Dr. Mortimer, driving in his dog cart over a rough moorland track, which led from the outlying farmhouse of Falmire. He has been very attentive to us, and hardly a day has passed that he has not called at the Hall to see how we were getting on. He insisted upon my climbing into his dog cart, and he gave me a lift homeward. I found him much troubled over the disappearance of his little spaniel. It had wandered on to the moor and had never come back. I gave him I gave him such consolation as I might, but I thought of the pony on the Grimpenmire, and I do not fancy that he will see his little dog again. By the way, Mortimer, said I, as we jolted along the rough road, I suppose there are a few people living within driving distance of this whom you do not know? Hardly any, I think. Mm, not the correct voice, but we'll go with this, right? Mm. Can you then tell me the name of any woman whose initials are LL? He thought for a few minutes. No, he said. There are a few gypsies and labouring folk for whom I can't answer, but among the farmers or gentry there is no one whose initials are Z's. Wait a bit, though, he added after a pause. There is Laura Lyons. Her initials are LL, but she lives in Coomber Tracy. Who is she? I asked. She's Franklin's daughter. What? Old Franklin the Crank? Exactly. She married an artist named Lyons, who came sketching on the moor. He proved to be a blackguard and deserted her. The fault, from what I hear, may not have been entirely on one side. Her father refused to have anything to do with her because she had married without his consent, and perhaps for one or two other reasons as well. So between the old sinner and the young one, the the girl has had a pretty bad time. How does she live? I fancy old Franklin allows her a pittance, but it cannot be more, for his own affairs are considerably involved. Whether she may have deserved, one could not allow her to go hopelessly to the bad. Her story got about, and several of the people here did something to enable her to earn an honest living. Stapleton did, for one, and Sir Charles for another. I gave a trifle myself. It was to set her up in a typewriting business. He wanted to know the object of my inquiries, but I managed to satisfy his curiosity without telling him too much, for there is no reason why we should take anyone into our confidence. Tomorrow morning I shall find my way to Comber Tracy, and if I can see this Miss Laura Lyons, of equivocal reputation, a long step will have been made towards clearing one incident in this chain of mysteries. I'm certainly developing the wisdom of the serpent for when I'm certainly developing the wisdom of the serpent. When Mortimer pressed his questions to an inconvenient extent, I asked him casually to what type Franklin's skull belonged, and so heard nothing but craniology for the rest of our drive. I have not lived for years with Sherlock Holmes for nothing. I have only one other incident to record upon this tempestuous and melancholy day. This was my conversation with Barrymore just now, which gives me one more strong card which I can play in due time. Mortimer had stayed to dinner, and he and the baronet played a carte after. Mortimer had stayed to dinner, and he and the baronet played a carte afterwards. The butler brought me my coffee into the library, and I took the chance to ask him a few questions. Well, said I, has this precious reputation of yours departed, or is she still lurking out yonder? Ah, relation. All right. I don't know, sir. I hope to have that he has gone. I hope to heaven that he has gone, for he has brought nothing but trouble here. I've not heard of him since I left our food for him last, and that was 3 days ago. Did you see him then? No, sir, but the food was gone when I went away. Went that way. Then he was clearly there. So you would think, sir, unless it was the other man who took it. I sat with my coffee cup halfway to my lips and stared at Barrymore. You know that there is another man, then? Yes, sir. There is another man upon the moor. Have you seen him? No, sir. How do you know him, then? Selden told me of him, sir. A week ago or more. He's in hiding, too, but he's not a convict as far as I can make out. I don't like it, Dr. Watson. I tell you straight, sir, that I don't like it. He spoke with a sudden passion of earnestness. Now listen to me, Barrymore. I have no interest in this matter but that of your master. I have come here with no object except to help him. Tell me frankly what it is that you don't like. Barrymore hesitated for a moment, as if he regretted his outburst, or found it difficult to express his own feelings in words. It's all these going on, sir, he cried at last, waving his hand, the rain-lashed window which faced the moor. Sorry, waving his hand towards the rain-lashed window which faced the moor. There's foul play somewhere, and there's black villainy brewing to that I'll swear. Every very glad I should be, sir, to see Sir Henry on his way back to London again. What is it that alarms you? Look at Sir Charles' death. That was bad enough, for all that the coroner said. Look at the noises on the moor at night. There's not a man would cross it after sundown if he was paid for it. Look at a stranger hiding out yonder, and watching and waiting. What's he waiting for? What does it mean? It means no good to anyone of the name of Baskerville, and very glad I shall be to be quit of it all on the day that Sir Henry's new servants are ready to take over the whole. But about the stranger, said I. Can you tell me anything about him? What did Selden say? Did he find out where he hid, or what he was doing? He saw him once or twice, but he is a deep one and gives nothing away. At first he thought that he was the police, but soon he found that he had some lay of his own. A kind of gentleman he was, as far as he could see, but what he was doing he could not make out. And where did he say that he lived? Among the old houses on the hillside, the stone cuts where the old folk used to live. But how about his food? Selden found out that he has got a lad who works for him and brings him all that he needs. I dare say he goes to Coomber Tracy for whatever he wants. Very good, Barrymore. We may talk further of this some other time. When the butler had gone, I walked over to the black window, and I looked through the blurred pane at the driving clouds and at the tossing outline of the wind-swept trees. It is a wild night indoors, and what must it be in a stone hut upon the moor? What passion of hatred can it be which leads a man to lurk in such a place at such a time? And what deep and earnest purpose can he have which calls for such a trial? There, in that hut upon the moor, seems to lie the very centre of that problem which has vexed me so sorely. I swear that another day shall not have passed before I have done all that man can do to reach the heart of the mystery.
Which puts us at the end of chapter 10 and the start of chapter 11. I'll have a quick break for some drink. And I'll be right back within, less than 5 minutes. Hello. Back, we're on to chapter 11 of The Hound of Baskervilles. The Man on the Tour. The extract from my private diary, which forms the last chapter, has brought my narrative up to the 18th of October, a time when these strange events began to move swiftly towards their terrible conclusion. The incidents of the next few days are indelibly graven upon my recollection, and I can tell them without reference to the notes made at the time. I start then from the day which succeeded that upon which I had established two facts of great importance. The one that Miss Laura Lyons of Coomber Tracy had written to Sir Charles Baskerville, and made an appointment with him at the very place and hour that he met his death. The other that the man lurking sorry, that the lurking man upon the moor was to be found among the stone huts upon the hillside. With these two facts in my possession, I felt that either my intelligence or my courage must deficit if I could not throw some further light upon these dark places. I had no opportunity to tell the baronet what I had learned about Miss Lyons upon the evening before. Miss Lyons upon the evening before, for Dr. Mortimer remained with him at cards until it was very late. At breakfast, however, I informed him about my discovery, and asked him whether he would care to accompany me to Coomber Tracy. At first he was very eager to come, but on second thought it seemed to be to both of us that if I went alone the results might be better. The more formal we made the visit, the less information we might obtain. I left Sir Henry behind, therefore, not without some prickling of conscience, and drove off upon my new quest. When I reached Coomber Tracy, I told Perkins to put up the horses, and I made inquiries for the lady whom I had come to interrogate. I had no difficulty in finding her rooms, which were central and well appointed. A maid showed me in without ceremony, and as I entered the sitting room, a lady who was sitting before a Remington typewriter sprang up with a pleased smile of welcome. Her face fell, however, when she saw that I was a stranger, and she sat down again and asked me the object of my visit. The first impression left by Miss Lyons was one of extreme beauty. Her eyes and hair were of the same rich hazel color, and her cheeks, though considerably freckled, were flushed with the exquisite bloom of the brunette, the dainty pink which lurks at the heart of the sulphur rose. Admiration was, I repeat, the first impression, but the second was criticism. There was something subtly wrong with the face, something some coarseness of expression, some hardness, perhaps, of eye, some looseness of lip which marred its perfect beauty. But these, of course, are afterthoughts. At the moment I was simply conscious that I was in the presence of a very handsome woman, and that she was asking me to reasons for my visit. I had not quite understood until that instant how delicate my mission was. "I have the pleasure," said I, "of knowing your father." It was a clumsy introduction, and the lady made me feel it. "There is nothing in common between my father and me," she said. "I owe him nothing, and his friends are not mine. If it were not for the late Sir Charles Baskerville, and some other kind hearts, I might have starved for all that my father cared." "It was about the late Sir Charles Baskerville that I have come here to see you." The freckles started out on the lady's face. "What can I tell you about him?" she asked, and her fingers played nervously over the stops of her typewriter. "You knew him, do you not?" "I have already said that I owe a great deal to his kindness."
If I am able to support myself, it is largely due to the interest which he took in my unhappy situation. Did you correspond with him? The lady looked quickly up with an angry gleam in her hazel eyes. What is the object of these questions? She asked sharply. The object is to avoid a public scandal. It is better that I should ask them here than the matter should pass outside our control. She was silent, and her face was still very pale. At last, she looked up with something reckless and defiant in her manner. Well, I'll answer, she said. What are your questions? Did you correspond with Sir Charles? I certainly wrote to him once or twice to acknowledge his delicacy and his generosity. Have you the dates of these letters? No. Have you ever met him? Yes, once or twice, when he came into Coomber Tracy. He was a very retiring man, and he preferred to do good by stealth. But if you saw him so seldom, and wrote so seldom, how did he know enough about your affairs to be able to help you, as you say that he has done? She met my difficulty with the utmost readiness. These were several gentlemen who knew my sad history, and united to help me. One was Mr. Stapleton, a neighbour and intimate friend of Sir Charles's. He was exceedingly kind, and it was through him that Sir Charles learnt about my affairs. I knew already that Sir Charles Baskerville had made Stapleton his almoner upon several occasions, so the lady's statement bore the impress of truth upon it. Did you ever write to Sir Charles asking him to meet you? I continued. Miss Lyons flushed with anger again. Really, sir, this is a very extraordinary question. I'm sorry, madam, but I must repeat it. Then I answer certainly not. Not on the very day of Sir Charles's death? The flush had faded in an instant, and Deathly face was before me. Her dry lips could not speak the no, which I saw rather than heard. Surely your memory deceives you, said I. I could even quote a passage of your letter. It ran, Please, please, as you are a gentleman, burn this letter and be at the gate by 10 o'clock. I thought that she had fainted, but she recovered herself by a supreme effort. Is there no such thing as a gentleman? She gasped. You do Sir Charles an injustice. He did burn a letter, but sometimes a letter may be legible even when burned. You acknowledge now that you wrote it? Yes, I did write it, she cried, pouring out her soul in a turn to words. I did write it. Why did I deny it? I have no reason to be ashamed of it. I wished him to help me. I believed that if I had an interview, I could gain his help, so I asked him to meet me. But why at such an hour? Because I had only just learned that he was going to London next day and might be away for months. There was reasons why I could not get there earlier. But why a rend... I know how to say that word, but it's escaping me at the moment. Rendezvous. Rendezvous. The Z is silent, everyone. But why a rendezvous in the garden instead of a visit to the house? Do you think a woman could go alone to the hour of a bachelor's house? Well, what happened when you did get there? And how went? Miss Lyons. No, I swear it to you on all I hold sacred. I never went. Something intervened to prevent my going. What was that? That is private matter. I cannot tell. You acknowledge, then, that you made an appointment with Sir Charles at the very hour and place at which he met his death, but you deny that you kept the appointment? This is the truth. Again and again I cross-questioned her, but I could never get past that point. Miss Lyons, said I, as I rose from this long and inclusive interview, you're taking a very great responsibility and putting yourself in a very false position by not making an absolutely clean breast of all that you know. If I have to call it in the aid of the police, you'll find how seriously you're compromised. If your position is innocent, why did you, in the first instance, deny having written to Sir Charles upon that date? Because I feared that because I feared that some false conclusion might be drawn from it, and that I might find myself involved in a scandal. And why were you so pressing that Sir Charles should destroy your letter? If you have read the letter, you will know. I did not say that I had read all the letter. You quoted some of it. I quoted the postscript. The letter had, as I said, been burned, and it was not all legible. I ask you once again why it was that you were so pressing that Sir Charles should destroy this letter which he received on the day of his death. The matter is a very private one. The more reason why you should avoid a public investigation. I will tell you then. I will If you have heard anything of my unhappy history, you will know that I made a rash marriage and had reason to regret it. I have heard it so much. My life has been one incessant persecution from a husband whom I abhor. The law is upon his side, and every day I am forced by the possibility that he may force me to live with him. At the time that I wrote this letter to Sir Charles, I had learned that there was prospect of my regaining my freedom if certain expenses could be met. It meant everything to me. Peace of mind, happiness, self-respect, everything. I knew Sir Charles's generosity, and I thought that if he heard the story from my own lips, he would help me. Then how is it that you did not go? Because I received help in the interval from another source. Why then did you not write to Sir Charles and explain this? So I should have done had I not seen his death in the paper the next morning. The woman's story hung coherently together, and all my questions were unable to shake it. I could only check it by finding out she had, indeed, instituted divorce proceedings against her husband at or about the time of the tragedy. It was unlikely that she would dare to say that she had not been to Baskerville Hall if she really had been, for a trap would be necessary to take her there, and could not have returned to Coomber Tracy until the early hours of the morning. Such an excursion could not be kept secret. The probability was, therefore, that she was telling the truth, or, at least, a part of the truth. I came away baffled and disheartened. Once again, I had reached that dead wall which seemed to be built across every path by which I tried to get at the object of my mission. And yet, the more I thought of the lady's face and of her manner, the more I felt that something was being held back from me. Why should she turn so pale? Why should she fight against every admission until it was forced from her? Why should she have been so reticent at the time of the tragedy? Surely the explanation of all this could not be as innocent as she would have me believe. For the moment I could proceed no further in that direction, but must turn back to that other clue, which was to be sought for among the stone huts upon the moor. It is here, dear listeners, that I think another thing is worth clarifying. To the modern mind, it may be a bit boggling about the divorce proceedings, uh, but there were a couple issues with such things well, in the past in general. In some states, you weren't allowed to divorce, well, your husband, I suppose, and there's that sort of thing. But at other times in history, there is simply the act of not having no fault divorce, in which case, if you did bring a divorce to the courts, you have had to have proof of abuse from either party. And if there is no abuse, that would mean, and somebody did, that would mean no divorce. And if they did agree to fake that there was abuse, that would mean, well, horrible things to the reputation of the participants, I suppose. That being said, there's always the uh, less than fair court systems at times, which we have no way of knowing in this particular case. And by less than fair, I mean we don't know the standing of either of these two in their communities. Apart from that, it was bad. And therefore, we don't know what it is that is preventing legally the authority from their divorce. Is it that the husband is at large, or is it simply that he refuses to have the stain upon his reputation of a divorce? Is there some other reason he doesn't want one? We're not quite sure. So, nonetheless, that is to be considered, I think, when reading this particular aspect of the book. And that was a most vague direction. I realized it as I drove back and noted how hill after hill showed traces of ancient people. Barrymore's only indication had been that the stranger lived in one of these abandoned huts, and many hundreds of them were scattered throughout the length and breadth of the moor.
Can I just say there's like a couple things we could have done until this point, I feel like, to at least have some sort of information, you know? You could have had everybody, write like replicate a letter and analyze their handwriting for if it's similar to the one in the threatening letter that the new Count of Baskervilles had received. Or in this particular case, you could have also maybe done a bit of a stakeout for the a boy who brings him his food in either state, or done the thing that what's his name, Sherlock Holmes does, where he paid at the time I think it was a servant boy of don't remember where, but in one of the earlier chapters he paid them to check all the rubbish bins around the place. Similarly, you could pay somebody to check a stakeout. Uh, Unless, of course, there was a person who was doing it, in which case, either way, you still have more information to work with. There's an active way you could at least do more to cross reference some things, I believe. Personally, is what I would have done. But then again, I'm not the detective, and also this is part of the reason I did not read detective stories, as my mind is clearly not in the same place as those investigating it a lot of the time, one way or another.
But I had my own experience for a guide, since it had shown me the man himself standing up on the summit of Black Tor. That, then, should be the center of my search. From there, I should explore every hut upon the moor until I lighted upon the right one. If this man were inside, it would it should find out from his own lips. I should find out from his own lips. At the point of my revolver, if necessary, who he was and why he had dragged us so long. He might slip away from us in the crowd of Regent Street, but it would puzzle him to do so upon the lonely moor. On the other hand, sir, he might slip away from us in the crowd of Regent Street, but it would puzzle him to do so upon the lonely moor. On the other hand, if I should find the hut, and its tenant should not be within it, I must remain there, however long, and vigil until he returned. Holmes had missed him in London. It would indeed be a triumph for me if I could run him to earth, where my master had failed.
There's many a comment I could make with that sentence, but I believe the most important one to be that was a pretty good deduction in a way. Although, honestly, seeing a silhouette in the model at the top of what you presume is a particular hill in the middle of a night where you don't even see the moon very well is, I don't think, that much sturdier of a way to check for his habitation. Because, like, distance is already kind of hard and things don't look the same in the daylight, right? So, honestly, I think I would like to think that it's on par with my cartoonish explanation. We will see, nonetheless.
Luck had been against us again and again in this inquiry, but now, at last, it came to my aid, and the messenger of good fortune was none other than Mr. Frankland, who was standing, grey-whiskered and rat-faced, outside the gate of his garden, which opened onto the high road along which I travelled. "Good day, Mr. Watson," Dr. Watson
Stuck away his doctor's degree and did.
cried he with an unwonted good humour. "You must really give your rest, sir. You must really give your horses a rest, and come in and have a glass of wine and congratulate me." My feelings towards him were very far from being friendly after what I had heard of his treatment of his daughter, but I was anxious to send Parkins and the wagon at home, and the opportunity was a good one. I alighted and sent a message to Sir Henry that I should walk over in the time for dinner. Then I followed Franklin into his dining room. "It's a great day for me, sir. One of the red letters days of my life," he cried with many chuckles. "I have bought off a double event. I mean to teach them in these parts. The law is law, and that there is a man here who does not fear to invoke it. I have established a right of way through the center of old Middleton's Park. Slap across it, sir. Within 100 yards of his own front door. What do you think of that? We'll teach these magnates that they cannot ride roughshod over the rights of these commoners. Confound them! And I've closed the wood where the Fernworthy folk used to picnic. These infernal people seem to think that there are no rights of property, and that they can swarm where they like, with their papers and their bottles. Both cases decided, Dr. Watson, and both in my favor. I haven't had such a day since I had Sir John Morland for trespass, because he shot in his own warren." "How on earth did you do that?" "Look it up in the book, sir. It would It will repay reading Franklin versus Morland. Court of Queen's Bench. It cost me £200, but I got my verdict." "Did it do you any good?" "None, sir, none. I am proud to say that I had no interest in the matter. I acted entirely from a sense of public duty. I have no doubt, for example, that the Fernworthy people will burn me in effigy tonight. I told the police last time they did it that they should stop these disgraceful exhibitions. The constabulary The county constabulary is in a scandalous state, sir, and it has not afforded me the protection to which I am entitled. The case of Franklin versus Regina will bring the matter before the attention of the public. I told them that they would have occasion to regret their treatment of me, and already my words have come true." "How so?" I asked. The old man put on a very knowing expression. "Because I could tell them what they are dying to know. But nothing would induce me to help the rascals in any way." I had been casting around for some excuse by which I could get away from his gossip, but now I began to wish to hear more of it. I had seen enough of the country nature of the old sinner to understand that any strong sign of interest would be the surest way to stop his confidences. Hmm. "Some coaching place, no doubt," said I, with an indifferent manner. "Ha ha ha, my boy! A very much more important matter than that. What about the convict and the Moor?" I startled. "You don't mean that you know where he is?" said I. "I may not know exactly where he is, but I am quite sure that I could help the police to lay their hands on him. Has it never struck you that the way to catch the man was to find out where he got his food, and so trace it to him?" He certainly seemed to be getting uncomfortably near the truth. "No doubt," said I. "But how do you know that he is anywhere upon the moor?" "I know it because I have seen with my own eyes the messenger who takes him his food." My heart sank for Barrymore. It was a serious thing to be in the power of the spiteful old busybody, who his next remark took away from my mind. But his next remark took away from my mind. "You'll be surprised to hear that his food is taken to him by a child. I see him every day through my telescope upon the roof. He passes along the same path at the same hour, and to whom should he be going except to the convict?" Here was the luck indeed, and yet I suppressed all appearance of interest. A child! Barrymore had said that our unknown was supplied by a boy. It was on his track, and not upon the convicts, that Frankland had stumbled. If I could get his knowledge, it might save me a long and weary hunt. But incredulity and indifference were evidently my strongest cards. I should say that it was much more likely that it was the son of one of the moorland shepherds taking out his father's dinner. The least appearance of position struck fire out of the old autocrat. His eyes looked malignantly at me, and his grey whiskers bristled like those of an angry cat. "Indeed, sir," said he, pointing out over the wide stretching moor. "Do you see that black tor over yonder? Well, do you see the low hill beyond with the thorn bush upon it? It is the stoniest part of the whole moor. Is that a place where a shepherd would be likely to take his station? Your suggestion, sir, is most absurd one." I meekly answered that I had spoken without knowing all the facts. My submission pleased him and led him to further confidences. "You may be sure, sir, that I have very good grounds before I come to an opinion. I have seen the boy again and again with his bundle, every day, and sometimes twice a day. I have been able. But wait a moment, Dr. Watson. Do my eyes deceive me, or is there, at the present moment, something moving upon that hillside?" It was several miles off, but I could distinctly see a small dark dot against the dull green and grey. "Come, sir, come!" cried Flanken, rushing upstairs. "You will see with your own eyes and judge for yourself." The telescope, a formidable instrument mounted upon the tripod, stood upon the flat leads of the house. Franklin clapped his eyes to it and gave a cry of satisfaction. "Quick, Dr. Watson, quick, before he passes over the hill!" There he was, sure enough, a small urchin with a little bundle upon his shoulder, toiling slowly up the hill. When he reached the crest, I saw the ragged, uncouth figure outlined for an instant against the cold blue sky. He looked around him with a furtive and stealthy air, as one who dreads pursuit. Then he vanished over the hill. "Well, am I right?" "Certainly there is a boy who seems to have some secret errand." "And what the errand is, even a county constable could guess. But not one word shall they have from me. And I bind you to secrecy also, Dr. Watson. Not a word, you understand?" "Just as you wish." They have they have treated me shamefully, shamefully. When the facts come out in Franklin versus Regina, I venture to think that a thrill of indignation will run through the country. Nothing would induce me to help the police in any way. For all they cared, it might have been me instead of my effigy, which these rascals burned at the stake. Surely you're not going. You will help me to empty the dissenter in honor of this great occasion." Decanter? I think it means decanter. But I resisted all his solicitations and succeeded in dissuading him from his announced intention of walking home with me. I kept the road as long as his eye was on me, and then I struck off across the moor and made for the stony hill over which the boy had disappeared. Everything was working in my favor, and I swore that it should not be through lack of energy or perseverance that I should miss the chance which fortune had thrown in my way. The sun was already sinking when I reached the summit of the hill. In the long slopes beneath, we were all golden green. Sorry. The sun was already sinking when I reached the summit of the hill, and the long slopes beneath me were all golden green on one side and grey shadow on the other. A haze lay down upon the furthest skyline, out of which jutted the fantastic shapes of Billiver and Vixen Tor. Over the wide expanse was no sound and no movement. One great grey bird, a curlew, soared aloft in the blue heaven. He and I seemed to be the only living things between the huge arch of the sky and the desert beneath it. The barren scene, the scene of loneliness and mystery and urgency of my task, all stuck a chill into my heart. The boy was nowhere to be seen, but down beneath me, in a cleft of the hills, there was a circle of the old stone huts, and in the middle of them there was one which retained sufficient roof to act as a screen against the weather. My heart leaped within me as I saw it. This was the burrow where the stranger lurked. At last my foot was on the threshold of his hiding place. His secret was within my grasp. As I approached the hut, walking as warily as Stapleton would do with a poised net he drew near the settled butterfly, I satisfied myself that the place had indeed been used as a habitation. A wake pathway among the boulders led to the dilapidated opening, which served as a door. All was silent within. The unknown might be lurking there, or he might be prowling on the moor. My nerves tingled with the sense of adventure. Throwing aside my cigarette, I closed my hand upon the butt of my revolver, and walking swiftly up to the door, I looked in. The place was empty, but there were ample signs that I had not come upon a false scent. This was certainly where the man lived. Some blankets rolled in a waterproof lay upon the very stone slab which Neolithic man had once slumbered. The ashes of a fire were heaped in a rude grate. Beside it lay some cooking utensils and a bucket half full of water. A litter of empty tins showed that the place had been occupied for some time, and I saw, as my eyes became accustomed to the checkered light, a pannikin and a half-full bottle of spirits standing in the corner. In the middle of the hut, a flat stone served the purpose of a table, and upon this stood a small cloth bundle, the same, no doubt, which I had seen the boy, sorry, no doubt, which I had seen through the telescope upon the shoulder of the boy. It contained a loaf of bread, a tinned tongue, and 2 tins of preserved peaches. As I set it down again, after having examined it, my heart leaped to see that beneath it lay a sheet of paper with writing upon it. I raised it, and this was what it read. What I read. I raised it, and this was what I read, through roughly scrawled in pencil. Dr. Watson has gone to comfort Tracy. For a minute I stood there with the paper in my hands, thinking out the meaning of this curt message. It was I, then, and not Sir Henry, who has been dogged by this secret man. He had not followed me himself, but he had set an agent, the boy perhaps, upon my track, and this was his report. Possibly I had taken no step since I had been upon the moor which had not been observed and reported. Always there was this feeling of an unseen force, a fine net drawing us with infinite skill and delicacy, holding us so lightly that it was only at some supreme moment that one realized one was indeed entangled in its meshes. If there was one report, there might be others, so I looked around the hut in search of them. There was no trace, however, of anything of the kind, nor could I discover any sign which might indicate the character or intentions of the man who lived in this singular place, save that he must be of Spartan habits and cared little for the comforts of life. One moment. Which I thought of the heavy rains and looked at the gaping roof. Is it when? Yes, when. When I thought of the heavy rains and looked at the gaping roof, I understood how strong and immutable must be the purpose which had kept him in that inhospitable abode. Was he our malignant enemy? Was he by chance our guardian angel? I swore that I would not leave the hut until I knew. Outside the sun was sinking low, and the west was blazing with scarlet and gold. Its reflections were shot back in ruddy patches by the distant pools which lay amid the great Gimpen mire. There were 2 towers of Baskerville Hall, and there a distant blare of smoke which marked the village of Gimpen. Between the two, behind the hill, was the house of the Stapletons. All was sweet and mellow and peaceful in the golden evening light, and yet as I looked at them my soul shared none of the peace of nature, but quivered at the vagueness and the terror of that interview which every instant was bringing nearer. With tingling nerves but fixed purpose, I sat in the dark recess of the hut and waited with somber patience for the coming of its tenant. And then, at last, I heard it. Far away came the sharp clink of a boot striking upon a stone. Then another, and yet another, coming nearer and nearer. I shrank back into the darkest corner, and cocked the pistol in my pocket, determined not to discover myself, until I had an opportunity of seeing something of the stranger. There was a long pause, which showed that he had stopped. Then, once more, the footsteps approached, and the shadow fell across the opening of the hut.
Oh my god, it's him. It's gotta be him, right? Oh my god. The audacity. Okay, I have to check this him first before I blurt this out.
"It's lovely evening, my dear Watson," said a well-known voice. "I really think that you will be more comfortable outside than in."
Yes, it's him. Okay. Yes. I was about to call him a name, hence the silence. On one hand, mentally, if I were Watson, I'd be like, "How dare you?" On the other hand, I'd be like, "Oh look, it's Holmes." But on the third hand, you fibbed and lived in the hut for how long?
Actually, he might not be fibbing. He might have actually been solving a case in the hut.
That's so like him too.
And you could tell that he stopped because when Watson was going into the what's it called, the hut, he put out his cigarette, which is, apart from his footsteps probably, is a thing that Holmes would have definitely noticed, right? Like the leftover evidence of that. Oh my god. I need a moment. What do you mean he's been living in a hut this whole time? Honestly, that's very in character. We love Holmes. I don't know what's wrong with him, but we love him. What do you mean you've been living in a hut this entire time? I don't know why I didn't see this coming. I really should have. I think it's probably because he never actually described. Maybe he did describe Holmes and I just forgot what he looked like. Or maybe he didn't. I don't know. This is not the first book in the series, I think, anyway, so pretty. Or is it? Conan Doyle is not a Sir yet in this one. He hasn't been knighted. So, I thought it was his later book. Who knows? Maybe it's because he described the Holmes in the previous book and he didn't feel the need to do so again in this one. Maybe it's because I'm stupid. How dare you! We're finally upon chapter 12 of 15. So we have 3 more. But this time it's with Holmes. Upside, downside, more dialogue. Or is it the downside? Probably, considering I'll have to do more voices. The whole time. I can believe it, actually. I don't know. Oh well. Death on the moor. For a moment or two I sat breathless, hardly able to believe my ears. Then my senses and my voice came back to me, while a crushing weight of responsibility seemed in an instant to be lifted from my soul. That cold, incisive, ironical voice could belong to but one man in all the world. "Holmes!" I cried. "Holmes!" "Come out," said he, "and please be careful with the revolver." I stood under the rude lintel. It is a rude lintel, huh? I stood under the rude lintel, and there he sat upon a stone outside, his grey eyes dancing with amusement as they fell upon my astonished features. He was thin and worn, but clear and alert, his keen face bronzed by the sun and roughened by the wind. In his tweed suit and cloth cap, he looked like any other tourist upon the moor, and he had contrived with that cat-like love of personal cleanness, which was one of his characteristics, that his chin should be as smooth as his linen, as perfect as if he were in Baker Street. I never was more glad to see anyone in my life, said I, as I wrung him by the hand. Or more astonished, eh?
Not the correct accent, but we'll keep going with it.
Well, I must confess to it. The surprise was not all on one side, I assure you. I had no idea that you had found my occasional retreat, still less that you were inside it until I was within 20 paces of the door. My footprint, I presume? No, Watson, I fear that I could not undertake to recognize your footprint amid all the footprints of the world. If you seriously desire to deceive me, you must change your tobacconist. For when I see the stub of a cigarette marked Bradley, Oxford Street, I know that my friend Watson is in the neighborhood. You will see it there beside the path. You threw it down, no doubt, at the supreme moment when you charged into the empty hut. Exactly. I saw as much, and knowing your admirable tenacity, I was convinced that you were sitting in ambush, a weapon within reach, waiting for the tenant to return. So you actually thought that I was the criminal? I did not know who you were, but I was determined to find out. Excellent, Watson. And how did you localize me? You saw me, perhaps, on the night of the convict hunt, when I was so imprudent as to allow the moon to rise behind me? Yes, I saw you then, and have no doubt searched all the huts until you came to this one? No, your boy had been observed, and that gave me a guide where to look. The old gentleman with the telescope, no doubt. I could not make it out when first I saw the light flashing upon the lens. He rose and peeped into the hut. Ha! I see that Cartwright has bought up some supplies. Cartwright.
That's an awful name. Don't name your kid Cartwright. Maybe it's his last name. Still awful though. Is it Cartwright? You know, that sounds like arthritis. That's what I'm. Don't name your kid that.
Ha! I see that Cartwright has bought up some supplies. What's this paper? So you have been to Comber Tracy, have you? Yes. To see Miss Laura Lyons? Exactly. Well done. Our researches have evidently been running on parallel lines. And when we unite our results, I expect we shall have a fairly full knowledge of the case. Well, I'm glad from my heart that you are here, for, indeed, the responsibility and the mystery were both becoming too much for my nerves. But how, in the name of wonder, did you come here? And what have you been doing? I thought that you were in Baker Street working out the case of the blackmailing. That was what I wished you to think. Then you use me, and yet do not trust me, I cried with some bitterness. I think that I have deserved better at your hands, Holmes. My dear fellow, you have been invaluable to me in this as in many other cases, and I beg that you will forgive me if I have seemed to play a trick upon you. In truth, it was partly for your own sake that I did it, and it was my appreciation of the danger which you ran which led me to come down and examine the matter for myself. Had I been with Sir Henry and you, it is confident that my point of view would have been the same as yours, and my presence would have warned our very formidable opponents to be on their guard. As it is, I have been able to get about as I could not possibly have done had I been living in the hole, and I remain an unknown factor in the business, ready to throw in all my weight at the critical moment. But why keep me in the dark? For you to know could not have helped us, and might possibly have led to my discovery. You would have wished to tell me something, or, in your kindness, you would have bought me out to some comfort or other, and so an unnecessary risk would be run. I brought Cartwright down with me. You remember the little chap at the express office? and he has seen after my simple wants, a loaf of bread and clean color. What does a man want more? He has given me an extra pair of eyes upon a very active pair of feet, and both have been invaluable. Then my reports have all been wasted. My voice trembled as I recalled the pains and pride with which I had composed them. Holmes took a bundle of papers from his pocket. One moment. Here are your reports, my dear fellow, and very well summed, I assure you. I made excellent arrangements, and they are only delayed one day upon their way. I must compliment you exceedingly upon the zeal and intelligence which you have shown over an extraordinary difficult case. I was still rather raw over the deception which had been practiced upon me, but the warmth of Holmes' praise drove my anger from my mind. I felt also in my heart that he was right in what he said, and that it was really best for our purposes that I should not have known that he was upon the moor. That's better, said he, seeing a shadow rise from my face. And now tell me the result of your visit to Miss Larline's. It was not difficult for me to guess that it was to see her that you had gone, for I am already aware that she is the one person in Coomber Tracy who might be able to service to us in the matter. In fact, if you had not gone today, it is exceedingly probable that I should have gone tomorrow. The sun had set and dusk was settling over the moor. The air had turned chill, and we withdrew into the hut for warmth. There, sitting together in the twilight, I told Holmes of my conversation with the lady. So interested was he that I had to repeat some of it twice before he was satisfied. This is most important, said he, when I had concluded. It fills up a gap which I had been unable to bridge in this most complex affair. You're aware, perhaps, that a close intimacy exists between the lady and the man Stapleton? I did not know of a close intimacy. There can be no doubt about the matter. They meet, they write, there is a complete understanding between them. Now, this puts a very powerful weapon in our hands. If I could only use it to detach his wife. His wife? I'm giving you some information now in return for all that you have given me. The lady who has passed here as Miss Stapleton is in reality his wife. Good heavens, Holmes! Are you sure of what you say? How could he have permitted Sir Henry to fall in love with her? Sir Henry's falling in love could do no harm to anyone except Sir Henry. He took particular care that Sir Henry did not make love to her, as you have yourself observed. I repeat that the lady is his wife and not his sister. But why this elaborate deception? Because he foresaw that she would be very much more useful to him in the character of a free woman. All my unspoken instincts, my vague suspicions, suddenly took shape and centered upon the naturalist. In that impassive, colourless man, with his straw hat and his butterfly net, I seemed to see something terrible, a creature of infinite patience and craft, with a smiling face and murderous heart. It is he, then, who is our enemy. It is he who dogged us in London. So I read the riddle. And the warning, it must have come from her. Exactly. I must once again point out two things. Number one, he has the same beard. Number two, my method of asking everybody to write things down would have worked. Praise my brain. Clearly, intelligence is within it. But this is good too. It's a lot more fun, I think, to have like a Holmes and stakeout, honestly. For a much better plot. That's why I don't write. Oh, not in that capacity anyway. Okay. Hmm. The shape of some monstrous villainy, half seen, half guessed, loomed through the darkness which had gripped me so long ago. Girt me. But are you sure of this, Holmes? How do you know that the woman is his wife? Because he is so far forgot himself as to tell you a true piece of autobiography upon the occasion when he first met you, and I dare say he has many a time regretted it since. He was once schoolmates. Sorry, he was once a schoolmater, master. My bad. He was once a schoolmaster in the north of England. Now, there is no one more easy to trace than a schoolmaster. There are scholastic agencies by which one may identify any man who has been in the profession. A little investigation showed me that the school had come to grief under atrocious circumstances, and that the man who had owned it, the name was different, had disappeared with his wife. The descriptions agreed. When I learned that the missing man was devoted to entomology, the identification was complete. The darkness was rising, but much was still hidden by the shadows. If this woman is in truth his wife, where does Miss Laura Lyons come in? I asked. That is one of the points upon which your own researches have shed a light. Your interview with the lady has cleared the situation very much. I did not know about the projected divorce between herself and her husband. In that case, regarding Stapleton as an unmarried man, she counted no doubt upon becoming his wife. And when she is undeceived? Why, then we may find the lady of service. It must be our first duty to see her, both of us, tomorrow. Don't you think, Watson, that you are away from your charge right along? Your place should be at Baskerville Hall. The last red streaks had faded away in the west, and night had settled upon the moor. A few faint stars were gleaming in a violet sky. One last question, Holmes, I said as I rose. Surely there is no need of secrecy between you and me. What is the meaning of it all? What is he after? Holmes' voice sank as he answered. It is murder, Watson. Refined, cold-blooded, and deliberate murder. Do not ask me for particulars. My nets are closing upon him, even as his are upon Sir Henry, and with your help he is already almost at my mercy. There is but one danger which can threaten us. It is that he should strike before we are ready to do so. Another day, two at most, and I have my case complete. But until then, guard your charge as closely as ever a fond mother watched her ailing child. Your mission today has justified itself, and yet I could almost wish that you had not left his side. Huck! A terrible scream, a prolonged yell of horror and anguish, burst out of the silence of the moor. That frightful cry turned the blood to ice in my veins. "Oh, my God!" I gasped. Oh my! I don't know how to. Let's hope that was the correct reading. Eh? What is it? What does it mean? What is it? What does it mean? I'm not sure what intonation it was read with. Mm-hmm. Oh my God! I don't know. Holmes had sprung to his feet, and I saw his dark, athletic outline at the door of the hut, his shoulders stooping, his head thrust forward, his face peering into the darkness. "Hush!" he whispered. "Hush!" The cry had been loud on account of its vehemence, but it had pealed out from somewhere far off on the shadowy plain. Now it burst upon our ears, nearer, louder, more urgent than before. "Where is it?" Holmes whispered, and I knew from the thrill of his voice that he, the man of iron, was shaken to the soul. "Where is it, Watson?" "There, I think." I pointed into the darkness. "No, there!" Again the agonized cry swept through the silent night, louder and much nearer than ever, and a new sound mingled with it, a deep, muttered rumble, musical and yet menacing, rising and falling like the low, constant murmur of the sea. "The hound!" cried Holmes. "Come, Watson, come! Great heavens, if we're too late!" He had started running swiftly over the moor, and I had followed at his heels. But now, from somewhere among the broken sound ground immediately in front of us, there came one last despairing yell, and then a dull, heavy thud. We halted and listened. Not another sound broke the heavy silence of the wilderness, while windless night. I saw Holmes put his hand on his forehead like a man distracted. He stamped his feet upon the ground. "He has beaten us, Watson. We are too late." "No, no, surely not." "Fool that I was to hold my hand. And you, Watson, see what comes of abandoning our charge. But by heaven, if the worst has happened, we'll avenge him." Blindly we ran through the gloom, blundering against boulders, forcing our way through gorse bushes, punting up hills and rushing down slopes, head always in the direction whence those dreadful sounds had come. At every rise Holmes looked eagerly around him, but the shadows were thick upon the moor, and nothing moved upon his dreary face. "Can you see anything?" "Nothing." "But what is that?" A low moan had fallen upon our ears. There it was again, up on our left, and that side a ridge of rocks ended in a sheer cliff which overlooked a stone-strewn slope. On the jagged face was spread-eagled some dark, irregular object. As I ran towards it, the vague outline hardened into the definite shape. It was a prostrate man, face downward upon the ground. He had doubled under him at a horrible angle, the shoulder rounded and the body hunched together, as if in the act of throwing a somersault. Huh. So grotesque was the attitude that I could not for the instant realize that the moan had been the passing of his soul. Not a whisper, not a rustle, rose now from the dark figure over which we stooped. Holmes laid his hand upon him and held it again. With an exclamation of horror, the gleam of the match which he struck shone upon his clotted fingers, and upon the ghastly pool which widened slowly from the crushed skull of the victim. And it shone upon something else which turned our hearts sick and faint with us. The body of Sir Henry Baskerville. "Oh, I like that guy." "Vaguely. Like a normal amount. I'm sad to see him go." I mean, we all knew it was kind of going in that direction, but we all hoped, you know? Yeah. Does this technically make this also a tragedy? Um, I don't know. I read a lot of books that are really, really good, and then they turn out to be tragedies. Which, I don't know what that says about anything. But, it's a... I think it's a good book. I'll conclude later. There was no chance of either of us forgetting the peculiar ruddy tweed suit, the very one which we had worn on the first morning that we had seen him on Baker Street. We caught the one clear glimpse of it, and then the match flickered and went out, even as the hope had gone out of our souls. Holmes groaned, and his face glimmered white through the darkness. "The brute! The brute!" I cried in clenched hands. "Oh, Holmes, I shall never forgive myself for having left him to his fate." "I am more to blame than you, Watson. In order to have my case well rounded and complete, I have thrown away the life of my client. It is the greatest blow which has befallen me in my career, but how could I know that he would risk his life alone upon the moor in the face of all my warnings? That we should have heard his screams, my God, these screams, and yet he had been unable to save him. Where is this brute of a hound? It is this brute of a hound which drove him to his death. It may be lurking among these rocks this instant. And Stapleton, where is he? Should it answer for his deed? He shall. I will see to that. Uncle and nephew have been murdered, the one frightened to death by every sight of beast, which he thought to be supernatural, the other driven to his end in his wild flight to escape from it. But now we have to prove the connection between the man and the beast. Safe from that, what we heard, safe from what we heard, we cannot even swear to the existence of the letter, since Sir Henry has evidently died from the fall. But by heavens, cunning as he is, the fellow shall be in my power before another day is past. We stood with bitter hearts on either side of the mangled body, overwhelmed by the sudden and irrevocable disaster which had brought all our long and very labors to so piteous an end. Then, as the moon rose, we climbed to the top of the rocks over which our poor friend had fallen, and from the summit we gazed out over the shadowy moor, half silver and half gloom. Far away, miles off, in the direction of the Grimpen, a single steady yellow light was shining. It could only come from the lonely abode of the Stapletons. With a bitter curse, I shook my fist at it as I gazed. Why should we not seize him at once? Our case is not complete. The fellow is variant, cunning, and the last degree. To the last degree. It is not what we know, but what we can prove. If we make one false move, the villain may escape us yet. What can we do? There will be plenty for us to do tomorrow. Tonight, we can only perform the last offices to our poor friend. Together, we made our way down the precipitous slope and approached the body, black and clear against the silver stones. The agony of those contorted limbs struck me with a spasm of pain and blurred my eyes with tears. We must send help, Holmes. We cannot carry him all the way to the hall. Heavens, are you mad? He had uttered a cry and bent over the body. Now he was dancing and laughing and wringing my hand. Could this be my stern, self-contained friend? These were hidden fires, indeed. A beard! A beard! The man has a beard! A beard? It is not the baronet. It is. Why, it is my neighbor, the convict. With feverish haste, we had turned the body over, and that dripping beard was pointed up to the cold, clear moon. There could be no doubt about the beetling forehead and the sunken animal eyes. It was indeed the same face which had glared upon me in the light of the candle from over the rock, the face of Selden the criminal. Oh, thank God, he's alive. That's great. Back in the olden days when you didn't have cell phones, you really had the suspense. Back in my day. It's quite. That was quite nice, actually. I enjoyed those pages. That's great. That is great. I'm glad to hear that he's alive and that this is not yet a tragedy. Miracle. Or good writing, in my opinion, because I like it. Then, in an instant, it was all clear to me. I remembered how the baronet had told me that he had handed his old wardrobe to Barrymore. Barrymore had passed it on in order to help Selden in his escape. Boots, shirt, cap, it was all Sir Henry's. The tragedy was still black enough, but this man had at least deserved death by the laws of his country. I told Holmes how the matter stood, my heart babbling over with thankfulness and joy. Then the clothes have been the poor devil's death, said he. It is clear enough that the hound has been laid on from some article of Sir Henry's, the boot which was abstracted in the hotel, in all probability, and so ran this man down. There is one very singular thing, however. How come Selden, in the darkness, how came, how, oh, English is the worst. How come Selden, in the darkness, to know that the hound was on his trail? He heard him. To hear a hound upon the moor would not work a hard man like this convict into such a paroxysm of terror that he would risk recapture by screaming wildly for help. By his cries, he must have run a long way after he knew the animal was on his track. How did he know? A greater mystery to me is why this hound, presuming that all the conjectures are correct, I presume nothing. Well, then, why this hound should be loose tonight? I suppose that it does not always run loose upon the moor. Stapleton would not let it go unless he had reason to think that Sir Henry would be there. My difficulty is the more formidable of the two, for I think that we shall very shortly get an explanation of yours, while mine may remain forever a mystery. The question now is, what shall we do with this poor wretch's body? We cannot leave it here for the foxes and the ravens. I suggest that we put it in one of the huts until we can communicate with the police. Exactly. I have no doubt that you and I could carry it so far. Hello, Watson, what's this? It's the man himself, by all that's wonderful and audacious. Not a word to show your suspicions, not a word, or my plans will crumble to the ground. A figure was approaching us over the moor, and I saw the dull red glow of a cigar. The moon shone upon him, and I could distinguish the dapper shape and jaunty walk of the naturalist. He stopped when he saw us, and then came on again. Why, Dr. Watson! That's not you, is it? You're the last man that I should have expected to see out on the moor at this time of night. But dear me, what's this? Somebody heard? No, don't tell me that this is our friend Sir Henry. He hurried past me and stopped over the dead man. I heard a sharp intake of his breath, and the cigar fell from his fingers. Who is this? He stammered. It is Selden, the man who escaped from Princetown. Stapleton turned a ghastly face upon us, but by a supreme effort he had overcome his amazement and his disappointment. He looked sharply from Holmes to me. Dear me! What a very shocking affair! How did he die? He appears to have broken his neck by falling over these rocks. My friend and I were strolling on the moor when we heard a cry. I heard a cry also. That was what brought me out. I was uneasy about Sir Henry. Why about Sir Henry in particular? I could not help asking. Because I had suggested that he should come over. When he did not come, I was surprised, and I naturally became alarmed for his safety when I heard cries upon the moor. By the way, his eyes started again from my face to Holmes's. Did you hear anything else besides the cry? No, said Holmes. Did you? No. What do you mean, then? Oh, you know the stories that the peasants tell about the phantom hound and so on? It is said to be heard at night upon the moor. I was wondering if there were any evidence of such a sound tonight. We heard nothing of the kind, said I. And what is your theory of this poor fellow's death? I can't tell who's speaking very much because it doesn't read it. I'm just gonna try guessing at the voices based on the manner of speech, which is successful so far. That was Holmes. I have no doubt that anxiety and exposure have driven him off his head. He has rushed about the moor in a crazy state and eventually fallen over and broken his neck. Sorry. My bad. It was, in fact, Watson. I have no doubt that anxiety and exposure have driven him off his head. He has rushed about the moor in a crazy state and eventually fallen over here and broken his neck. That seems the most reasonable theory, said Stapleton, and he gave a sigh, which I took to indicate relief. What do you think about it, Mr. Sherlock Holmes? My friend bowed his compliments. You are quick at identification, said he. We have been expecting you in these parts since Dr. Watson came down. You're in time to see a tragedy. Yes, indeed. I have no doubt that my friend's explanation will cover the facts. I will take an unpleasant remembrance back to London with me tomorrow. You return tomorrow? That is my intention. I hope your visit has cast some light upon the occurrences which have puzzled us. Holmes shrugged his shoulders. One cannot always have the success for which one hopes. An investigator needs facts and not legends or rumors. It has not been a satisfactory case. My friend spoke in his frankest and most unconcerned manner. Stapleton still looked hard at him. Then he turned to me. I would suggest carrying this poor fellow to my house, but it would give my sister such a fright that I do not feel justified in doing it. I think that if we put something over his face, he will be safe until morning. And so it was arranged. Registering Stapleton's offer of hospitality, Holmes and I set off to Baskerville Hall, leaving the naturalist to return alone. Looking back, we saw the figure moving slowly away over the broad moor, and behind him that one black smudge on the silver slope which showed where the man was lying who had come so horribly to his end. Chapter 13. Fixing the Nets. "We're at close grips at last," said Holmes as we walked together across the moor. "What a nerve the fellow has! How he pulled himself together in the face of what must have been paralyzing shock when he found the wrong man had fallen a victim to his plot. I told you in London, Watson, and I tell you now again, that we have never had a foeman more worthy of our steel." "I'm sorry that he has seen you." "And so was I at first, but there was no getting out of it." "What effect do you think it will have upon his plans now that he knows you're here?" "It may cause him to be more cautious, or it may drive him to desperate measures at once. Like most clever criminals, he may be too confident in his own cleverness, and imagine that he has completely deceived us." "Why should we not arrest him at once?" "My dear Watson, you were born to be a man of action. Your instinct is always to do something energetic, but supposing, for argument's sake, that we had him arrested tonight, what on earth the better off should we be for that? We could prove nothing against him. There's the devilish cunning of it. If he were acting through a human agent, we could get some evidence, but if we were to drag this great dog to the light of day, it would not help as in putting rope around the neck of its master." "Surely we have a case." "Not a shadow of one, only surmised and conjecture. We should be laughed out of court if we come with such a story and such evidence." "There is Sir Charles's death." "Found dead without a mark upon him. You and I know that he died of sheer fright, and we know also what frightened him. But how are we to get 12 solid jurymen to know it? What signs are there of a hound? Where are the marks of its fangs? Of course, we know that a hound does not bite a dead body, and that Sir Charles was dead before ever the brute overtook him. But we have to prove all this, and we are not in a position to do it." "Well, then, tonight?" "We're not much better off tonight. Again, there was no direct connection between the hound and the man's death. We never saw the hound. We heard it, but we could not prove that it was running upon this man's trail. Hmm. There is a complete absence of motive. No, my dear fellow, we must reconcile ourselves to the fact that we have no case at present, and that it is worth our while to run any risks in order to establish one." "And how do you propose we do so?" "I have great hopes of what Miss Laura Lyons may do for us when the position of affairs is made clear to her. And I have my own plans as well, sufficient for tomorrow. Is the evil thereof, but I hope before the day is past to have the upper hand at last."
Hmm. Okay, so fun fact about this. Not the case itself, but the words. I have previously pointed out that today is spelt with a hyphen in the middle. So T-O and then day, as in a day too, I suppose. And similar is done with tomorrow. So that's obviously quite interesting that it's changed so much over time, where tomorrow is spelled now together. So tomorrow. But within it, there is something else I would like to notice. Specifically, in the languages that I come from originally, the first ones I've learned, there is a singular word for the day after a day. Um,
which would be, for example, uh, позавчера, which would be the day before day, or the day after day is послезавтра. So there's that, as in the day after tomorrow. And I have also found that there is a similar Old English word, which is dead now. It's not longer in use, which is, I believe, aftermorrow is the day after tomorrow, which explains a lot because tomorrow is the morrow that is to come, I suppose, and aftermorrow is the one after that. Uh, so that is quite cool, and I can see the origin of it now, which is very neat. And you should also probably use it because it's cool and useful. I hate to say the day after the day, whatever, when you could just say after tomorrow the entire time. It's grand. Mm, You know, nonetheless, we shall continue. Where were we? Right. I could draw nothing further from him, and he walked, lost in thought, as far as the Baskerville gates. Are you coming up? Yes, I see no reason for further concealment. But one last word, Watson. Say nothing of the Hound to Sir Henry. Let him think that Selden's death was as Stapleton would have us believe. He will be a better nerve for the ordeal which he will have to undergo tomorrow, when he is engaged, if I remember your report all right, to dine with these people. And so am I. Then you must excuse yourself and he must go alone. That will be easily arranged. And now, if we are too late for dinner, I think that we are both ready for our suppers.
You telling me it's not the same word? I thought they were synonyms this entire time. So supper's the meal after dinner? This is amazing. This is game changing. Do you understand what this means to me personally? Probably not, because I also don't, to be fair. But it's the meal after dinner. This is revolutionary. This is amazing. English has so much to offer if it is very old. Which this isn't even that old. Think of all the possibilities. I understand now why people go to university to become scholars of Shakespeare. I understand the knowledge of language, the potential of it. Truly, truly wonderful. I now understand. Back to it though.
Sir Henry was more pleased than surprised to see Sherlock Holmes, for he had for some days been expecting that recent events would bring him down from London. He did raise his eyebrows, however, when he found that my friend had neither any luggage nor any explanations for his absence. Between us, we soon supplied his wants, and then, over a belated supper, we explained to the baronet as much of our experience as it seemed desirable that he should know. But first, I had the unpleasant duty of breaking the news to Barrymore and his wife. To him, it may have been an unmitigated relief, but she wept bitterly in her apron. To all the world, he was the man of violence, half animal and half demon. But to her, he always remained the little wilful boy of her own girlhood, the child who had clung to her hand. Evil, indeed, is the man who has not one woman to mourn him.
What a line. What a line. What a line. I'm going to put this into like accidentally feminist literature. This is grand. Although perhaps not accidentally. We'll never know. I don't think that's quite the word for it. What a line. Quite grand. Anyway, before I keep mumbling.
I've been moping in the house. Oh. I've been moping in the house all day since Watson went off in the morning, said the baronet. I guess I should have some credit, for I have kept my promise. If I hadn't sworn not to go about alone, I might have had a more lively evening, for I had a message from Stapleton asking me over there. I have no doubt that you would have had a more lively evening, said Holmes dryly. But the way I don't suppose you appreciate that we have been mourning over you as having broken your neck? Sorry, I'll retry that line. And thank you for patience. I have no doubt that you would have had a more lively evening, said Holmes dryly. By the way, I don't suppose you appreciate that we have been mourning over you as having broken your neck? Sir Henry opened his eyes. How was that? This poor wretch was dressed in your clothes. I fear your servant who gave them to him may get into trouble with the police. That is unlikely. That is unlikely. There was no mark of any of them, as far as I know. That's lucky for him. In fact, it's lucky for all of you, since you are all on the wrong side of the law in this matter. I'm not sure that, as a conscientious detective, my first duty is not to arrest the whole household. Watson's reports are most incriminating documents. But how about the case? Asked the baronet. How you made anything out of that tangle? I don't know that Watson and I are much wiser since we came down. I think that I shall be in position to make the situation rather more clear to you before long. It has been an exceedingly difficult and most complicated business. There are several points upon which we still want light, but it is coming all the same. We've had one experience, as Watson has no doubt told you. He heard the hound of the moor, so I can swear that it is not at all it is not all empty superstition. I had something to do with the dogs when I was out west, and I know one when I hear one. If you can muzzle that one and put him on a chain, I'll be ready to swear you're the greatest detective of all time. I think I will muzzle him and chain him all right if you will give me your help. Whatever you tell me to do, I will do. Very good. I will ask you also to do it blindly, without always asking me reason. Just as you like. If you will do this, I think the chances are that our little problem will soon be solved. I have no doubt. He stopped suddenly and stared fixedly up over my head and into the air. The lamp beat upon his face. The lamp beat upon his face, and so intent was it, and so still, that it might have been that of a clear-cut classical statue, a personification of alertness and expectation.
I don't think I've ever described my bro as a classical statue, although I have seen this happen in art school. This is a striking similarity. Now back to the book. I know there's at odd times where I put in my commentary, but I do find it quite fun. I presume you too, dear Rita. Next. What is it? And we both cried. I can't do two voices at the same time because I only have one vocal cord setting for now. I love this moment. I could see as he looked down that he was repressing some internal emotion. His features were still composed, but his eyes shone with amused exultation. Excuse the admiration of a connoisseur, said he as he waved his hand towards the line of portraits which covered the opposite wall. Watson won't allow that I know anything of art, but that is mere jealousy because our views upon the subject differ. Now, there are a really very fine series of portraits. Well, I'm glad to hear you say so, said Henry, glancing with some surprise at my friend. I don't pretend to know much about these things, and I'd be better judge of a horse or a steer than a picture. I don't know that you found time for such things. I know what is good when I see it, and I see it now. That's a Kneller, I swear. That lady in the blue silk over yonder, and that stout gentleman, the wig ought to be a Reynolds. They're all family portraits, I presume. Everyone. Do you know the names? Barrymore has been coaching me in them, and I think I can say my lessons fairly well.
Who is the gentleman with the telescope? That is the Rear Admiral Baskerville, who served under Rodney in the West Indies. The man with the blue coat and the roll of paper is Sir William Baskerville, who was chairman of committees of the House of Commons under Pitt. And this caviar opposite to me, the one with the black velvet and the lace? Ah, you have a right to know about him. That ends the case of all mischief, the wicked Hugo, who started the Hound of Baskervilles. We're not likely to forget him. I gazed with interest and some surprise upon the portrait. Dear me, said Holmes, he seems quite meek-mannered man enough, but I dare say that there was a lurking devil in his eyes. I had pictured him as a more robust and ruffianly person. There's no more There's no doubt about the authenticity, for the name and the date, 1647, are on the back of the canvas. Holmes said little more, but the picture of the old royster seemed to have a fascination for him, and his eyes were continually fixed upon it during his supper. It was not until later, when Sir Henry had gone to his room, that I was able to follow the trend of his thoughts. He led me back into the banqueting hall.
Oh, it's an awful word to pronounce.
Who made the English language?
You know what? If I lived in a place with entirely clouds that had no neighbors, I would probably also be pissed enough to name a language with words like that, honestly. And I know it evolved over time, but I'm just saying it probably evolved out of anger and maybe illicit substances. Because what do you mean that's how you pronounce banqueting? Banquet. Why would there be a U and an E and a Q? You understand? You understand, my dear viewer. That which one must endure in order to speak this godforsaken language at times. All to read. It's pretty good for reading classics. Let's be at that. There's some that I wish I don't quite have the languages for, but with a strong base of about 3 to 4 languages, I can at least grasp most of them, which is quite neat, I guess. I know that justifies the QUE or any other of the older English words. I know that justifies Worcester sauce, but like, the point is, I'm not even sure if there is a point actually. It just seems like evil for the fun of it. Who does that? They must be really bored. I can picture it. I understand who does that, but like, what, me applauding whatever that was. That is the English language, honestly. If you could hear it, I'm not quite sure if my mic picks it up. I know it's rather sensitive at times, so suspecting it did. Well, as we can see. Do you see anything there? I looked at the plumbed. It says plumbed. I looked at the broad, plumed hat, the curling love locks, the white lace collar, and the straight, severe face which was framed between them. It was not a brutal countenance, but it was prim, hard, and stern, with a firm set, thin-lipped mouth, and coldly intolerant eyes. Is it like anyone you knew? There is something, Sir Henry, about the jaw. Sorry. Is there... Oh, I suppose by we he meant Sir Henry's also with them, maybe? Is it like anyone you know? There is something, Sir Henry, about the jaw. Just a suggestion, perhaps. But wait an instant. He stood up on the chair, and holding up the light in his left hand, he curved his right arm over the broad lit hat and ran along the long ringlets. Ah,
He stood up on a chair and, holding up the light in his left hand, he curved his right arm over the broad head and ran along long ringlets around. Good, good heavens! I cried in amazement. The face of Stapleton had sprung out of the canvas. Ha! You see it now. My eyes have been trained to examine faces and not their trimmings. It is the first quality of a criminal investigator that he should see through a disguise. But this is marvelous. It might be his portrait. Yes, it is an interesting instance of a throwback, which appears to be both physical and spiritual. A study of family portraits is enough to convert a man to doctrine of reincarnation. The fellow is a Baskerville. That is evident. The fellow. Ooh, okay, that's quite interesting. Wait, so it is. Oh, sorry. I thought that he just commissioned a portrait and then hung it there, and then went through the entire trouble of teaching the new Baron Baskerville, you know, that look, this is your ancestor, but in truth, it is simply that they share an ancestor, hence why he looks like that, apparently. With designs upon the succession. With designs upon succession. Exactly. This chance of the picture has supplied us with one of our most obvious missing links. We have him, Watson. We have him, and I dare swear that before tomorrow night he will be fluttering in our net as helpless as one of his own butterflies. A pin, a cork, and a card. And we add him to the Baker Street collection. He burst into one of his rare fits of laughter as he turned away from the picture. I have not heard him laugh often, and it has always boded ill to somebody.
I absolutely love that. I can just imagine him laughing and like that evil laugh. I can sometimes do it, but I need to actually find something funny, so not gonna do it on demand. But I can like picture the malice with it. Mm.
I was up betimes in the morning, but Holmes was a foot earlier still, for I saw him as I dressed coming up the drive. Yes, we should have a full day today, he remarked, and he rubbed his hands with joy of action.
Oh my god, he's like a fly on the wall. I love this guy. Great character. 10 out of 10. This is why they knighted Sir Doyle. Conan Doyle. Alright.
The nets are all in place, and the drag is about to begin. We'll know before the day is out whether we have caught our big, lean, jawed pike, or whether he has got through the meshes. Have you been on the moor already? I have sent report from Grimpen to Princetown as to the death of Selden. I think I can promise that none of you will be troubled in the matter, and I have also communicated with my faithful Cartwright, who would certainly have pinned away at the door of my hut as a dog does at his master's grave, if I had not set his mind at rest about my safety. What is the next move? To see Sir Henry. Ah, here he is. Good morning, Holmes, said the baronet. You look like a general who is planning a battle with his chief of the staff. That is the exact situation. Watson was asking for orders. And so do I. Very good. You're engaged, as I understand, to dine with our friend the Stapletons tonight. With our friends, Stapletons tonight. I hope that you will come also. They're very hospitable people, and I'm sure they would be very glad to see you. I fear that Watson and I must go to London.
To London?
Yes, I think that we should be more useful there at the present juncture. The baronet's face perceptibly lengthened.
When they say why the long face, that's that. Which is the expression of why do you look so sad. That's quite neat. You should use that more often as well.
I hope that you are going to see me through this business. The hall and the moor are not very pleasant places when one is alone. My dear fellow, you must trust me implicitly, and do exactly what I tell you. You can tell your friends that we should have been happy to have come with you, but that urgent business required us to be in town. We hope very soon to return to Devonshire. Will you remember to give them the message? If you insist upon it. There is no alternative, I assure you. I saw by the baronet's clouded brow that he was deeply hurt by what he regarded as our desertion. When do you desire to go? He asked coldly. Immediately after breakfast. We will drive into Racy, but Watson will leave his things as a pledge that he will come back to you. Watson, you will send a note to Stapleton to tell him that you regret that you cannot come. I have a good mind to go to London with you. Sorry. I have a good mind to go to London with you, said the baronet. Why should I stay here alone? Because it is your post of duty. Because you gave me your word that you would do as you were told, and I tell you to stay. All right, then I'll stay. Right then, I'll stay. One more direction. I wish you to drive to Merripit House, send back your trap, however, and let them know that you intend to walk home. To walk across the moor? Yes, but that is the very thing which you have so often cautioned me not to do. This time you may do it with safety. If I had not every confidence in your nerve and courage, I would not suggest it, but it is essential that you should do it. Then I will do it. And as you value your life, do not go across the moor in any direction save along the straight path which leads from Merripit House to Grimpen Road, and is your natural way home. I will do just as you say. Very good. You should be glad to get away as soon as after breakfast as possible, so as to reach London in the afternoon. I was much astounded by this programme, though I remembered that Holmes had said to Stapleton on the night before that his visit would terminate next day. I had not crossed my mind, however, that he would wish me to go with him, nor could I understand how we could both be absent at a moment which he himself declared to be critical. There was nothing for it, however, but implicit obedience, so we bade good-bye to our rueful friend, and a couple of hours afterwards we were at the station of Coomber Tracy, and had dispatched the trap upon its return journey. A small boy was waiting for us upon the platform. Any orders, sir?
The voice crack, I think, was perfect for that.
You will take this train to town, Cartwright. The moment you arrive, you will send a wire to Sir Henry Baskerville in my name to say that if he finds the pocket-book which I have dropped, he is to send it by register post to Baker Street. Yes, sir. And ask the station officer if there is a message for me. The boy returned with a telegram, which Holmes handed to me. It ran: We received. Coming down with unsigned warrant. Arrive 5:40. Leicester. Lestrade. Lestrade. That is an answer to mine of this morning. He's huh. That is an answer to mine of this morning. He is the best of the professionals, I think, and we may need his assistance. Now, Watson, I think that we cannot employ our time better than by calling upon your acquaintance, Miss Laura Lyons.
English.
His plan of campaign was beginning to be evident. He would use Baronet in order to convince the Stapletons that we were really gone, while we should actually return the instant when we were likely to be needed. The telegram from London, if mentioned by Sir Henry to the Stapletons, must remove the last suspicion from their minds. Already I seem to see our nets drawing closer around the lean-jawed pike.
This is going to be one long stream. It's been about, well, not quite 5 hours yet, but probably drawing on soon. We were halfway point. Last time we finished the previous stream, so I'm quite surprised it takes about double the time.
Miss Laura Lyons was in her office, and Sherlock Holmes opened his interview with frankness and directness, which considerably amazed her. "I am investigating the circumstances which attended to the death of late Sir Charles Baskerville," said he. "My friend here, Dr. Watson, has informed me of what you have communicated, and also of what you have withheld in connection with that matter." "What have I withheld?" she asked defiantly. "You have confessed that you asked Sir Charles to be at the gate at 10 o'clock. We know that was the place and hour of his death. You have withheld what the connection is between these events." "There is no connection." "And that, in that case, the coincidence must indeed be an extraordinary one. But I think that we shall succeed in establishing a connection after all. I wish to be perfectly frank with you, Miss Lyons. We regard this case as one of murder, and the evidence may implicate not only your friend, Mr. Stapleton, but his wife as well." The lady sprang from her chair. "His wife?" she cried. "The fact is no longer a secret. The person who has passed for his sister is really his wife." Miss Lyons had resumed her seat. Her hands were grasping the arms of her chair, and I saw that the pink nails had turned white with pressure of the grip. "His wife!" she began. "His wife! He is not a married man." Sherlock Holmes shrugged his shoulders. "Prove it to me! Prove it to me! And if you can do so—" The fierce flash of her eyes said more than any words. "I have come prepared to do so," said Holmes, drawing several papers from his pocket. "Here is a photograph of the couple taken in York 4 years ago. It is endorsed Mr. and Miss Wendeler, but you will have no difficulty in recognizing him, and her also, if you know her by sight. Here are 3 written descriptions by trustworthy witnesses of Mr. and Miss Wender, who at the time kept St. Oliver's Private School. Read them and see if you can doubt the identity of these people." She glanced at them and then looked up at us with the set, rigid face of a desperate woman. "Mr. Holmes," she said, "this man had offered me marriage on condition that I could get divorced from my husband. He has lied to me, the villain, in every conceivable way. Not one word of truth has he ever told me, and why? Why? I mean, I imagined that all was for my own sake, but now I see that I was never anything but a tool in his hands. Why should I preserve faith with him who never kept any with me? Why should I try to shield him from the consequences of his own wicked acts? Ask me what you like, and there is nothing which I shall hold back. One thing I swear to you, and that is that when I wrote that letter I never dreamed of any harm to the old gentleman who had been my kindest friend." "I entirely believe you, madam," said Sherlock Holmes. "The recital of these events must be very painful to you, and perhaps it will make it easier if I tell you what occurred, and you can check me if I make any material mistake. The spending of this letter was suggested to you by Stapleton?" "He dictated it." "I presume that the reason he gave was that you would receive help from Sir Charles for legal expenses connected with your divorce?" "Exactly." "And then, after you had sent the letter, he dissuaded you from keeping the appointment?" "He told me that it would hurt his self-respect that any other man should find the money for such an object, and that, though he was a poor man himself, he would devote his last penny to removing the obstacles which divided us." "He appears to be a very consistent character. And then you heard nothing until you read the reports of the death in the paper?" "No." "And he made you swear to say nothing about your appointment with Sir Charles?" "He did. He said that the death was a very mysterious one, and that I should certainly be suspected if the facts come out. He frightened me into remaining silent." "Quite so. But you had your suspicions." She hesitated and looked down. "I knew him," she said. "But if he had kept faith with me, I should always have done so with him." I think that I think that, on the whole, you had a fortunate escape, said Sherlock Holmes. You have had him in your power, and he knew it. And yet, you are alive. You have been walking for some months, very near to the edge of a precipice. We must wish you good morning now, Miss Lyons, and it is probable that you will very shortly hear from us again. Our case becomes rounded off, and difficulty after difficulty sins away in front of us, sir. Who was speaking before then? Was that Watson? No, it was also Sherlock. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Just have two separate paragraphs in the same card. Sure. Our case becomes rounded off in difficulty after difficulty sends away in front of us, said Holmes as we stood waiting for the arrival of the express from town. I shall soon be in position of being able to put into a single connected narrative one of the most singular and sensational crimes of modern times. Students of criminology will remember the analogues, incidents, and God no, in Little Russia in the year 66, and of course there are Anderson murders in North Carolina, but this case some features which are entirely its own. Even now we have no clear case against this very Billy man, but I shall be very much surprised if it is not clear enough before we go to bed this night. I kind of understand the hype behind detective murder novels, I guess. Not in the way that I sympathize with it, because again, I did not find that particular aspect exciting whatsoever. But I understand why people would. I guess it's probably the same, allure of anybody who's into crime fiction. Of like, oh, look, the action, the trap is caught, something. I don't know. It's not quite. I don't know. It's got some features I like in it, but it's not exactly the type of fiction I personally prefer. Hmm. The London Express came roaring into the station, and the small, burly bulldog of a man had sprung from a first-class carriage. We all three shook hands, and I saw at once from the reverential way in which Lestrade gazed at my companion that he had learned a good deal since the days when they had first worked together. I could well remember the scorn which the series of the reasoner used to excite in the practical man. I have to give him a voice. I don't know what voice to give him. I'm at the end of my rope here. There's too many men. Uh, I genuinely have no idea. Anyone have any idea? No? Ah. Well, what could I do? He's an old man, though. I know he's not. Actually, no. We're not gonna do this because we know he's younger. Mm, maybe if we make him speak slower. Anything good? Good enough, he asked. The biggest thing for years, said Holmes. We have 2 hours before we need to think straight. Sorry, we have 2 hours before we need to think of starting. I think we might employ it in getting some dinner and then let's raid. We will take the London fog out of your throat by giving you a breath of pure night air of Dartmoor. Never been here? Oh well, I don't suppose you will forget your first visit. We're now on chapter 14, which marks close to when we will be finished with the book, I suppose. And we're about 10 pages away. One of Sherlock Holmes's defects, if indeed one may call it a defect, was that he was exceedingly loath to communicate his full plans to any other person until the instant of their fulfillment. Partly it came no doubt from his own masterful nature, which loved to dominate and surprise these who were around him, partly from his professional caution, which urged him never to take any chances. The result, however, was very trying for those who were acting as his agents and assistants. I had often suffered under it, but never more so than during that long drive in the darkness. The greater deal was in front of us. At last we were about to make our final effort, and yet Holmes had said nothing, and I could only surmise what his course of action would be. My nerves thrilled with anticipation when at last the cold wind upon our faces and the dark void spaces on either side of the narrow road told me that we were back upon the moor once again. Every stride of the horses and every turn of the wheels was taking us nearer to our supreme adventure. Our conversation was hampered by the presence of the driver of the hired wagonette, so that we were forced to talk of trivial matters when our nerves were tense with emotion and anticipation. It was a relief to me, after that unnatural restraint, when we at last passed Franklin's house, and knew that we were drawing near to the hole and to the scene of action. We did not drive up to the door, but got down near the gate of the avenue. The wagonette was paid off, and ordered to return to Comber Tracy forthwith, while we still startled to walk to Merripit House. "Are you armed, Lestrade?" The little detective smiled. "As long as I have my trousers, I have a hip pocket, and as long as I have my hip pocket, I have something in it." "Good. My friend and I are also ready for emergencies." "You're mighty close about this affair, Mr. Holmes. What's the game now?" "A waiting game." "My word, it does not seem a very cheerful place," said the detective with a shiver, glancing around him at the gloomy slopes of the hill and at the huge lake of fog which lay over Grimpenmire. "I see the lights of a house ahead of us." "That is Merripit House, and the walk of our journey. I must request you to walk on tiptoe and not talk about a whisper." We moved cautiously along the track as if we were bound for the house, but Holmes halted us when we were about 200 yards from it. "This'll do," he said he. "These rocks upon the right make an admirable screen." "We are to await here?" "Yes, we shall make our little ambush here. Get into this hollow, Lestrade. You have been inside the house, have you not, Watson? Can you tell the position of the rooms? What are those latticed windows at this end?" "I think they are the kitchen windows." "And the one beyond, which shines so brightly?" "That is certainly the dining room." "The blinds are up. You know the lie of the land best. Creep forward quietly and see what they are doing. But for heaven's sake, don't let them know that they are watched." I tiptoed down the path and stood behind the low wall behind which surrounded the stunted orchard. Once again that word has come to haunt me. Why must you appear once more? Why must you torment me? In a place full of orchids, why must an orchard? Why was once not enough for you? Creeping in its shadows, I reached a point whence I could look straight through the uncurtained window. These were only two men in the room, Sir Henry and Stapleton. They sat with their profiles towards me on either side of the round table. Both of them were smoking cigars, and coffee and wine were in front of them. Stapleton was talking with animation, but the baronet looked pale and distant. Perhaps the thought of the lonely walk across the ill-omened moor was weighing heavily upon his mind. As I watched them, Stapleton rose and left the room, while Sir Henry filled his glass again, and leaned back in his chair, puffing at his cigar. I heard the creak of a door and the crisp sound of boots upon gravel. The steps passed along the path on the other side of the wall under which I crouched. Looking over, I saw the naturalist pause at the door of an outhouse in the corner of the orchard. A key turned in the lock, and as he passed in, there was a curious scuffling noise from within. He was only a minute or so inside, and then I heard the key turn once more, and he passed me and re-entered quietly back to where my companions were waiting to tell them what I had seen. Sorry. Re-entered the house. I saw him rejoin his guest, and I crept quietly back to where my companions were waiting to tell them what I had seen. You say, Watson, that the lady is not there? Holmes asked when I had finished my report. No. Where can she be, then, since there is no light in any other room except the kitchen? I cannot think where she is. I have said that over the great Gimpen Mire there hung a dense white fog. It was drifting slowly in our direction and blanketed itself up like a wall on that side of us, low but thick and well-defined. The moon shone on it, and it looked like a great shimmering ice field, with the heads of the distant tors as the rocks borne upon his surface. Holmes' face was turned towards it, and he muttered impatiently as he watched its sluggish drift. It's moving towards us, Watson. Is that serious? Very serious indeed. The one thing upon earth which could have disarranged my plans. It can't be very long now. It is already 10 o'clock. Our success, and even his life, may depend upon his coming out before the fog is over the pass. The night was clear and fine above us. The stars shone cold and bright, while a half-moon bathed the whole scene in a soft, uncertain light. Before us lay the dark bulk of the house, its serrated roof and bristling chimneys, hard outlined against the silver-sprangled sky. Broad bars of golden light from the low windows stretched across the orchard and the moor. One of them was suddenly shut off. The servants had left the kitchen. There only remained the lamp in the dining room, where the two men, the murderous host and the unconscious guest, still chatted over their cigars. I like the use of unconscious here to be as someone without a conscious conscience. Oh my lord. I know how it's spelled. Conscience. English is an evil language. Conscience? That one. As in someone that has nothing to be guilty for, or is unknowing of what it is about to happen, which is quite grand, I think. To have those two characters together described like that. It's a good way of using that word. Every minute, that white woolly plain which covered one half of the moor was drifting closer and closer to the house. Already the first thin wisps of it were curling across the gold square of the lighted windows. The further wall of the orchard was already invisible, and the trees were standing out of a swirl of white vapor. As we watched it, the fog wrist came crawling around both corners of the house and rolled slowly to one dense bank, on which the upper floor and the roof floated like the strange ship upon a shadowy sea. Holmes struck his hand passionately upon the rock in front of us and stamped his feet in his impatience. If he isn't out in a quarter of an hour, the pass will be covered. In half an hour, we won't be able to see our hands in front of us. Shall we move further back upon the higher ground? Yes, I think it would be as well. So, as the fog bank flowed onward, we fell back before it until we were half a mile from the house, and still that dense white sea, with moon silvering its upper edge, swept slowly and inexorably on. We're going too far, said Holmes. We dare not take the chance of his being overtaken before he can reach us. At all costs, we must hold our ground where we are. He stopped on his knees and clapped his ear to the ground. Thank God, I think I hear him coming. The sound of quick steps broke the silence of the moor. Crouching among the stones, we stared intently at the silver-tipped bank in front of us. The steps grew louder, and through the fog, as though a curtain, there stepped the man whom we were awaiting. He looked around him in surprise, as he emerged into the clear starlight of night. Then he came swiftly along the path, passed close to where we lay, and went on up the long slope behind us. As he walked, he glanced continuously over either shoulder, like a man who is ill at ease. Hist! Hist! Hist. I have no idea what that is supposed to sound like. Onomatopoeia is a sound-like word. I'm gonna say that he cried in a way that is hissing, because what is that? Hist! Cried Holmes, and I heard the sharp click of a cocking pistol. Look out! It's coming! There was a thin, crisp, continuous patter from somewhere in the heart of that crawling bank. The cloud was within 50 yards of where we lay, and we glared at it, all three uncertain what horror was about to break from the heart of it. I was at Holmes' elbow, and I glanced for an instant at his face. It was pale and exultant, his eyes shining brightly in the moonlight. But suddenly they stared forward in a rigid, fixed stare, and his lips parted in amazement. At the same instant, Lestrade gave a yell of terror, and threw himself face downward upon the ground. I sprang to my feet, my inert hand grasping at my pistol, my mind paralyzed by the dreadful shape which had sprung out upon us from the shadows of the fog. A hound it was, an enormous coal-black hound, but not such a hound as mortal eyes have ever seen. Fire burst from its open mouth, its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare, its muzzle and hackles and dewlap were outlined in flickering flame. Never in the delirious dream of a disordered brain could anything more savage, more appalling, more hellish be conceived than that dark form and savage face which broke upon us out of the wall of fog. With long bounds, the huge black creature was leaping down the track, following hard upon the footsteps of our friends. So paralyzed were we by the apparition that we allowed him to pass before we had recovered our nerve. Then Holmes and I both fired together, and the creature gave a hideous howl, which showed that one at least had hit him. He did not pause, however, but bounded onward. Far away on the pass, we saw Sir Henry looking back, his face white in the moonlight, his hands raised in horror, glaring helplessly at the frightful thing which was hunting him down. But that cry of pain from the hound had blown all our fears to the winds. If he was vulnerable, he was mortal, and if we could wound him, we could kill him.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the age-old, if it can bleed, it can die. I actually don't remember what the full quote was. I know it's very often used in Souls-like games. Um, Something about an HP bar, I believe? I'm not quite sure. But that's the very same sentiment, isn't it? I find that quite lovely. Some things are quite the same over the years. If it can bleed, we can kill it.
Never have I seen a man run as Holmes ran through that night. I am reckoned fleet of foot, but he outpaced me as much as I outpaced the little professional. In front of us, we flew up the track. We heard scream after scream from Sir Henry and the deep roar of the hound. I was in time to see the beast springing up on its victim and hurl him to the ground and worry at his throat. But the next instant, Holmes had emptied 5 barrels of his revolver into the creature's flank. With a last howl of agony and vicious snap in the air, it rolled upon its back, 4 feet, pawing furiously, and then fell limp upon its side. I stooped, panting, and pressed my pistol to the dreadful, shimmering head. But it was useless to press the trigger. The giant hound was dead. Sir Henry lay insensible where he had fallen. We tore away his collar, and Holmes breathed a prayer of gratitude when he saw that there was no sign of a wound and that the rescue had been in time. Already our friend's eyelids shivered, and he made a feeble effort to move. Lestrade thrust his brandy flask between the baronet's teeth, and two frightened eyes were looking up at us. "My God!" he whispered. "What was that? What in heaven's name was it?" "It's dead, whatever it is," said Holmes. "We've said the family ghost once and forever. We've laid the family ghost once and forever." In mere size and strength, it was a terrible creature which was lying stretched before us. It was not a pure bloodhound, and it was not a pure mastiff, but it appeared to be a combination of the two, gaunt, savage, and as large as a small lioness. Even now, in the stillness of death, the huge jaws seemed to be dripping with a bluish flame, and the small, deep-set, cruel eyes were ringed with fire. I placed my hand upon the upon the glowing muzzle, and as I held them up, my own fingers smoldered and gleamed in the darkness. "Phosphorus," I said. "A cunning preparation of it," said Holmes, sniffing the animal. "There is no smell which might have interfered with its power of scent. We owe you a deep apology, Sir Henry, for having exposed you to this fright. I was prepared for a hound, but not for such a creature as this, and the fog gave us little time to receive him." "You saved my life." "Having first endangered it, are you strong enough to stand? Give me another mouthful of that brandy, and I shall be ready for anything. So, now if you will help me up, and what do you propose to do?" "To leave you here. You're not fit for further adventures tonight. If you will wait, one or other of us will go back with you to the hall." He tried to stagger to his feet, but he was still ghastly pale and trembling in every limb. We helped him to a rock, where he sat shivering with his face buried in his hands.
See, isn't it so much better than just killing him off? Isn't it so much? There's so much more character and development interaction you can have. I really do truly appreciate it.
"We must leave you now," said Holmes. "The rest of our work must be done, and every moment is of importance. We have our case, and now we only want our man. It's 1,000 to 1 against our finding him at the house," he continued as we retraced the steps stiffly down the path. "These shots might have told him that the game was up." We were some distance off, and this fog may have deadened them. "He followed the hound to call him off. Off that you may be certain. No, no, he's gone by this time. But we'll search the house and make sure." The front door was open, so we rushed in and hurried from room to room, to the amazement of the doddering old manservant, who met us in the passage. There was no light save in the dining room, but Holmes caught up the lamp and left no corner of the house unexplored. No sign could we see of the man whom we were chasing. On the upper floor, however, one of the bedroom doors was locked. There's someone in there," cried Lestrade. "I can hear a movement. Open this door."
I am now realizing my issue with Lestrade's voice. It is not at all fit to urgency. For Lest- oh god, he's not Lestrade. What's his name? Lestrade. British people, how do you live like this?
A faint moaning and rustling came from within. Holmes struck the door and just over the lock with the flat of his foot, and it flew open. Pistol in hand, we all three rushed into the room. But there was no sign within it of that desperate and defiant villain whom we suspected to see. Instead, we were faced by an object so strange and so unexpected that we stood for a moment staring at it in amazement. The room had been fashioned into a small museum, and the walls were lined by a number of glass-topped cases full of that collection of butterflies and moths, the formation of which had been the relaxation of this complex and dangerous man. In the center of his room there was an upright beam which had been placed at some point, a period, as support for the old worm-eaten bulk of timber which spanned the roof. To this post a figure was tied, so swathed and muffled, and the sheets which had been used to secure it, that one could not for the moment tell whether it was that of a man or a woman. One towel pressed around his throat and was secured to the back of the pillar, another covered the lower part of the face, and over it two dark eyes full of grief and shame and dreadful questioning, stared back at us. In a minute we had torn off the gag and unswathed the bonds, and Miss Stapleton sunk upon the floor in front of us. As her beautiful head fell upon her chest, I saw the clear red wheal of whiplash across her neck. "The brute!" cried Holmes. "Here, Lestrade, your brandy bottle. Put her in the chair. She has fainted from ill usage and exhaustion." She opened her eyes again. "Is he safe?" she asked. "Has he escaped?" "He cannot escape us, madam." "No, no, I did not mean my husband, Sir Henry. Is he safe?" "Yes." "And the hound?" "It is dead." She gave a long sigh of satisfaction. Thank God, oh, this villain! See how he has treated me!" She shot her arms out from his sleeves, and we saw with horror that they were all mottled with bruises. "But this is nothing. It is my mind and soul that he has tortured and defiled. I could endure it all. Ill usage, solitude, a life of deception, everything, as long as I could still cling to the hope that I had his love. But now I know that in this also I have been his dupe and his tool." She broke into a passionate sobbing as she spoke. "You bear him no good will, madam," said Holmes. "Tell us, then, where we shall find him. If you have ever aided him in evil, help us now and so atone." "There is but one place where he can have fled, sir. There is but one place where he can have fled," she answered. "There's an old tin mine on an island in the heart of the mire. It was there that he kept his hound, and there also he had made preparations so that he might have a refuge. That is where he would fly." The fog bank lay like white pool against the window. Holmes held the lamp towards it. "See," said he, "no one could find his way into the Grimpen Mire tonight." She laughed and clapped her hands. Her eyes and teeth gleamed with fierce merriment. "He may find his own way in, but never out," she cried. "Now he can see the guiding wands tonight. Sorry, how can he see the guiding wands tonight? We planted them together, he and I, to mark the pathways through the mire. Oh, if I could only have plucked them out today, then indeed you would have had him at your mercy." It was evident to us that all pursuit was in vain until the fog had lifted. Meanwhile, we left Lestrade, Lestrade in possession of the house, while Holmes and I went back with the Baronet of Baskerville Hall. The story of the Stapletons could no longer be withheld from him, but he took the blow bravely when he learned when he learned the truth about the woman whom he had loved. But the shock of the night's adventures had shattered his nerves, and before morning he lay delirious in a high fever under the care of Dr. Mortimer. The two of them were destined to travel together around the world before Sir Henry had become once more the hale, hearty man that he had been before he became master of the ill-omened estate. And now I come rapidly to the conclusion of the singular narrative, in which I have tried to make the reader share those dark fears and vague surmises which clouded our lives so long and ended in so tragic a manner. On the morning after the death of the hound, the fog had lifted, and we were guided by Mr. Stapleton to the point where they had found a pathway through the bog. Sorry, by Miss Stapleton. Good Lord. It helped us to realize the horror of this woman's life when we saw the eagerness and joy with which she laid us on her husband's track. We left her standing upon the thin peninsula of firm, peaty soil which tapered out into the widespread bog. From the end of it, a small wand planted here and there showed where the path zigzagged from tuft to tuft of rushes among these green-scummed pits and foul quagmires, which barred the way to the stranger. Rank reeds and lush slimy water plants sent an odor of decay and heavy miasmic vapor onto our faces, while a false step plunged us more than once side-deep into the darkness, a quivering mire, which shook for yards in soft undulations around our feet. Its tenacious grip plucked at our heels as we walked, and when we sank into it, it was as if some malignant hand was tugging us down into those obscene depths. So grim and purposeful was the clutch in which it held us. Once only we saw a trace that someone had passed the perilous way before us. From amid a tuft of cotton grass which bored up out of the slime, some dark thing was projecting. Holmes sank to his waist as he stepped from the path to seize it, and had we not been there to drag him out, he could never have set his foot upon his firm land again. He held an old black boot in the air. "Myers, Toronto," was printed on the leather inside. "It is worse a mud, boss," said he. "It is our friend Sir Henry's missing boot." "Thrown there by Stapleton in his flight." "Exactly. He retained it in his hand after using it to set the hound upon the track. He fled when he knew the game was up, still clutching it, and he hurled it away at this point of his flight. We know, at least, that he came so far in safety. But more than that, we were never destined to know, though there was much which we might surmise. There was no chance of finding footsteps in the mire, for the rising mud oozed swiftly upon them. But as we at last reached firmer ground beyond the morass, we all looked eagerly for them, but no slightest sign of them ever met our eyes. If the Earls told a true story, then Stapleton never reached that island of refuge towards which he struggled through the fog upon that last night. Somewhere in the heart of the great Gimpen mire, down in the foul slime of the huge morass which had sucked him in, this cold and cruel-hearted man is forever buried. Many traces we found of him in the bog-grit island where he had hid his savage ally. A huge driving wheel and a shaft half filled with rubbish showed the position of an abandoned mine. Beside it were the crumbling remains of the cottages of the miners, driven away, no doubt, by the foul reek of the surrounding swamp. In one of those a staple and chain with a quantity of gnawed bones showed where the animal had been confined. A skeleton with a tangle of brown hair adhering to it lay among the debris. "A dog," said Holmes. "By Jove, a curly-haired spaniel! Poor Mortimer will never see his pet again. Well, I do not know that this place contains any secret which we have not already fathomed. He could hide his hound, but he could not hush its voice, and hence came those cries which, even in daylight, were not pleasant to hear. On an emergency, he could keep the hound in the outhouse at Merripit, but it was always a risk, and it was only on the supreme day, which he regarded as the end of all his efforts, that he dared to do it. This paste in the tin is no doubt the luminous mixture which the creature was duped in. It was suggested, of course, by the story of the family hellhound, and by the desire to frighten old Sir Charles to death. No wonder the poor devil of a convict ran screamed, even as our friend did, and as we ourselves might have done when he saw such a creature. It was okay when he saw such a creature bounding through the darkness of the moor upon his trek. It was a cunning device, for, apart from the chance of driving your victim to his death, what pleasant would venture to inquire too closely into such a creature should he get sight of it, as many have done upon the moor? I said it in London, Watson, and I say it again now, that never yet have we helped to hunt down a more dangerous man than he was who is lying yonder. He swept his long arm towards the huge mottled expanse of green-splotched bog, which stretched away until it merged into the russet slopes of the moor. And we're finally on chapter 15, with 4 more very dense pages to go. It was the end of November, and Holmes and I sat upon a raw and foggy night on either side of a blazing fire in our sitting room in Baker Street. Since the tragic upshot of our visit to Devonshire, he had been engaged in 2 affairs of the utmost importance, and in the first of which he had exposed the atrocious conduct of Colonel Upwood in connection with the famous card scandal of the Nonpareil Club. Nonpareil? While in the second he had defended the unfortunate M.M.E. Montpensier. I have no idea how you read M.M.E. Was the Mister? It's not. I don't know. Montpensier, from the charge of murder which hung over her in. Oh, it was not, probably. In connection with the death of her stepdaughter, Millie. Is that. Why do you have 0 vowels in your name? A cursed language. Carriere, Carriere, the young lady, who, as it will be remembered, was found 6 months later alive and married in New York. My friend was in excellent spirits over the success which had attended a succession of difficult and important cases, so that I was able to induce. Oh, where are we? There we go. Induce him to discuss the details of the Baskervilles mystery. I had waited patiently for the opportunity, for I was aware that he would never permit cases to overlap, and that his clear and logical mind would not be drawn from its present work to dwell upon memories of the past. Sir Henry and Dr. Mortimer were, however, in London, on their way to that long voyage which had been recommended for the restoration of his shattered nerves. They had called upon us that very afternoon, so that it was natural that the subject should come up for a discussion. "The whole course of events," said Holmes, "from the point of view of the man who called himself Stapleton, was simple and direct, although to us, who had no means in the beginning of knowing the motives of his actions and could only learn part of the facts, it all appeared exceedingly complex. I have had the average of 2 conversations with Miss Stapleton, and the case has now been so entirely cleared up that I am not aware that there is anything which has remained secret to us. You will find a few notes upon the matter under the heading B in my index list of cases." "Perhaps you would kindly give me a sketch of the course of events from memory?" "Certainly, though I cannot guarantee that I carry all the facts in my mind. Intense mental concentration has a curious way of blotting out what has passed. The barrister who has in his case at his fingers' ends The barrister who has his case at his fingers' ends, and is able to argue with an expert upon his own subject, finds that a week or 2 of the court will drive it all out of his head in no time. So each of my cases displaces the last. And Millie Carrere has blurred my recollection of Baskerville Hall. Tomorrow some other little problem may be submitted to my notice, which I will in turn dispossess the fair French lady and the infamous Upwood. So far as the case of the Hound goes, however, I will give you the course of events as nearly as I can, and you will suggest anything which I may have forgotten. My inquiries show beyond all questions that the family portrait did not lie, and that this fellow was indeed a Baskerville. He was a son of Roger Baskerville, the younger brother of Sir Charles, who fled with a sinister reputation to South America, where he was said to have died unmarried. He did, as a matter of fact, marry, and had one child, this fellow, whose real name is the same as his father's. He married Beryl Garcia. Oh, he married Beryl Garcia, one of the beauties of Costa Rica, and having purloined a considerable sum of public money, he changed his name to Wendealer and fled to England, where he established a school in the east of Yorkshire. His reason for attempting this special line of business was that he had struck up an acquaintance with con- consumptive tutor upon the voyage home, and that he had used this man's ability to make the undertaking a success. Fraser, the tutor, died, however, and the school, which had begun well, sunk from the disputes into infamy. The vendors found it convenient to change their name to Stapleton, and he bought the remains of his fortune, his schemes for the future, and his taste for entomology to the South England. I learned at the British Museum that he was a recognized authority upon the subject, and that the name of Wendover has been permanently attached to a certain moth which he had, in his Yorkshire days, been the first to describe.
Oh, that's quite interesting.
We now come to that portion of his life which has saved to be such intense interest to us. The fellow had evidently more inquiry and found that only two lives intervened between him and the valuable estate. When he went to Devonshire, his plans were, I believe, exceedingly hazy, but that he meant mischief from the first is evident, from the way in which he took his wife with him in the character of his sister. The idea of using her as a decoy was clearly already in his mind, though he may not have been certain how the details of his plot were to be arranged. He meant, in the end, to have the estate, and he was ready to use any tool or run any risk for that end. His first act was to establish himself as near to his ancestral home as he could, and his second was to cultivate a friendship with Sir Charles Baskerville and with the neighbours. The baronet himself told him about the family hound, and so prepared the way for his own death. Stapleton, as I will continue to call him, knew that the old man's heart was weak and that a shock would kill him. So much he had learned from Dr. Mortimer. He had heard also that Sir Charles was superstitious, and had taken this grim legend very seriously. His ingenious mind instantly suggested a way by which the baronet could be done to death, and yet it would be hardly possible to bring home the guilt to the real murderer. Having concealed the idea, he proceeded to carry it out with considerable finesse. An ordinary schemer would have been content to work with the savage hound. The use of artificial means to make the creature diabolical was a flash of genius upon his part. The dog he bought in London from Ross and Mangles, as the dealers of Fulham Road. It was the strongest and most savage in their possession. He bought it down by the North Devon line, and walked the great distance over the moor so as to get it home without exciting any remarks. He had already on his insect haunts learned to penetrate the Gimpen mire, and so had found a safe hiding place for the creature. Here he nailed it. Sorry, he kennelled? Hmm. Here he kennelled it and waited his chance. But it was some time coming. The old gentleman could not be decoyed outside of his grounds at night. It was some time coming. The old gentleman could not be decoyed outside of his grounds at night. Several times Stapleton lurked about with his hound, but without avail. It was during these fruitless quests that he, or rather his ally, was seen by peasants, and that the legend of the demon dog received a new confirmation. He had hoped that his wife might lure Sir Charles to his ruin, but here she proved unexpectedly independent. She would not endeavor to entangle the old gentleman in a sentimental attachment which might deliver him over to his enemy. Threats and even, I am sorry to say, blows refused to move her. She would have nothing to do with it, and for a time Stapleton was at a deadlock. He found a way out of his difficulties through the chance that Sir Charles, who had conceived a friendship for him, made him the minister of his charity in the case of the unfortunate woman Miss Laura Lyons. By representing himself as a single man, he acquired complete influence over her, and he gave her to understand that in the event of her obtaining a divorce from her husband, he would marry her. His plans were suddenly brought to a head by his knowledge that Sir Charles was about to leave them all on the advice of Dr. Mortimer, whose opinion he held himself pretended to coincide. He must act at once, or his victim might get beyond his power. He therefore put pressure upon Miss Lyons to write this letter imploring the old man to give her an interview on the evening before his departure for London. He then, by a suspicious argument, prevented her from going, and so had the chance for which he had waited. Driving back in the evening from Coomber Tracy, he was in time to get his hound to treat it with its infernal paint, and to bring the beast around to the gate, at which he had reason to expect that he would find the old gentleman waiting. The dog, incited by its master, sprang over the wicket gate and pursued the unfortunate baronet, who fled screaming down the yew alley. In that gloomy tunnel it must indeed have been a dreadful sight to see the huge black creature with its flaming jaws and blazing eyes, bounding after its victim. He fell dead at the end of the alley from the heart disease and terror. The hound had kept upon his sorry. The hound had kept upon the grassy border while the baronet and ran down the path. While the baronet had run down the path, so that no track but the man's was visible. On seeing him lying still, the creature had probably approached to sniff at him, but finding him dead, had turned away again. It was then that it left the print which was actually observed by Dr. Mortimer. The hound was called off and hurried away to its lair in the Grimpen Mire, and the mystery was left which puzzled the authorities, alarmed the countryside, and finally brought the case within the scope of our observation. So much for the death of Sir Charles Baskerville. You perceive the devilish cunning of it, for really it would be almost impossible to make a case against the real murderer. His only accomplice was one who never gave him away, and his grotesque, inconceivable nature of the device only served to make it more effective. Both of the women concerned in the case, Miss Stapleton and Miss Laura Lyons, were left with a strong suspicion against Stapleton. Miss Stapleton knew that he had designs upon the old man, and also of the existence of the hound. Miss Lyons, neither of these things, but had been impressed by the death occurring at the time of an uncalled appointment, which was only known to him. However, both of them were under his influence, and he had nothing to fear from them. The first half of his task was successfully accomplished, but the more difficult still remained. It is possible that Stapleton did not know of the existence of an heir in Canada. In any case, he would very soon learn it from his friend Dr. Mortimer, and he was told by the latter all details about the arrival of Henry Baskerville. Stapleton's first idea was that this young stranger from Canada might possibly be done to death in London without coming to Devonshire at all. He distrusted his wife ever since she had refused to help him in laying a trap for the old man, and he dared not leave her long out of his sight for fear he should lose his influence over her. It was for this reason that he took her to London with him. They lodged, I find, at the Maxburg Private Hotel in Craven Street, which was actually one of those called upon by my agent in search of evidence. Here he kept his wife imprisoned in her room while he, disguised in a beard, followed Dr. Mortimer to Baker Street, and afterward to the station and to the Northumberland Hotel. His wife had some inkling of his plans, but she had such a fear of her husband, a fear founded upon brutal ill treatment, that she dared not write to warn the man whom she knew to be in danger. If the letter should fall into Stapleton's hands, her own life would not be safe. Eventually, as we know, she adopted the expedient of cutting out the words which would form the message, and addressing the letter in a disguised hand. It reached the baronet, and gave him the first warning of his danger.
I will once again employ that the simple method of trying everyone's handwriting would have worked. Truly, the magnum. I just find it funny that the one thing that is, like, out of everything they've said that remained true, out of literally everything else was proven wrong, was that this could have probably worked. So I don't read detectives, guys.
It was very essential for Stapleton to get some article of Sir Henry's attire, so that, in case he was driven to use the dog, he might always have the means of setting him up on his track. With characteristic promptness and audacity, he set about this at once. And we cannot doubt that the boots of chambermaid of the hotel was well bribed. The boots or chambermaid of the hotel was well bribed to help him in his design. By chance, however, the first boot which was procured for him was a new one, and therefore useless for his purpose. He then had it returned and obtained another, a most instructive incident, since it provided conclusively to my mind that we were dealing with a real hound, so no other supposition could explain his anxiety to obtain an old boot and his indifference to a new one. The more attrait and grotesque an incident is, the more carefully it deserves to be examined, and the very point which appears to complicate a case is, when dully considered and scientifically handled, the one which is most likely to elucidate it. Then we had the visit from our friend next morning, shadowed always by Stapleton in the cab. From his knowledge of our rooms and of my appearance, as well as from his general conduct, I am inclined to think that Stapleton's career of crime has been by no means limited to his single Baskerville affair. It is suggestive that during the last 3 years there have been 4 considerable burglaries in the West Country, for one of which was any criminal ever arrested, for none of which. The last of these at Folkestone Court, in May, was remarkable for the cold-blooded pistoling of the page, who surprised the masked and solitary burglar. I cannot doubt that Stapleton recruited his waning resources in his fashion, and that for years he has been a desperate and dangerous man. We had an example of his readiness of resource that morning when he got away from us on a We had an example of his readiness of resource that morning when he got away from us so successfully, and also of his audacity in sending back my own name to me through the cabman. From that moment he understood that I had taken over the case in London, and that therefore there was no chance for him there. He returned to Dartmoor and awaited the arrival of the baronet. "One moment," said I. "You have no doubt described the sequence of events correctly, but there is one point which you have left unexplained. What became of the hound when its master was in London?" "I have given some attention to this matter, and it is undoubtedly of importance. There can be no question that Stapleton had a confidant, though it is unlikely that he ever placed himself in his power by sharing all his plans with him. There was an old manservant at Merripit House, whose name was Anthony. His connection with the Stapletons can be traced for several years, as far back as the schoolmastering days, so that he may have been aware that his master and mistress were really husband and wife. This man disappeared and has escaped from the country. It is suggestive that Anthony is not a common name in English, while Antonio is so in all Spanish or Spanish American countries. The man, like Miss Stapleton herself, spoke good English, but with a curious lisping accent. I have myself seen this old man cross Grimpen Mire by a path which Stapleton had marked out. It is very probable, therefore, that, in absence of his master, it was he who cared for the hound, though he may never have known the purpose for which the beast was used.
Oh look, I good lisping accent representation. That's great because again, as we spoke about a bit earlier, because I don't have the th sound in my original languages, I never actually learned to pronounce it. And yeah, so that's you know quite grand. He's just like me for real. That's pretty sweet, I think. Other than him being a criminal, probably. He's also a fictional character, so but last. Great representation of accents described in a way very different from Terry Pratchett, where he writes them out letter by letter, where if you read it properly, by the way that English is supposed to be sounded like, it actually sounds like the proper accent. Uh, but it does make things quite confusing for new readers, actually, also. So there's that. I think both of them can have their own place in accent writing. The Stapletons then went down to Devonshire, whither they were soon followed by Sir Henry and you. Where? No, it is whither. Huh. As in within that, I suppose. Whither. One word now as to how I stood myself at that time. It may possibly recur to your memory that when I examined the paper upon which the printed words were fastened, I made a close inspection for the watermark. In doing so, I held it within a few inches of my eyes, and was conscious of a faint smell of the scent as white jasmine. There are 75 perfumes which it is very necessary that a criminal expert should be able to distinguish from each other, and cases have more than once, within my own experience, depended upon their prompt recognition. The scent suggested the presence of a lady, and already my thoughts began to turn towards Stapleton's. Thus I had made certain of the hound, and had guessed at the criminal before ever we went to the West Country. It was my game to watch Stapleton. It was evident, however, that I could not do this if I were with you, since he would be keenly on his guard. I deceived everybody, therefore, yourself included, and I came down secretly, and when I was supposed to be in London. My hardships were not so great as you imagined, though such trifling details must never interfere with the investigations of a case. I stayed for the most part of Cumber Tracy, and only used the hut upon the moor when it was necessary to be near the scene of action. Cartwright had come down with me, and in his disguise, as was dependent upon him for food and clean linen. When I was watching Stapleton, Cartwright was frequently watching you, so that I was able to keep my hand upon all the strings. You have already I have already told you that your reports reached me rapidly, being forwarded instantly from Baker Street to Cumber Tracy. They were of great service to me, and especially that one incidentally truthful piece of biography of Stapleton's. I was able to establish the identity of the man and woman, and knew at last exactly how I stood. The case had been considered complicated through the incident of the escaped convict, and relations between him and Barrymore's. This also you cleared up in a very effective way, though I had already come to the same conclusion from my own observations. By the time that you discovered me upon the moor, I had complete knowledge of the whole business, but I had not a case which could go to jury. Even the Stapleton's attempt upon Sir Henry that night, which ended in the death of unfortunate convict, did not help us that much in proving murder against our man. There seemed to be no alternative but catch him red-handed, and to do so we had to use Sir Henry.
alone and apparently unprotected, as bait. We did so, and at the cost of a severe shock to our client, we succeeded in completing our case and driving Stapleton to his destruction. That Sir Henry should have been exposed to this is, I must confess, a reproach to my management of the case. But we had no means of foreseeing the terrible and paralyzing spectacle which the beast presented, nor could we predict the fog which enabled him to burst upon us at such short notice. We succeeded in our object at a cost which both the specialist and Dr. Mortimer will assure me will be a temporary one. A long journey may enable our friend to recover not only from his shattered nerves, but also from his wounded feelings. His love for the lady was deep and sincere, and to him the saddest part of all this black business was that he should have been deceived by her. It only remains to indicate the part which she had played throughout. There can be no doubt that Stapleton exercised an influence over her which may have been love or may have been fear, or very possibly both, since they are both by no means incompatible emotions. It was at last absolutely effective. At his command, she consented to pass as his sister, though he found the limits of his power over her when he endeavored to make her direct accessory to murder. She was ready to warn Sir Henry, so far as she could without implicating her husband, and again she tried to do so. Stapleton himself seems to have been capable of jealousy, and when he saw the baronet playing court to the lady, even though it was part of his own plan, still he could not help interrupting with passionate outburst, which revealed the fiery soul which his self-contained manner so cleverly concealed. By encouraging the intimacy, he made it certain that Sir Henry would frequently come to Merripit House, and that he would sooner or later get the opportunity in which he desired. On the day of the crisis, however, his wife turned suddenly against him. She had learned something of the death of the convict, and she knew that the hound was being kept in the outhouse on the evening that Sir Henry was coming to dinner. She taxed her husband with his intended crime, and a furious scene followed in which he showed her for the first time that she had a rival in his love. Her fidelity turned in an instant to a bitter hatred, and he saw that she would mm, betray him. He tied her up, therefore, as that she might have no chance of warning Sir Henry, and he hoped, no doubt, that when the whole countryside put down the baronet's death to the curse of his family, as they certainly would do, he could win his wife back to accept an accomplished fact and to keep silent upon what she knew. In this, I fancy that in any case he made a miscalculation, and that, if we had not been there, his doom would none the less have been sealed. A woman of Spanish blood does not condone such an injury so lightly. And now, my dear Watson, without referring to my notes, I cannot give you a more detailed account of this curious case. I don't know that anything essential has been left unexplained. He could not hope to frighten Sir Henry to death as he had done to the old uncle with his boogie hound. The beast was savage and half-starved. If its appearance did not frighten its victim to death, at least it would paralyze the resistance which might be offered. No doubt. There only remains one difficulty. If Stapleton came into the succession, how could he explain the fact that he, the heir, had been living unannounced under another name so close to the property? How could he claim it without causing suspicion and inquiry? It is a formidable difficulty, and I fear that you ask too much when you expect me to solve it. The past and the present are within the field of my inquiry, but what a man may do in the future is a hard question to answer. Miss Stapleton has heard her husband discuss the problem on several occasions. There were three possible courses. He might claim the property from South America, establish his identity before the British authorities there, and so obtain the fortune without ever coming to England at all. Or he might adopt an elaborate disguise during the short time that he needed to be in London. Or again, he might furnish an accomplice with the proofs and papers, putting him in as heir, and returning a claim upon some proportion of his income. We cannot doubt from what we know of him that he would have found some way out of the difficulty. And now, my dear Watson, we have had some weeks of severe work, and for one evening, I think, we may turn our thoughts into more pleasant channels. I have a box for less hooken-ups. Have you heard the Reslex? Have you heard the Resquez? Might I trouble you then to be ready in half an hour, and we can stop at Mercian's for a little dinner on the way?
Oh, that was sweet. It's so cute. That's so cute. That's adorable. But like also very nice. Oh, that's no, I'm hungry. Well, this has been one of the longest probably streams I've done in a while, at least. And I hope you have enjoyed it. It has been a good enough book. I don't think I've personally found that much use for the end section of the the last chapter where they explain why everything went the way that it did. It was kind of useful, but honestly, you could kind of read between the lines the entire time anyway, especially if you read enough through the first part, where you kind of get into the mindset of how homes work, I suppose. That being said, it certainly is good for, I think, having like being able to be aimed at the general audience nonetheless, and generally has a lot of things I didn't guess in it, which is good, I suppose. I'm still not a big fan of detective novels, but I do like Sherlock Holmes as a character, and I find that quite entertaining. And the relationships within this book are, well, not on this reader viewpoint level, but quite good. Hmm. Tomorrow, oh, also, please, if you're watching this, remember to press the bell also to for my next uploads and such things. I read more classics. Tomorrow I shall, however, stream some actual art, which is to say the art fight is what I'm joining soon. And as I'm joining art fight, I have a couple character references that I need to draw. And so that shall be interesting as long as I can actually manage it due to my laptop, dying as usual. Nonetheless, it has been lovely time streaming to you, and I hope you have a good rest.